Dungeon Black Company, Employee Sword Saint becomes a streamer. Volume 2, by Kumano Jinkatsu. Translated by Sam. Translation, editing, and audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Act 5. Tanaka is going to stream from home. Chapter 1, Tanaka introduces his pet. The camera is good. The angle of view is okay. I'm a little nervous because this is the first time I've ever streamed inside my house. One day around noon, I was about to start streaming at home. My house is a small 1K rental. I cleaned up the house before I started streaming, but I couldn't get rid of the feeling of a man living alone. It was a little embarrassing to stream in a place like this, but Adachi said it would be more popular than renting a studio, so I had no choice but to accept the idea. I fixed the drone that I usually fly on a tripod and put my upper body on the floor and a small table in front of it in the angle of view. Okay, let's start the delivery. I operate my phone and start streaming. Then all at once, the number of viewers increased, and in less than a minute we had 10,000 people. Wakatsu. Here comes the delivery. Shachiken strongest, Shachiken is the best. Thank you for the sudden delivery. Are you in a dungeon? Could it be a home stream? Thank God for home streaming, I was just out of it. Tanaka, thanks for the delivery. Today's delivery says home delivery. Tanaka introduces his pet, but is it for real? I thought you were going to keep me. What happened to your promise to keep me? There's a bunch of pets in here, lol. What are you going to keep? I don't think I can take care of a dog, maybe a hamster. I'm amazed that he's trying to win over the animal-loving crowd. Why is he wearing a business suit at home? The comments kept pouring in. Meanwhile, the number of viewers exceeded 500,000, and the number was growing rapidly. The number of subscribers increased, so the initial growth is totally different. I can't believe that so many people gathered at the home of such a dull guy. You never know what will happen in life. Hello, everyone. My name is Makoto Tanaka. Thank you for coming today. Hello. Hello. You're as formal as ever, lol. Tanaka, relax. As the title says, today I would like to introduce my new pet. It's a bit of a rare breed, so I might surprise you. What is it? Being surprised by a pet is indeed an exaggeration, isn't it? What is it, a Komodo dragon? Maybe it's an elephant. It's not going in the room, is it? Maybe they'd be surprised if he got a viewer. Then you should keep me exasperated. Today, too, the squeals of the people who are in love are very energetic. When the comments had warmed up, I put my hand in my breast pocket. Then I grabbed that guy in there and put him on the table. Huh? What's this? Is it a black caterpillar? No, there's no such thing. It looks like slime. What monster? Maybe this kid is from. This is Shoggoth, the newest member of our family. Come on, say hello. Rieri. Shogos raises a short hand in a cheerful voice toward the drone as he urges her to greet him. Apparently, he understands the language quite well. Shoggoth Dan. You're alive. That's impossible. Is he saying he's going to keep Shoggoth? English. No, I didn't expect this, wow. What? Exclaiming in delight. Why do you think the monsters are so friendly to people? Because he's Shachiken, isn't it? Shoggoths, who used to be objects of fear, are now mascots. Yeah, unintelligible language. Holy shit, Shoggoth Dan's here. I love this guy, I love him so much. Shoggoth Dan's screen caps are spreading on SNS so fast. I'm sure he's already an idol. I was a little worried, but it seems that Shoggoth was accepted by everyone. If they become so well known, government extremists won't be able to start exterminating them badly. Public opinion is on our side. Good job on saying hello. Rieri. When I patted him on the back while praising him, Shoggoth let out a sweet voice. The way it looks, it doesn't look very much like a monster. You're too cute. She's completely turned into a moe character, lol. Is there any chance of her becoming a human and becoming a heroine yet? The heroine race is about to intensify again. Too much of a big hole in the race. When are you going to shake Shoggoth Dan's hand? I love it. I want to be stroked by Shachiken too. I want to be praised by Tanaka and be kissed by him too. I'm glad you guys aren't wavering. Chapter 2, Tanaka names it. Tekari. Shoggoth seemed to be curious about the drone and got close to it, staring closely into the lens. Naturally, the viewers were excited to see Shogo's image filling the delivery screen. Holy shit, it's over here. Shoggotin, look at me. Haha, Shoggotin kawaii. My heart is starting to get a little excited. I've already seen illustrations of anthropomorphic Shagaten on social networking sites. She'll be a brown downer Yandir Bishaujo when she becomes a person. I'm too happy with my sexuality. More of this. Sure, she's cute, but isn't it scary that there's a monster in town? What are you, anti-monsters? There's no guarantee that they won't attack people, so I can understand why you're scared. There's no way Shagaten would attack people. You've got to be kidding me. 111. The comments were starting to get kind of rough. The cause was a comment from someone who was afraid of monsters. This person had a valid point. If they were kept in a facility somewhere, I would be worried. But if they were kept by an ordinary person like me, I would be worried too. Naturally, I discussed this with Dajima-san. It is natural that you are worried. Shoggoths are monsters, and there is no guarantee that they will never attack people. But I will not let that happen. If he tries to attack anyone, even a little, I will cut him down. I promised that to Dajima-san as well, and he gave me permission to keep them. I said, stroking Shoggoth's back with my index finger. Even without such a promise, Dajima-san gave me permission to keep him, but this is my way of apologizing. It pains me to cut down this guy who is so compassionate, but I can't keep a monster with half a mind. It's safe, then, isn't it? You're so ready for this. I guess it's safer for Tanaka to keep an eye on him than to lock him up. Well, if that's the case with someone as powerful as you. You're so sweet when they talk about cutting you down, you're so cute. Well, I can understand your fear, but there is no such thing as a friendly monster in the world, and it would be a shame to get rid of a valuable research subject. That's right, I think the whole world is planning to kidnap Shagaten right now. If it wasn't for Tanaka's side, I'm sure she'd be kidnapped in a heartbeat. Phew, the comments have calmed down somehow. This should be fine as long as Shoggoth doesn't cause any problems. Fortunately, Shoggoth is smart and listens to me. I don't think they'll attack anyone else. By the way, doesn't Shagaten have a name? No, Shagaten would be fine, but Tanaka wouldn't call me that. Sure, I want a name. I'd like a cute name. Tanaka, pick a name. Name, huh? I certainly hadn't thought about it. It is better to have a name in order to get along well with others. But I'm not good at thinking of such things. I think desperately with my head. Shagasuk Shagazura? Teak. Too bad you have no naming sense. Shagasuk Elmao. Shagaten is so confused. Your naming sense is worse than Shoggoth. Sorry, he's a muscle gorilla. He's not good with that kind of thing. Shachian is too cute. Tanaka, Shagokura is really not it. The criticism was thunderous. I was aware that I had no sense of style, but I was depressed when I was told so much. There is an option to ask for a name from the audience, but the name is a living thing, and I want to give it to myself. For the moment, I've learned that shogo plus kanji is lame, so let's think of another pattern. I'll think of something else, like the way it looks or the sound it makes. Let's get inspiration from such things. If I take it from its appearance, I'll go with Kuro. It's not a bad name, but it sounds a bit dog-like. Chibai, because of its small size, would also be too easy. It could grow up to be big. If I were to take teak from its squeak, would I call it teak? No, it's hard to call it that. If we take it from another pattern, maybe Rieri. Rieri. Shoggoth's voice comes out in response to the last name candidate I mentioned. Apparently she likes this one. Rieri, huh, that's nice. Finally, we've got a good one. I'm going to go make a Rieri-chan fan club. Fugurui, Rieri, Rieri, Rieri. Language my brain refuses to understand. I love it. Are you selling Rieri-chan merchandise yet? Gobbling. The viewers' reactions were also favorable. I'm glad I managed to come up with a satisfactory name. I feel like I've done a great job. While I'm looking tired like that, Rieri shred her own tail and offers it to me. It seemed that she was showing her appreciation for my efforts. Thank you, I'll take it. Rieri. I eat a piece of Lily's tail with a flip of my hand. The first time I ate it, it was crunchy, but now it's much smoother. Yes, you're eating it. She's offering it to him, lol. She's too devoted. They say Shoggoths are a serving race, but you're serving too much. She's happy to see herself being eaten. Grabbing his stomach, physical, inside. She's just like Ampanman in the way she expresses her love. Note, anime character with a bean bun Anpan for his head that feeds injured people part of his head. Why is Shachikin eating normally too, dumbfounded? A self-cutting heroine, huh, that's new. Eek. It's really bad, it's so perfect for my sexuality. I want to eat Rieri, hahaha. It's going to melt your stomach. You guys are so good together. Why am I getting so many great clips at a home delivery? When I ate the Riri, the viewers got a big kick out of it. It's like my senses were numbed because I eat it on a regular basis. Is it a shocking sight for normal people? Well, it's okay, because they seem to be happy. Riri seems to have been liked by a lot of people. All right, let's see if I can show you some of the tricks I've been working on. Sit down and make a move. Riri. Another one. Tentacles. Tikarai. Jaya tentacles. Tentacle heroine ha. Traffic jam of attributes. I can't wait to shake hands with her. And so Riri's delivery proceeded with great success. Chapter 3. Tanaka feeds. The pet Shoggoth, Riri's delivery, was a huge success, and by the evening the number of viewers had exceeded 200 million. I was surprised that so many people came without me having to go to the dungeon. Riri power, truly amazing. Riri Tan is so cute, ha ha ha. I want to be eaten by Riri Tan. Your hands are so tiny and cute. 220,000, here's all the money I've earned this month. Please use it for Riri. 50,000, I'd like to contribute more, but that's enough for today, shit. I hate myself for not making enough money. Riri already had a strong following. Some people are growing with pet videos, but I guess that means she was able to capture that demographic as well. Well, Riri is no ordinary pet. Tika. What's wrong, hungry? Riri cheerfully replies to my question. It's late in the evening and I'm hungry. I should get ready for dinner. Riri, are you hungry? Well, she shredded her own body, so she must be short on energy, right? So, what are you going to eat? I think she can eat anything. You can eat me if you want. Riri, there are already Hi-Fire fans. 5 fan clubs were formed during the stream. The nerd's energy, it's too much. I was going to cut the delivery if I was going to make it a meal, but the viewers seem to be interested in what Riri is going to eat. I think they'd be happier if I delivered the eating scene as well. Riri didn't seem to be stressing out about it, so I decided to keep doing it. Riri basically eats everything. She eats vegetables, fish, metal, everything, but she seems to like meat the best. I pulled out some thinly sliced pork from the fridge and brought it over to her. She has tried everything, but she seems to especially like raw meat. Riri jumped and jumped greedily when she found the meat. She is like a dog. Sit down. Wait. Riri gave me a greedy look, but did as I told her and sat down. After waiting for a while, I give her permission to go. Riri jumped on the meat, opened her belly like a mouth, and munched on the meat. Her mouth was full of fangs. To be honest, it looks a little grotesque. It's like the Cleone predation scene I've seen on TV before. You're so good at listening to him, aren't you? She's munching on the meat. You're smarter than my dog. She has a perfect master-slave relationship with him. Look, they're monsters, so they're designed to obey their stronger opponents. Oh, I see. Riri Tan is so cute and gross, hahaha. Yeah, unintelligible language. The American military was defeated by such a cute creature. Are you kidding me? English. Well, it's not Japan that's strong, it's Shachiken. Oh, and I like this one too. Shall I give you this one too? Saying that, I take out a liquid food, churro in plastic. This food is famous as a snack for cats and dogs, but when I gave it to her, she was very receptive to it. Riri. When I put the churro in front of Riri, she instantly bit it and started licking it. I knew she would love it. She eats it so deliciously that it makes me want to try it too. So Shoggoths are also crazy about churro? It's amazing. She's eating it with the same tension as my cat. The taste of churro is the same all over the world, isn't it? Please publish your wish list. I'll send you 1,000. 10,000 here is the money for the churro. Please inspect it. It's starting to look delicious. I'll buy one too. Riri, who had devoured all of the churro in an instant, exhaled with a satisfied kepu. Her entire body was bulging out, probably because she ate it all at once. Riri, are you satisfied? Riri, I'm satisfied. Haha, that's great, Hes. I couldn't believe my ears. Did you just say a word? Riri, talk to me for a second. Tanaka Suki. Oh, that's great, thanks. I knew you were talking. Shabate Arla. Njaya Waiai. Really? You're so smart. She's growing up so fast. I mean, it's so precious when she says I love you, Tanaka. I'm worshipping her right now in front of my screen. I want Tanaka to tell me he likes me too. You guys never waver until the very end. Chapter 4. Tanaka makes a promise. Tanaka, Gasujin Gashujin. To my surprise, Ryuri was able to speak at least simple word combinations. Did she understand what I was saying by listening to me? You're learning too fast. I think the day when she can speak fluently may be near. I'm hungry. You ate a while ago. Moo. Now that she's learning words, she's becoming more assertive. I have to be careful not to spoil her too much. The exchange is too cute. If it were me, I'd feed her endlessly and fat her up. I'm sure the feedings alone will bring in 100 million in the same session. I'm going to use the money I get from that stream to buy food and feed it in a stream, and complete the perpetual motion machine. I also wanted to be called Gasujin by Lily Tan for the rest of my life. 20,000 goods, please give me some Ryuri Tan merchandise. Earnestly. I have two hearts, one that wants to be kept by Tanaka and one that wants to be eaten by Lilitan. It's getting pretty much boiled down to the perverts, isn't it? Well, now that we have one last place to get excited, it's time to stop the stream. I'm getting hungry too. I want to eat my own food outside of the stream. Well, it's a good point, but it's time to go, so I'll end today's delivery at this point. I'll be posting Ryuri's progress on social networking sites, so I'd appreciate it if you could follow me there as well. Thank you very much for your time today. Atsukin, thank you for your hard work. I had a great time today. Atsu Ryuri, please deliver Ryuri again. I'll be waiting for you with Chiruru. I'm looking forward to the next dungeon stream. As the comments flowed in, I pressed the end button. Then I checked again 3 times to make sure I didn't forget to turn it off. I'm afraid of forgetting to turn off the feed, so I check it like this every time. I'm afraid I'll forget to turn off the delivery, so I check it like this every time. I'm glad it went well. Thank you, Ryuri. You're welcome. Lily replied cheerfully. She is back to her squeaky voice again. NN, you have a message. I opened my phone and noticed that I had received a message. The sender was Hashino. I looked inside and saw that it was an invitation for a joint stream. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Hashino since the incident at the Skytree site. I thought a joint stream might be a good idea to make up for that time. I had some time left before the dungeon search that Dojima-san asked me to do, so a joint stream might be just what I needed. I sent an email agreeing to the joint stream. Within a minute, I received a reply. Young people are so quick to reply. It said, well, thank you very much. I'd like to discuss the details with you, so if you'd like, please come to my house. I was wide-eyed and surprised at the unexpected invitation. It seems that Hashino's younger brother and sister are my fans, and they want to meet me. She also wants to treat me to a meal as a token of her appreciation. I'm glad to hear that, and I'd like to meet Hashino's younger siblings. But is it safe for someone like me to go to a girl's house? The last time I went to a girl's house was when I was in elementary school. I have sadly little experience. What do you think, Ryuri? Tech. Ryuri tilted her head as if she didn't understand. She was about the age of a 4-year-old human in terms of intelligence. She can understand simple words, but she doesn't seem to understand complex things. Even so, she is growing up too fast. Well, let's go. It would be bad to refuse. After much conflict, I decide to go and send a message to Hashino. Then again, the reply came in a flash. What is it? Thank you very much. How about tomorrow afternoon? Well, there's nothing to do tomorrow. I agreed, and we exchanged a few more messages after that to set up a more detailed time. After successfully exchanging messages, I let out a sigh of relief and threw my phone under the covers. I'm getting nervous even after all this time. I'm not sure if it's really okay for me to go to a girl's house. I'm not sure if I smell like old age or not. Do you think you'll be okay? Ryuri. To my question, Ryuri only tilted her head and didn't answer me. Chapter 5, Tanaka finds the house. The day after, I received an invitation from Hashino. I took the train to a certain station in West Tokyo. This is where Hashino lives. There were not many people in front of the station. There was a shopping street, but it didn't look very busy and was deserted. There is no large supermarket, and it would be a little inconvenient to live here. But I don't mind the quietness. Now that I've quit the guild, I might as well live in a place like this and take it easy. Ryuri. As I'm thinking about this, Ryuri pops out of her pocket. I had told her to stay in her pocket on the train, so she had not shown her face as I had ordered. It seems she noticed that I got off the train and showed her face. That's great, Riri, but there are still people in the train, so you'll have to be patient a little longer. You can come out when we get to the house. With that, I patted her head, and she saluted me with a short Riri and went back into my pocket. I was worried when I decided to keep Shagath, but she's a lot easier to handle than I imagined. Well, according to the address you gave me, it should be this way. I walked along, looking at the map on my phone. The occasional rice paddies and fields appeared, and children were excitedly walking off to school on the street. It was a nostalgic scene. It was hard to believe that I was in Tokyo. Incidentally, the time was 16:00. I came here just in time for Hoshino's return from college. You may wonder why I came at this hour, but according to Hoshino, it was because she wanted to treat me to dinner. She said she didn't think the meeting would take too long, so we'd greet Hoshino's family, make plans for collaboration, eat dinner, and go home while there is still time for the last train. It would be bad to stay too long. And here we are. I arrived at a house that looked a little old. On the nameplate was written Hoshino. It is not a common surname, so I was sure I was in the right place. I wondered when was the last time I went into someone's house. The only places I've been to recently were my house, dungeons, and the Ministry of Monster Control. I can't remember the last time I went to someone's house. Maybe it goes back to junior high school. I realized once again that being a corporate employee is terrifying. Yo, okay. I pressed the intercom, a little nervous. A high-pitched ding-dong rang, and a few moments later I heard a voice saying, yes. It was probably Hoshino's parents, so I had to be polite. I'm Makoto Tanaka, who was supposed to be here today. Pleased to meet you. Ah, yes, I'm coming out now, so please wait a moment. Apparently, the person on the other end of the intercom was Hoshino. Just as I think she answered in a panic, I hear a slamming sound coming from inside the house. It's quite clumsy. Are you all right? Tech. Riri also came out of her pocket and voiced her concern. After a few dozen seconds of waiting, the old-fashioned sliding door rattled open and a person emerged from inside. Amazing, it's really Shachikin. Oh, hello. It wasn't Hoshino who came out, but a little boy and a girl. The lively-looking boy was clinging to my leg and making a fuss, while the quiet-looking girl was glancing at me from a little distance. Am I correct in assuming that these two are Hoshino's younger brother and sister? They both look about elementary school age. They must be quite a bit younger than me. Shachikin, do that one. That Shachikin TV EVIDEO thing? That's a different person. As I was saying this to the boy, who seemed to be in high spirits, I heard footsteps coming from inside the house. Hey, don't bother Tanaka-san. With that remark, out came Hoshino, dressed in an apron. Unlike her usual attire, it looked rough and fresh. I'm fine, Hoshino. I don't mind children. Saying that, I lifted the boy who was stuck to my leg and put him on my shoulder. Then the boy said, wow, he's so cute. His eyes lit up. What's your name? I'm Ryota. I see. Nice to meet you, Ryota. Next, I talked to the girl who was still fidgeting. What's your name? Well, I'm Akari. I see. Nice to meet you, Akari-chan. When I said that, Akari-chan timidly grabbed my hand. Apparently, she's just nervous and doesn't seem to dislike me. Wow, amazing. Both of them have already become attached to you. I'm just opening up to them because I'm so well known for nothing. Can I come in? Oh yes, of course. Please make yourself at home. Okay, I'm sorry to bother you. Ryota tugged at my cheeks as I walked over to Hoshino's house. Chapter 6, Tanaka Gets Disturbed. I entered Hoshino's house with her younger brother and sister, Ryota and Akari-chan. The wooden house looks a little old, and the floorboards creak and squeak as I walk around. It reminds me of my father's parents' house in the countryside. Shachikin, over here. Ryota jumped off my shoulder and pulled my hand. He led me inside, and something smelled good. Hoshino was wearing an apron, which suggests that she was cooking for us. I hadn't had a home-cooked meal in maybe 10 years. I was looking forward to it. As I arrived at the living room, I was greeted by a woman who said, "Welcome, Tanaka-san. Thank you for coming." She said in a calm voice and bowed reverently. She was a little older than me. She was a very beautiful woman with the appearance of a Yamato Neidshiko. I was a little nervous. Ah, yes, excuse me, I am Makoto Tanaka. It's nice to meet you too. Well, you are. My name is Sumi Hoshino, Yui's mother. I look forward to working with you and my daughter. What your mother is. I looked at Hoshino and Sumi alternately. They don't look like a mother and daughter. The first thing that comes to mind is the fact that the two of them were sisters. That she's a young woman who has 3 children is amazing. I've been wanting to meet Miss Tanaka for a long time. You know she talks about you all the time at home, don't you? Hey, Mom, don't say weird things. Hoshino shoved Sumi into the kitchen in a panic. Apparently, the relationship between parent and child is good. Even so, how are people talking about me at the Hoshino residence? I'm curious. Tanaka-san. Dinner will be ready soon, so please rest in the living room. Ah, I'll leave some barley tea here for you. Hoshino said in a flustered manner and returned to the kitchen. As I was thinking that the collaboration meeting would have to wait, Ryota pulls my hand. Hey, Shachiken, let's play Smash Bros. Oh great, is Fox still around? Hearing the name of the game I had missed, I sat down in front of the TV with Ryota. Full dive type games are all the rage these days, but I prefer the old-fashioned controller-type games. When I was in junior high school, I used to play with Adachi and Suda. I've got all the characters. Wow, that's great. Let's go. Ryota and I sat down side by side and started playing the game. It had been 10 years since I had played a game, but my body remembered surprisingly well, and I was able to play the game normally. I looked to the side while selecting a character and saw Akari standing there fidgeting. Akari, you want to come over here? Look, Riri's here too. Riri. Akari's face lit up as I pulled Riri out of my pocket. Oh my god, it's really Riri. When she saw Riri, she was overjoyed and came closer to her. Although Riri was only introduced to the public yesterday, it seems that even children already know about her. The power of the internet to spread is amazing. Can I touch it? Of course, do you mind Riri? Riri nodded her head and said, Teak. She is surprisingly service-oriented. Akari-chan sat on my lap and gently touched Riri with the palm of her hand. It was a heartwarming sight. She's so smooth and soft. Riri. Riri was proud of herself for some reason. She seemed to be proud of her smoothness and softness. Shachiken, let's go, it's starting. Yeah, anytime you want. While I was busy with Akari, Smash Bros started. I had memorized the controls, but my skills were slipping. I couldn't get the combos I wanted. I could move faster in the flesh. The character doesn't move the way I want it to. I wish I could be a Smash Bros character myself, but that's not going to happen. If I tried to control it as hard as I could, I'd break the controller. Tanaka-san, can I give Riri some candy? Of course you can, but be careful not to give her too much. I chatted with Lily on my lap as I struggled with the game. I could only imagine how hard the parents of the world had to work. Oh yes, Akari-chan, you should give her sweets like that. You're good at it. Hey, Tanaka-san, you are just like our father. Akari-chan laughed innocently. Yes, as I recall, Hoshino's father had passed away. And yet these children were so cheerful, probably because of Hoshino and Junsumi's hard work. I know exactly how it feels to lose a parent. When I was in junior high school, both my parents were hospitalized for magical substance poisoning, and from then on, I lived on my own. I'd be happy if my presence reminds them of how it feels to have a father, even if just a little. As I was thinking these thoughts, I heard footsteps behind me. Tanaka-san, dinner is ready, what are you two doing? Hoshino comes into the living room, sees us, and shouts in surprise. I was sitting next to Ryota playing a game with Akari-chan on my lap and Riri on Akari-chan's hand. It's a chaotic situation. I'm sorry, Tanaka-san, my younger siblings are bothering you. No, it's been a long time since we've played like this, so it's fun. Hey, Ryota. Yes. Ryota nodded happily. The most important thing to remember is that you should not be afraid to ask for help. Come on, Akari, get off him. Don't be too clingy. Moo, not moo. As they were exchanging smiles, Ryota interrupted. I understand you're jealous. You're jealous because you don't get to play with Shachiken. When Ryota teased Hoshino's face turned bright red and she panicked. She flustered, then Akari-chan, who was listening to this, got off my lap. You wanted to ride too, didn't you, sis? I've already gotten on, so it's fine. What? The sister gave up her place on my lap to her sister. I was thinking, no, I'm not going to get on it even if you do that. Hoshino suddenly said, and got on my lap. Hey, Hoshino, what are you doing? I'm sorry. She apologized, but Hoshino showed no sign of getting off. The three siblings are all such spoiled brats. I feel comfortable when I do this to Tanaka-san. No, I'm glad to hear that, but it's bad for a lot of things when you do that. On top of being hit by various soft things, it smelled so good that my worldly desires were intensely stimulated. I'm not going to be able to do anything about it. As I was thinking that, another person came in from the kitchen. What are you doing? It's time to eat. Sumi says in a cold voice, different from the one she used earlier. Then Hoshino jumped up and down while saying, "Hey, phew, it was dangerous. I'm sorry about my daughter, Tanaka-san. Now the food is ready, please come in." "Ah yes, thank you." I bowed my head and went to the dining table. Chapter 7, Tanaka Feasts. Itadakimasu. We said, clasping our hands together as we sat down at the dining table. In front of us there was a lineup of hot rice, miso soup, fried chicken, rolled egg, salad, etc. It had been about 10 years since I had eaten such a home-cooked meal. I was somewhat impressed. But Hoshino's mother, Sumi, looked apologetic. "I'm sorry I couldn't bring out a better dish. Instead, I put all my skill into making it." "Oh no, it all looks delicious. Itadakimasu." With that, I took one of the deep-fried pork chops and threw it into my mouth. It was freshly fried, so it was hot and the delicious juices were spreading in my mouth. The batter was crispy and perfect. "It's so good, I can go on and on with this." "I'm so glad to hear that. I'm so happy for you, Yui." When Sumi said that, Hoshino shivered. "What's wrong?" She actually made the fried chicken. She doesn't usually cook much, but suddenly she said, "Mom, teach me how to cook." I was surprised. She wanted Tanaka-san to eat it. "Wait, Mom, I told you not to say that." Hoshino said shyly, but Sumi was unaffected, saying, "Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed." Mothers are strong in every family. I'm still a little embarrassed that she would go to such lengths for me. Magu magu baku baku. Mother, this is delicious. Ryota and Akari were also eating happily. The family seems to be getting along well. Riri, want to eat. Riri was also speaking in familiar language and urging me to feed her. I took a reasonably sized piece of fried chicken and brought it close to Riri, and her big mouth opened and she munched on it. The moment was a bit gruesome. MMMM. Riri seemed to like it too and danced with delight, swaying her body from side to side. She doesn't do this dance often, even when she eats churro. By the way, I posted a short video of this dance a few days ago, and it got over 1 billion views. It has become an internet meme, and various fan videos have been posted. Riri's popularity is unbelievable. Mom, take that. Something like this happened in the dungeon the other day. Oh my God, that happened. Oh, I didn't do my homework. The Hoshino family was conversing peacefully. Even so, if I'm the only one mixed in like this, it kind of makes me feel like I'm married. It's itchy, but it's very comfortable. This taste of home also reminds me of when I used to have dinner with my family. "Can I help you?" Sumi asked me, wondering why my chopsticks had stopped. I guess I made her worry. No, it's been a long time since we had dinner around the table like this, so I got a little sentimental. "I'm sorry." "I see, excuse me, but how is your family doing, Mr. Tanaka?" I hesitated a little to answer Sumi's question. This story is not very interesting to hear. That's why I don't talk about it much, but today I was a bit relaxed. I tell it in the hope that maybe they will accept it. I don't have any siblings. Both of my parents are dead. They were hospitalized for magic element poisoning, and I managed to pay for their treatment and get out of the hospital. But they never regained the strength they had lost. With the money I borrowed from Suda and the money I earned from working, I was able to pay for the hospitalization and treatment. Thanks to my contacts in the government, I was able to get them the latest in magic element poisoning treatment. However, I was unable to save my parents. The two died a short time after I returned from the dungeon just below the Imperial Palace. Looking back, I think the death of my parents was one of the reasons I threw myself into my work as if I was running away and became mentally ill. Was it so? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for telling you such a heavy story. I'm over it now, so I'm fine. I'm an adult now, you know. I'm not going to keep dragging it on forever. When I tried to make it up to her, she looked troubled. I'm in trouble. I talk too much. As I was reflecting on this, Hoshino suddenly stood up with a thud. That's not okay at all. You have to properly say you're sad when you're sad. Tears were in Hoshino's eyes as she insisted. It seems that she was too close to my feelings and became sad herself. I was sad too when my father passed away. It was so hard, and I cried a lot. As she spoke, Hoshino began to shed large, ragged tears and finally became unable to speak. Sumi, who was sitting beside her, began patting her back and saying, "Okay, okay. I'm sorry, Tanaka-san. She is worried about you. She recently watched a video of episodes from your days as a company employee." "Oh, I see. DTube's main content is dungeon delivery, but you can also post regular videos. There is a genre of so-called commentary videos in which an artificial voice explains something, which has been popular for a long time. I guess Hoshino must have seen the video of me explaining my story. It's okay to be sad. Even if you say that, it might be difficult for Tanaka-san, who is an adult man. There will be more times when you have to be tougher. So, if your sadness has no place to go after this, please come to my house again. I can't do much, but I will cook you a warm meal again." Sumi-san. I felt saved by those words. I am very grateful to have a place that welcomes me warmly. Thank you very much. If there is another opportunity, I will be at your service. No, no, no. You are a great benefactor to my daughter. You are like family to me, so please don't worry about it. Saying this, Sumi-san smiled at me in the same way I remember my mother smiling at me. Act 6, Tanaka is doing a collab. Chapter 1. Tanaka does a joint stream. After a pleasant meal, I had a light collaboration meeting with Hoshino and decided to leave. I was also told that I could stay the night, but I felt it was too early to do so. I didn't want to get too cozy and make it hard to leave. "Oh, you're leaving, Shachiken? Let's play Marika." "I'll miss." I regretted my choice to leave a little when Ryota and Akari-chan saddened me, but this place is close enough that I can always come back to see them. I promised to come back and visit them again and managed to convince them. I look forward to our collaboration. Thank you very much for coming all the way here today. I'm going to learn more about cooking so that next time I can make something even better. I'm looking forward to it. Call me anytime. After talking with Hoshino like that, Sumi-san came near me. Sumi-san said to me in a voice just loud enough for the others not to hear. "Yui has brightened up so much thanks to you, Tanaka-san. Thank you very much. She has been forcing herself to act cheerful since her father died, but now she can laugh heartily like she used to." "No, I didn't really do anything. It's true that I helped her when she were attacked by monsters, but that's about it." After that, Hoshino got back on her own. It was not my power. "Fufu's so humble. Please take good care of her from now on. Both of you and her mother are." Saying that, Junsuke-san squeezed my hand gently. What did she do to me? I was surprised by the suddenness of the situation. I was just joking, just kidding. Haha. Was it really a joke? This is a demonic woman. Too difficult an enemy for me with my limited experience in love. "Hey Mom, how long are you two talking to each other?" Okay, I'm coming back." Sumi left with that. I was sent off by the 4 people waving their hands forever at the entrance, and I went home. Section 3 days after visiting the Hoshino family. I had come to Nishi Tokyo again by train. I was looking for Hachioji Dungeon, which is one of the largest dungeons in West Tokyo. It is famous for its strong monsters, and many people have died in this dungeon in the past. It is said that deep-class monsters appeared in the lower levels at that time. That is why it is now forbidden to enter the lower levels. Well, it didn't matter though, because we planned to deliver this time to the middle layer. "Ah, Tanaka-san, good morning." I was called as I approached the dungeon. The voice was, of course, Hoshino. She was dressed in her usual exploration clothes and carried a large sword on her back. She looked like she was ready to go. "Good morning. Nice to see you today." "Yes, I'm glad to meet you. I'm looking forward to working with you." "I'll do my best." Hoshino was more enthusiastic than usual. When I first met her, she didn't have that many subscribers, but now she's a big-name DTuber with over 1 million subscribers. And yet, she was still delivering her videos frequently and changing her stories as hard as she can. I was bowled over by her hard work. "I'll start streaming as soon as I can. Are you okay?" "Yes. Any time is fine." Hoshino's permission was granted, so I launched the drone. Hoshino was the guest this time, so she was going to be streaming on my channel. Of course, we'll split the proceeds 50-50. I offered to give her the full amount, but she declined. "All right, this is set up okay, let's start the delivery." The drone lit a red light to indicate the start of the feed. I was the first one on the screen. The viewers didn't know that Hoshino was the guest. Good morning, viewers. Thank you for coming to our delivery this morning. Uekatsu. Wako. Wako Kensei. I've been waiting for you. Tanaka, thank you for the broadcast. What kind of monster are you going to eat today? In no time at all, the number of contacts exceeded 100,000. I still can't get used to this speed. Are that many people really watching? Come on, Riri, say hi to them too. Rai. With a tap on my pocket, Riri came out from inside and bowed her head Rai to the drone. She then slipped back into her pocket, probably sleepy. Well, it's a good thing she said hello. Riri Chea-san. I'm so glad you're doing well today, Riri. You just saw me. You look so cute and sleepy. I want to lick it. I want to sleep in Shachiken's pocket too. Is the handshake session still on? She's so cute and soft. Disgusting lol. Riri would be sleeping in my pocket. When Riri appears, the momentum of the comments accelerated. She is as popular as ever. I'm afraid that if I created a Lily channel, I'd lose subscribers. Well, today I'm going to invite a guest to join me to deliver the stream. So here we go. I call out, and Hoshino came up next to me with a smile. She looked a little nervous. I wonder if it's because we haven't done much collaboration work together. Oh, good morning. I'm Yui Hoshino from Yui Channel. Nice to meet you. At the last word, Hoshino bites her teeth as hard as she can. Hoshino blushes in embarrassment. It's Yui-chan. Yui-chan. It's been a while since the two of them were in a dungeon together, hasn't it? It's a date delivery, isn't it? I like the two of you delivering dungeons. It seems to be stable. They're so cute and chewy. You must be nervous because you're with Shachiken Grin. You're a maiden, aren't you? Power number 1 and power number 2 are going to deliver again. Ah. I heard you're delivering the brains of the day. Power is power. Just get on with it. Really, come on, get married. I'm ready for the wedding spree. I'm so happy to be collaborating with Tanaka-san today. So today I will be apprenticed to the very strong Tanaka-san, and I'm going to have him instruct me vigorously. I'm looking forward to working with you. Hoshino bowed her head to me. Yes, that is the subject of this collaboration. Hoshino was still strong enough for her young age, but Hoshino wanted to become even stronger. That's why she asked to be my apprentice. I don't mind teaching others, and I'm interested to see how strong Hoshino can become. There was no reason to refuse. Sounds like an interesting project. Will it make you even stronger? Fear. I'm so excited to be able to become an apprentice to Shachiken. It's a good thing. So you're going to go from being his apprentice to being his wife. That's too clever. The comments were also positive. I'm sure they'll enjoy this. Well then, let's get right into the dungeon, shall we? Yes, sir. I look forward to working with you, Tanaka-san. And so we stepped into the Hachioji dungeon. Chapter 2, Tanaka watches her growth. The Hachioji dungeon was large and rich in nature. The ground was covered with grass and many trees. This kind of dungeon is rare because most dungeons, like caves, have very little grass and trees. Some dungeons are filled with water or are made entirely of glass. Here we are. With a rustle, a nearby bush moved and a gray wolf appeared. It is the gray wolf, a monster that appears in the upper levels of the dungeon. It is a monster with no particular abilities, a little stronger than the wolves on the ground, and only a dungeon novice would have a hard time with it. Can I do it? Yes, of course. Hoshino asked, stepping forward with a confident look on her face. She pulled out the great sword on her back and held it proudly in the air. Gia-rar-rar-rar. The total number of gray wolves was 7. They seemed to be hungry and slowly approached Hoshino as if peeking at her with drool dripping down their faces. Oh my god, that's scary. Even the monsters in the upper levels are usually scary. Even the gray wolf is hard enough to repel a pistol. I knew that awakened our monsters. It's drooling all over Lal. I can't help it, Yui-chan looks so delicious. I'm calling the cops. After observing Hoshino for a while, the gray wolves ran out and attacked her at once. It seems they thought they could beat her head on. Well, Hoshino looks like an impotent, pretty girl to the casual observer. However, her thin arms are filled with tremendous strength. If I train her, I think she will eventually surpass me. Aye. Hoshino raised her sword and slammed it into the ground. With a roar, the ground was gouged out and a tremendous shockwave was released in front of her. Caw! The gray wolves, hit by the shockwave at close range, let out a high-pitched cry and fell over. The bodies of the monsters in the dungeon disappear, leaving only the fangs of the gray wolves. The bodies of monsters in the dungeon are made of magical elements, and when they are defeated, the bonds of magical elements weaken and the corpses disappear. The parts of the body where the bond of magical elements is strong differ from monster to monster, but generally, parts such as fangs and horns will remain. For stronger monsters in the deeper levels, the whole body may remain, but for monsters in the lower levels and above, most of the body will disappear. I did it, Tanaka-san. Yeah, that was a good attack. Hashino's moves were getting better every time we met. She must be practicing on a regular basis. She's working hard to support her family. The ground is so bumpy and dented, lol. Grey Wolfkun, you got me with one hit. 1 hit, 7 kills. I'm so proud of you. I can't wait to see baby number 3. This is a 19-year-old, is that right? She's got the strength of an ordinary A rank or above. The future of the Japanese explorer world is bright. Just having Shachiken here is shiny, isn't it? It doesn't look like the enemies in the upper levels are going to be that much of a training ground anymore. Let's head for the middle level quickly. Yes, got it. We ran down the dungeon at a brisk pace. The monsters in the upper levels were too scared to attack us, probably because we had been so aggressive with the gray wolves. Thanks to that, we soon reached the middle level. As I was running, I spotted something when I reached the middle level and stopped. Hashino, who was running next to me, also noticed it and stopped. What's wrong? No, I found something good. A good thing. Hashino tilted her head. I took her with me and moved to the wall of the dungeon. A wooden treasure chest appeared, hidden in a tree. The edge of this one, hidden in the tree, happened to be out of the corner of my eye, and I find it. Oh, it's a treasure chest. I wonder what's in it. That's one of the best parts of exploring a dungeon, isn't it? I mean, how can you find a treasure chest when you're running that fast? The answer is because it's Shachiken. You didn't know, you can't escape Tanaka's eyes. Tanaka's eyes are clairvoyant. I'm afraid he's going to say he can see through walls. Everyone was saying something in the comments, but I'm not going to go into it. Everyone says whatever they want. It's annoying to be told that I can do things I've never done before on the internet. I watched my slow commentary video the other day, where they explained that I can run on water. I didn't do that in the video though, ha. No, I can do that, but please don't tell me I can do it when I haven't done it. Chapter 3, Tanaka Splits. I've never seen a treasure chest before. What's in it? Wait, you shouldn't open it carelessly. Treasure chests are often a trap. I'm sorry, that's right. If you open it, poison may spew out, spikes may grow, the ceiling may fall down, or you may be transferred to the inside of a monster house. Traps set in treasure chests abound. Many explorers have lost their lives by carelessly opening them. The traps are indeed scary. Even in the death rate of explorers, the percentage of traps is high. Especially with mimics, it's instant death. It's really scary. Mimics are those monsters that mimic treasure chests, right? It's a lower level monster, but they sometimes appear in the upper levels too, so it's too scary. I saw a mimic in a video once and it looked too scary. If I were an explorer, I wouldn't open any treasure chests. What are you going to do about it, Tanaka-san? Is there any way to see through the traps? There is, but I haven't mastered it. I heard that if you take the treasure chest detection test and mimic detection test, you can detect them. Those who have these certifications are valued as scouts. Many people try to get these certificates because they can be included in dungeon exploration parties even if their combat skills are low. However, the certification test is apparently quite difficult and only a few people can pass it every year. There are also treasure chest unlocking certification and treasure chest contents identification certification, but I have not taken any of them. Most treasure chests are locked to begin with. It takes a lot of effort to open them. Then I have to give up on the treasure chests. No, that's not true. There is a better way. I said that and sat down in front of the treasure chest. I have a bad feeling about this. Treasure chest-kun, run. It's just another brainless solution anyway. I knew it, I'll get you some rice. Hey, he's going to do something. I aimed at the middle of the treasure chest and struck with my hand. The top lid of the treasure chest shattered with a loud mishap sound. If you can't open the lock, break it. If the trap is triggered, just endure it. I can withstand the poison that the treasure chest produces. I knew. I knew it. I knew you would do it. I didn't know treasure chests weren't indestructible objects. No, it's not what it looks like. It's supposed to be pretty hard. There will be a lot of newbies who will copy this and smash weapons. Don't get it wrong, you can't break it normally. Treasure chest kun, nuea. Treasure chest kuun. It's so broken it reminds me of scale kun. Now, I wonder what's inside. I hope it's something interesting, but when I looked at the contents, sharp fangs and a large tongue popped out from inside the treasure chest. And that's not all. Limb grew out of the treasure chest and it cried. Jijijijijijigi. It is a mimic, a monster that mimics a treasure chest. It is rare to find them in the upper levels. It is a rare monster that I have never seen before. Mimic, it's really here. He's so mad because he smashed the lid lol. Of course I'd be mad if I was sleeping, and he put a sword in my face lol. He's so scary lol. I thought mimics were really strong. Are you okay? No, it's just that he's a bad guy. The mimic turned its fangs on me and attacked me with its lidded mouth wide open. Apparently it intended to eat me. Gaga 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 gaga, shut up. I hit the lid one more time with my hand sword. Then the mimic screamed Gegio and was cut in half. Phew, now it's quiet, mimic kun. He left in the blink of an eye lol. It's a lower class strength at least. What's that? He just did a hand sword. Scales. I can vouch for that guy's hand swords. The party speaks. Mimic, you're all busted up. Chapter 4, Tanaka Shagaths. When a mimic is defeated, glittering coins, gems, and other items jingle out from inside. Mimics have the ability to break down the ores, gems, and human equipment they eat and turn them into treasure. I gratefully accept it. Wow, that's a great treasure, but I thought you couldn't redeem things in the dungeon for cash on your own. I guess so, but now that Adachi is working on it, it might be possible to do so. If so, I'll split it with Hoshino. Are you sure? I'm hardly active. It's fine, of course it's fine. We're diving together. You've got to earn money for your younger brother's schooling, so feel free to take it. Thank you. With tears in her eyes, Hoshino agreed. Hoshino's life seems to be getting a lot easier with the increase in subscribers, but there's nothing better than having lots of money. I want to help as much as I can. That's a good story. Shachiken, you're doing a great job. I mean, how do you know about her brothers and sisters? There was an internet stalker, the other day, who said that the table pattern in the video of Riri-tan's eating scene matched the table pattern at Yui's house. Maybe. Oh, I understand now, huh? You mean your family. They've had sex. I hope they've already said hi to their mom. They're a couple now, aren't they? I thought she was behind in the heroin race, but she's really catching up. In the comments, a lot of cold-hearted comments about Hoshino's relationship with me flowed. I'd like to deny it, but since I've actually visited the house and I've already said hello to Sumi-san, I can't rashly deny it. I have no choice but to ignore it naturally. Yeah, other nanny Nikazat Neko might Milka. You're speaking in katakana, just like I pictured. You seem to have a guilty conscience. Speak up, Shachiken. Tanaka, you've got to call me at the wedding. Is this the place to celebrate today? I fished around in the wreckage of the mimic, deciding to ignore them naturally. The mimic's limbs were gone, but the box is still whole, albeit shattered. When I cleared away the shattered pieces of wood, the mimic's large tongue emerged from it. Oh, the tongue is still there, and it's a big one. Is this useful for something, Mr. Tanaka? Oh, mimic's tongue tastes good when it's cooked. Oh, eat. Sad news, Shachiken, he was eating mimic. Uwo. How can you eat something that gross? Even Yui is shocked. That's right, Shagath can eat it too. They're crunchy. A child who doesn't like or dislike anything will grow up to be a big boy. No, there's a limit. Is he out of his mind? I wonder if he's had a psychotic break. English. The theory is that he's lost his mind because he's been living as a corporate slave. Well, if he had to eat monsters because he was having trouble eating, it must be because of his company lifestyle. Oh, Suda, you son of a bitch. Oh, I ate Yui's tongue. This account has been suspended. You've been banned. Be careful, if you comment too much gross stuff, you'll get banned. I said I was going to eat a mimic and got pulled over. Well, it's really good, but I'm shocked. Maybe we should have a viewer participation monster dinner sometime and let people know how good it tastes. You're muttering something awful, lol. No, I want to go, but I don't want to eat monster. I love delicacies, but I want to go. It's going to be a dinner party with a worldview like Toriko's. I'd go if I could shake hands with Riri. I'm scared there will be Shoggoth food. I'm afraid the slots are going to fill up fast. I want to go to the real event, but the level is too high from the first time. Let me eat something normal, cry. A few people want to come, but most people are still resistant. It's sad. You don't like it either, Hashino. I don't hate that and I'm looking forward to it. I see, I'm so happy. Hata hata. Yui, you're sweating a lot, lol. Yes, I know I can't say no, Kenshi. This is the weakness of being in love. I'm sure they'll adapt to each other soon. They're like a married couple, aren't they? I'm looking forward to the cooking episode. And so, with Mimic's materials packed in my business bag, I stepped into the middle level with Hashino. Chapter 5, Tanaka Catches. After fighting off the Mimic, we proceeded further into the dungeon. This area is now completely in the middle of the dungeon. The deeper you go in a dungeon, the less nature there is, but this place is as rich in nature as ever. Maybe that's why there are so many animal-type monsters. I wish there were cow monsters or something, so I could make delicious food. If it's cows, I love them too. The yakiniku I had with Tanaka-san was delicious. Hashino looked ecstatic as she said this. It's a far cry from when I told her about Mimic's tongue. Poor thing, let's cook it up deliciously and give it a try. I can eat a cow-shaped monster, you know. Well, if it's dungeon food, I've eaten it with shachiken before. To be honest, I'd like to eat dungeon food too. I'm afraid that if you don't have a tolerance to magical elements, you'll get intoxicated in an instant. In the first place, there's no such thing on the market. Most of the monsters will lose their meat after they're killed. Hey, Yui-chan, didn't you say you went to yakiniku with Tanaka? I didn't hear anything about it. Awa, you leaked it, didn't you? How could anything happen between a young man and a young woman at a yakiniku? Well, wait a minute. It's not time to panic yet. Ba 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 ba. You calm down. Damn, I wish I could grill the meat that Shachiken eats. You guys have a very unique way of being jealous. Hashino's comment got the commenters excited again. Adachi was there at the time, and nothing like that happened. Well, let's not make excuses for it, because it will only add fuel to the fire. Silence is more precious than gold. As we were walking along, two monsters appeared in front of us. Brr, brr. They were cows with two sharply pointed horns. But besides their horns, the cows had another characteristic that made them different from ordinary cows. They have a propulsion thruster on their backs. The device, made of a material similar to horns, emitted a low woo-woo-woo-one sound. Tanaka-san, that bull is. That's a rocket bull. That's unusual. As the name suggests, the rocket bull is a bull-shaped monster that rushes forward at the speed of a rocket. It accelerates by releasing magic essence from the propulsion thrusters attached to its back. Its speed is quite fast among the monsters that appear in the middle tier. Fortunately, its ability to move horizontally is not high, so if you run away in a zigzag direction, you can escape easily. However, if you are in a hurry, you can often only run in a straight line, and sometimes explorers are killed when they are rushed from behind. It's been a long time since I ate Rocket Bull. It's so fatty and tasty. He's already eaten it, lol. I'm sure you've eaten everything edible in the dungeon. He's eating all the inedible stuff in the dungeon. Well, the Shoggoths are definitely inedible. But I'm afraid that when I watch Shachiken's delivery, it looks so delicious. Please publish that kind of book already, I'll buy it. I thought it was going to be a training episode, but it turned out to be a dinner episode. I'm starving. The Rocket Bull seemed to think we were the enemy and pointed its horns at us menacingly. They are not enemies, they are predators, contemplating medium well or well done. The sound of its propulsion thrusters grew louder and louder. It could come charging at us at any moment. What should we do? I've never fought one before. Then I'll set an example first. Hashino, you take the second one. I understand. I'll do my best. He took a step forward and faced Rocket Bull. The Rocket Bull made a loud burrrr, then kicked the ground. At the same time, it spurt out magical elements from its propulsion thrusters and accelerated rapidly. Its speed was just like a rocket. I catch that high-speed blow from the front with a HMPH. Okay, I've got him. Boomo, the Rocket Bull let out a bewildered squeal at the sudden occurrence. It tried to break free by repeatedly spewing magical element from its propulsion thrusters, but I'm holding it tightly by the horns, so I can't shake it off. I knew it. Why are you stopping the rocket like that? I didn't see you at all. I noticed you stopped the rocket. Usually the strategy is to go around to the side and attack from the flank. If you can stop it from the front, it's faster to stop it from the front brains. Power is power. Yeah. This is where Tanaka comes in. Power. I held the horns and lifted my arms, bending my back as far as I could. Ho! Momo Muo. Rocket Bull's body was lifted vertically. I continued to bend backwards and slam Rocket Bull's back into the ground behind me as hard as I can. With a bang, the Rocket Bull's back is slammed to the ground behind me and dies. The body was returned to its magical element, leaving behind several kilograms of fatty flesh. The flesh that is strong enough to withstand the rocket's propulsion would remain even after it is defeated. Brainbuster lol. It's the Tanaka Buster. What a horrible move. Don't do wrestling moves on a monster lol. This is real-life wrestling. The wrestling organization should surround Shachiken. It can attract a lot of customers, but I don't want to deal with him. I'm not sure I can take it easy on you, Tanaka. No, you can't go easy on him, you'll just end up dead. Chapter 6. Tanaka teaches. And it goes something like this. Get me the other one, please. I said to Hoshino as I retrieved the Rocket Bull's material. The other Rocket Bull is upset that his friends were killed, but he still seems willing to fight. Rocket Bulls are feisty monsters and will not run away. Yes, I'll do my best. Come to think of it, it was just a sample, wasn't it? Yui-chan is motivated, but it's impossible for now, isn't it? Tanaka, show us a better example. Yui-chan is going for it. Don't push yourself too hard, Yui. You're just so motivated, that's all that matters. Hoshino sat back and held her hands loosely out in front of her. Her stance resembled that of a wrestler. It is a suitable stance for catching a rushing opponent. She probably didn't think about it, but her body moved naturally. Hoshino has talent, just as I suspected. If she could learn to fight with her head, she would be much stronger. Brr. The Rocket Bull took aim at Hoshino and kicked the ground. Then, it accelerated rapidly, spurting out a burst of magical elements from the propulsion thrusters that sprouted from its back. It is so fast that from the front it feels as if it has gone to warp. An ordinary explorer would have been pierced by its two horns without being able to react, but Hoshino had it firmly in her sights. Just before the rush hit, Hoshino also kicked the ground and hit the Rocket Bull. She firmly slid her body between the horns and held the horns in place with both sides. This way there is no need to worry about getting stabbed. Mew, Gigi. Hoshino was catching the Rocket Bull's rush. Bumo, Rocket Bull was incredulous. The girl who is smaller than himself caught him, of course he would be surprised. What? Seriously? What? She caught it. How could you do that? That's the disciple. She inherited his muscle brain gene. What's that power in your thin arms? Power? Yeah. Hoshino Kini-chan. Japanese male bodybuilder. Muscle-chan ai. The nicknames are becoming less and less cute. Bumo, the Rocket Bull blasted more magical energy from its propulsion thrusters and tried to blow Hoshino away. Then Hoshino, who was catching the Rocket Bull, began to back away slowly. It looks like it's hard. Hoshino, you need to sit back more. Keep your center of gravity low and transfer the force from the bottom to the top. I understand. Guninai. I went right next to Hoshino, who was taking it, and gave her some advice. Rocket Bull looked at me and gave me a surprised look, but didn't stop the momentum of the propulsion thrusters. I usually go to you for advice, lol. Why can't you get in there? Rocket Bull, what the hell is this guy? Oh no, the picture is too surreal. Hoshino, just as I had taught her, lowered her posture even more and changed the way she put her strength into it. Then Hoshino's legs, which had been jittering, stopped. Okay, it looks like she's doing exactly what I taught her. Drive your foot into the ground like a stake, and catch it not only with your body, but also with the power of the ground. And if you can catch it completely, use the opponent's strength to throw. The way you throw should be whatever is easy for your body to move. I understand, I got it. Hoshino, with a serious expression on her face, held the corner of the Rocket Bull. The next moment, Hoshino's body, which had been wobbling until now, suddenly stopped. This was a sign that she had completely absorbed the power. It seems that she has grasped how to use her power. Here, Hoshino removed her left hand from the corner and rotated her body halfway to the side. She then placed the corner she had been holding with her right hand on her shoulder, and putting all her strength into her legs, she leaned forward as hard as she could. Really? Bumo, Hoshino used the rocket bull's horns to do a one-arm shoulder throw. Seeing its own body in the air, the rocket bull squealed in surprise before being slammed to the ground with all its might. Rocket Bull's back hit the ground hard with a loud bang. The blow seems to have been fatal, and the rocket bull disappeared, leaving behind a large piece of flesh, just as it did before. Yes, it was a good blow. No complaints. Well done, Lyle. You can do it. I'm tired of this muscle-brained couple. Yui is only 19 years old, right? Oh my god. I've been watching the streaming for a while now, and I can see the difference in the way she moves now compared to before she met Shachekin. You already have the ability to rank A if you work hard. It won't be too late for you to become an S rank. That's an S in growth potential. I'm also curious about Tanaka's status. Destructive Power SSS, Speed SS, Range A, Endurance SS, Agility SSS, Growth Potential SS, something like this. Too much of a monster, nerf it. I think he'll be able to stop time soon. The comments were lively as Hoshino defeated it. It's worth it for me to teach her. It's fun to watch people grow. Yes, I did it. Hoshino, who had confirmed that the rocket bull had disappeared, hugged me happily. She was as happy as a big dog, but unlike a dog, soft things hit me in various ways. I tried my best to stifle my thoughts and just patted her on the head. You did good. It was perfect. Thanks to you. Saying that, Hoshino gives me a dazzling smile at close range. Too dazzling for a copper-8 slave. It's working, lol. Too cute. Yui-chan, you've become even cuter than before. Love makes a girl grow up, you know. Hurry up and get married. If you push her a little more, she'll be fine. I'm a Rinchan fan, I'm crying. What, Tanaka will make us all happy. I'm a heretic, I'm longing for Dajima's root. That's probably not implemented. If it's the friendship end, there's a chance. Chapter 7, Tanaka assists. Really? Hoshino raised her great sword and swung it down with all her might. The orc caught it with his club and was knocked down. Hoshino took advantage of the opportunity and kicked the orc in the gut. Bua, the orc, hit by the heavy kick, retreated with a distorted face. The damage seemed to have accumulated quite a bit. The orc is a humanoid monster with a face like a pig. Its skin is thick, and its strength is quite strong. It does not have any special abilities that are troublesome, but it uses weapons with great dexterity, so it would be difficult for an explorer who has just arrived at the middle level. But Hoshino could easily defeat it if it was only an orc. There. Hoshino swung her greatsword sideways. The orc, which was out of position, was unable to defend itself in time and was cut in two. Buo. The orc fell to the ground and disappeared. It seems that a mid-level monster would have no more trouble. We did it, Tanaka-san. Yeah, that was a good fight. The last blow was especially good. I patted Hoshino's head as she came up to me. I thought she might not like me patting the head of a young girl, but Hoshino would voluntarily come to a position where she could be patted easily, so I had no choice. Once I tried to stop to see if she actually didn't like it, but she got very sulky, so now I'm patting her head no time at all. I can't even take on an orc like that. It's a pretty strong monster there. I still can't beat it one-on-one either. It looks like they're already good enough for the lower levels. Is it only a matter of time before we get to the deeper levels? You're only 19, right? Not many explorers at that age can handle the middle tier. She's got name value, a good face, and she's strong. I'm sure every guild would love to have her. Like the Golden Lion Guild. The average income there is over 10 million a year, so if you can get in, you're a winner. That's a dream come true. But if you join a guild, you won't be able to distribute anymore, and you won't get to see Shachiken as often. If you think about it, you could continue to be a freelancer. I'm sure you can make a lot of money without joining a guild. Glancing over the comments, viewers speculated about Hoshino's future in a number of ways. Hoshino initially wanted to join a famous guild. That's why she went to college. But surely now Hoshino could make money without joining a guild. On the contrary, she would probably make more money if she continued to be a distributor. There is still room for growth, but it's up to her to decide her career path. She can also choose to join a guild because the income is more stable. I will miss seeing her after getting to know her so well, but it can't be helped. When the time comes, I will send her off with a smile. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Let's move on. I was about to go on when a large shadow appeared in our path. Bururu. The one that appeared with a guttural cry was a humanoid monster more than 2 meters in length. It had a muscular body, an axe in its hand, and bloodshot eyes. The head of the monster resembled that of a bull. A minotaur. The minotaur is one of the strongest monsters in the middle tier. It is not unusual for them to appear in the lower levels, so it is safe to say that their strength is lower tier. Like the orcs, it has no special abilities, but its muscularity far surpasses that of orcs, making it difficult for even a party of B-rank explorers to defeat it. However, the current Hoshino should be able to defeat it. Hoshino, can you go? Ah, yes. Hoshino replied as if she was out of her mind. Her face was blue and her hands were shaking slightly. What's going on? The moment I was about to ask that, Hoshino jumped out of the way with her sword at the ready. Hala. Hoshino slashed at him from the front. The Minotaur saw the enemy coming toward her and parried the blow with a huge axe in her hand. Normally, it would not be so easily parried, but Hoshino's current attack was disjointed in form and not properly powered. What's really going on? Biwoo. The Minotaur swung his axe at Hoshino, who was out of position. If such a big axe hit her, she would surely be seriously injured. Yui, run. It's dangerous. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you traumatized by the Minotaur? Shima. Hoshino's face was filled with impatience. I kicked the ground and went to Hoshino's side and caught the axe swinging down with my bare hands. Watch out. Bumo. The Minotaur was startled by the sudden catch of the axe and rushed to pull it back, but it didn't move an inch because I was holding it tightly in my right hand. I pulled the axe back in my hand and pulled the Minotaur to me. Then I gave a kick to its belly. When the front kick hit, a large hole was made in the Minotaur's belly. The Minotaur, fatally wounded, collapsed on the spot and disappeared without a trace. Phew, now safety is secured for the time being. Why does it take a kick to make a hole? That kick looks like a cannon. Minotaur-kun. In case you're wondering, the Minotaur is the most famous monster in the labyrinth, but it's only a mid-level monster. How many explorers do you think there are who can't beat a middle-tier monster? If you can beat the Minotaur by yourself, you're a full-fledged explorer, aren't you? Relieved that the Minotaur is gone, I turned to Hoshino. Are you okay? What the hell happened? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry I can't do with Minotaurs. Hoshino replied with a blue face. It is unusual for a person to be scared of just Minotaurs. There are quite a few people who say they are useless against insect-type monsters, but I wonder why she can't fight Minotaurs. She can normally defeat orcs. There is one at the bottom of the middle level of this dungeon. May I explain it to you there? I understand. You don't have to explain if you don't want to. No, it's fine. I knew I had to tell you about this sometime. I followed her, being wary of my surroundings. Chapter 8. Tanaka learns about the past. After the battle with the Minotaur, we continued to go deeper and deeper into the Hachioji dungeon. The dungeon used to be rich in nature, but it has become much less natural and more like a cave. Still, the concentration of magical elements is quite high for the middle level. My skin started to tingle a little. The concentration was close to that of the deep level. It is unusual for the concentration to be this high, even though it is still in the middle layer. When the concentration of magical elements is high, it is easy for vicious monsters to appear. No wonder the lower levels are off limits. We are almost at the place. Okay. Hoshino walked quickly. She looked impatient. It was Hoshino who chose this dungeon as the location for this delivery. She told us at the meeting that she chose this location because it was close to her home, but it seemed that wasn't the only reason. What on earth is she trying to show us? What's beyond this point? Well, I thought this area was supposed to be off limits. Why is it supposed to be off limits? I've heard that the lower level of the Hachioji dungeon is dangerous. Oh, I thought there was some kind of dangerous monster in there before. You guys know a lot, don't you? You're moving along so smoothly. Have you been here before, Yui-chan? A few dozen minutes of walking later, we finally arrived at our destination. It was a dead end. There seemed to be a dungeon still ahead, but the way was tightly closed with an iron door. There were several locks on the door so that it could never be opened. It seems that the area below this point is quite dangerous. In front of the door, there was a large white stone monument. The monument was inscribed with the word cenotaph, and about 10 names were carved on it. Hoshino took out a flower from the luggage she had brought and placed it in front of the cenotaph. Then she put her hands together and bowed her head as if in prayer. After doing so for a while, she raised her head and turned to me. Several years ago, an incident occurred here. Suddenly, an SS-ranked monster appeared in the middle level. An SS-ranked monster in the middle layer, that's unusual. SS-rank monsters are stronger than S-rank monsters. There are only a few of them, and they are rarely seen even in the deeper levels. It is difficult to meet them unless it is a dungeon boss guarding the dungeon core, for example. Their strength is not comparable to that of S-rank monsters, and even a party of S-rank explorers would have a hard time defeating them. It is easy to imagine the trouble that would ensue if such a monster appeared in the middle level. Unfortunately, several parties happened to be exploring this dungeon at that time. There were a few A-ranked explorers among them, but they were no match for that monster. It would be natural if the opponent was an SS-rank monster. Even if there had been S-ranked explorers, they would not have been able to defeat it. The monster killed several explorers. Seeing its unstandard strength, the explorers fled, but the monster relentlessly pursued them. In the midst of all this, one explorer confronted the monster and bought everyone time to escape. Saying this, Hoshino traces the name written in large letters on the cenotaph with her hand. Tsuyoshi Hoshino is my father. Dad was a B-rank explorer. My father fought that monster with his sword alone, and in exchange for his own life, he protected the lives of those who escaped. Hoshino's face looked sad, yet somehow proud as she said this. She must be proud of her late father. Chapter 9, Tanaka lends his shoulder. So that's how it is. I mutter as I learned of Hoshino's father's past. When the cenotaph was built, I visited here once with the explorers who were saved. I was the only one in my family who was resistant to the magical element, so my mother and the others couldn't come. I knew Hoshino's father was dead, but I didn't realize he was a colleague. Well, but since Hoshino's mother, Junsumi, was not an awakened person, is it likely that her father is an awakened person? Children of awakened people are more likely to be awakened people. I wanted to come to report to my father today. Also, I wanted to introduce you to Tanaka-san. That's an honor. Can I pray for his soul too? Yes, of course. I am sure father will be happy to hear that. I went to the cenotaph, put my hands together and prayed. I am sure that your daughter is a strong and good girl like you, Tsuyoshi, so please don't worry. Oh, I see. I didn't know that happened. Oh yes, it was in the news a long time ago. That was a terrible incident. I didn't know there was such a thing. In the olden days, people were killed by monsters every day. I'm sure this one only got a little bit of coverage. It's much less common now, but that's thanks to the efforts of Minister Dojima, isn't it? The government has compiled a lot of information on the dungeon. It's now safe enough for us to stream in places like this. I'll join hands with you. Yui-chan, I've heard that you inherited your father's strength from him. She even introduced him to her father, and it's inappropriate, but it made me laugh a little. The encirclement of Shachiken is forming. There's no escaping now, is there? Every move is too solid. After a few dozen seconds of holding hands like that, I looked up and approached Hoshino. Thank you for telling me. But was it right for you to say this in the delivery? Yes, I did. I wanted a lot of people to know about my father. I also wanted to introduce Tanaka-san. Hoshino smiled as she said this. Her face looked a little sad, but she seemed to have gotten over her father's death. Well, come to think of it maybe, Hoshino, you're not good with minotaurs. Yes. The SS-ranked monster that appeared at that time was an abnormally grown individual of the minotaur. The name given to it by the government was Bamacraft of the ship Horn. Bamacraft was a named individual, right? Individuals that are more dangerous than other individuals, and so strong that they can no longer be called a separate species, may be given names. Such monsters are called named monsters. Incidentally, a bounty is placed on named monsters, and the government pays a reward for defeating them. By the way, the money is tax-free. The government formed a team to defeat it, but Bamacraft had already fled deep into the dungeon at that time. By the side of my father's corpse, there was one of Bamacraft's horns and a lot of blood left behind. Apparently, he escaped deep into the dungeon after being hit pretty hard. I see, so it judged that it would be dangerous to pursue, and block the way to the lower levels, that's wise. Although it may postpone the problem, it is too dangerous to chase SS-ranked monsters that escaped to the deeper levels. As long as there are so many other problems with the dungeon, it's probably inevitable. Still, it's amazing. How could a B-level explorer fend off an SS rank? It is rare for an awakened person to further awaken their power at the point of death. I am sure the same thing happened to Hoshino's father. But even taking that into account, he is an amazing person to be able to inflict a deep wound on an SS-ranked monster by himself. If he had lived, he would have become a renowned explorer. I never saw that monster in person, but I have seen footage of the battle as it was being broadcast. The Bamacraft looked so terrifying, and I regretted seeing it. Since then, just looking at a regular Minotaur makes me shiver. It's pathetic. Hoshino's body trembled just remembering it. I think she must have been really scared. I held her trembling hand to calm her down. It's not true. Hoshino is a great girl. I'm sure your father would be proud of you. Thank you, Tanaka-san. Hoshino then buried her face in my chest, her shoulders trembling. Her shoulders were shaking, apparently from crying. So far, there was no adult to rely on, and that's understandable. If it's about the size of my chest, I'll lend you as much as you want. You're so kind, Shachikin. I want to cry on Tanaka's chest, too. Me too, me too. So you're saying you're not in a relationship now? You can't go this far and not get married, Tanaka. Tanaka's chest is empty. There's no room because there's 3 of them in there. Don't forget about Riri-tan. I'm sorry, I got spoiled by you again. Hoshino, who had been crying on my chest for a while, then moved away. She still had red around her eyes, but she looks refreshed. It seemed like she was okay. I'm going to go back and have dinner. I'm tired. A little further back, we found an open area. There were no monsters, so it was a good place to take a break. Yes, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. With Hoshino, who had regained all her energy, we headed back the way we had come. Chapter 10, Tanaka streams food. Now that everything is ready, I would like to start the food stream. Thank you very much. Wow, I'm looking forward to it. I greeted the camera, and Hoshino crackled and clapped her hands to enliven the scene. I'm glad she was there, because the picture would have been a little bland if it was just me. Yay. Thank you for the cooking show. Suddenly, it's so heartwarming. Suddenly, it's so cheerful. You're the only person, I know, who does the food stream and the dungeon stream. I saw a guy copying you the other day, and he threw up and went down immediately. When normal people imitate him. Yui-chan looks like she's having fun, but she's definitely going to end up eating shit. Well, it's better to know your husband's tastes as soon as possible. We were now in an open area of the dungeon. There was a small lake nearby, a place where we could relax. So I pulled out a set of cooking utensils and a table from my business bag. I usually carry cooking utensils and a tent with me in case I get lost anywhere. Now that I was feeling hungry, I decided to start cooking. Tanaka-san, did you bring any ingredients? No, of course we will eat what we can find in the dungeon. I said that and put the big tongue out on the table. Hoshino, seeing it still wiggling, let out a cute scream. This is. Ah, it's Mimic's tongue. It's been a long time since I've had one. Haha, come to think of it, you took this. I knew that. It's gross. Oh my god. Oh my god. You'll be cursed if you eat it. It's still moving, lol. It's still alive. Mimic tongue was not well received. It's a rare ingredient that is not easy to get. If you are not familiar with demon cuisine, it may seem grotesque, but no animal on Earth has such a big tongue. Anyway, I decided to cook it. Mimics are A-rank monsters. They contain a large amount of magic. As you may know, ingesting more than the allowable amount of magic element can cause poisoning symptoms. I'm fine, but it might be hard on Hoshino's body. Then I don't have to eat it. I'll reduce the amount of magic element by preparing it properly, so don't worry. Ah yes. Thank you. Hoshino's expression darkened as she said it. What happened? You're blatantly shocked, lol. You've been raised and dropped so nicely. But it got turned around. You've got to give it up. You've got to learn from experience. But what do you do to prepare it? Didn't we use some kind of weird mushrooms to drain the magical element before? But he didn't pick any of those mushrooms during this delivery. Whatever it is, I'm looking forward to it. So what's the first thing you're going to do? First, we're going to drain the blood out of them. The blood of demons contains a lot of magical elements. If you drain it, the amount of magic elements will be reduced considerably. I quickly dismantled the tongue of the mimic, drained the blood, and washed it well with the water I had brought with me. I could have used water from a nearby lake, but that kind of water could have been mimicked by slime, so I'm not going to do that today. Some slimes are nasty parasitic types. My stomach acid can dissolve them, but I don't know about Hoshino. You're so used to it, lol. It looks like regular meat when you take it apart. Looks pretty tasty. It sure does. I'm getting hungry. You guys are losing your senses, aren't you? I'm going to boil them in the water I've already brought to a boil next. It's okay if it's half done. This will dilute the magical element even more. If you do this, the magical element will be diluted enough for even Hoshino to eat. I see. While receiving Hoshino's assistance, I prepared the tongue. After tongue, next was rocket bull meat. This is a B-rank monster, so all you have to do is drain the blood and wash it with water. I'll bake it at the end, so the magic essence will come out at that time. Riri. Riri came out of my breast pocket as I worked. Then she jumped over to the table and moved her body as if demanding something. Riri-tan is here. It's a win. A big hit. I love it. Fumiguro. Excited, horrified string of words. The mystery man is happy. Are you hungry? Just give me a minute. I said and handed Lily a piece of rocket bull meat. Then she opened her mouth and swallowed it whole. Riri. Riri shook her body happily. Satisfied, she lied down on the table and begins to watch me as she wiggles around. Ha, Riri-tan, you're so cute, Riri-tan. What a sexy pose. You are too service-minded. That's a little too sexual. I'm going to have you arrested for sexual misconduct. There are a lot of hentai gentlemen on this site. Riri is cute, but the viewers are too creepy. While Riri was quiet, I proceeded to work on the meat in one go. I finished cutting up the meat, and finally cut up the mushrooms and vegetables I picked up in the dungeon and arranged them on a platter. This barbecue of dungeon ingredients looked like a feast. This looks delicious. No, you can't tell these are from the dungeon. Oh no, I want to have a barbecue. Where can I eat it? I'm going to go into the dungeon first. I don't know, it's impossible to start with. This is going to be a hit at the Dungeon Food Specialty Restaurant. Only a limited number of people can eat it. But this is that mimic, right? Can you really eat it? Chapter 11, Tanaka Axe. Okay then, let's get to grilling. I put the grill on a stone platform and lit it on fire. When you barbecue, there will be soot and grease, but the dungeon has a self-cleaning system, so even if it gets a little dirty, it will be clean in a while. So it was okay to do this. Yeah, it's getting to be a nice fire. While I was happily making the fire, Hoshino was peeking at me with interest. Did you also prepare that wood you're burning? Oh that, no. This is something I got in the dungeon. What, did you cut down any trees? Hoshino tilted her head. It seems she didn't realize that I had taken it. That's not quite right either. This is a treant. I see, eh? You're using Trent as firewood. Hoshino rolled her eyes in surprise. Treants are monsters in the shape of trees. No, it would be more correct to say that it is a tree turned into a monster as it is, rather than just having the shape of a tree. It has a face on its trunk, moves by moving its roots like legs, and attacks by swinging its branches. It looks not so scary and is slow, so it is easy to escape, but if it catches you, it will suck your life force until you die. It is not uncommon to find yourself surrounded by treants while moving through the forest. Treants are mostly the same as plants, so even if you kill them, the woody part of the treant remains. The trunk part is dry and makes good firewood. Remember that one time you got tangled up with a treant while we were moving around. Come to think of it, it might have been. I didn't remember it at the time because Mr. Tanaka took him down in an instant. I certainly didn't remember it either. He took down quite a few different ones. Treants make good firewood. I learned something new. I'm sure you could really use that knowledge if you're an explorer. Fire is its weakness, so it makes sense that it burns well. Treant. Burn my corpse. Oh man, that's cool. Is it as cool as it sounds? I bet treant didn't expect to be used as firewood either. In addition to food, there are many other things you can pick up in the dungeon that you can use. Especially for those explorers who don't have a bag with dimensional extensions, it is better to be able to procure things locally. It is an essential skill if you want to go below the lower levels. I understand. I'll study. Hoshino took out a notebook and wrote down my words. It's nostalgic. I used to write down what my mentor told me too. Well, but there are almost no explorers who go below the lower level. Even if they do go, it's more than one person, so the baggage problem is going to be relatively easy to solve. But then, if you stray, you'll die instantly. Shachiken was sent to the depths alone, so he would have died without this skill set. I think this story should be spread more widely, because getting lost in dungeons is a totally common occurrence. Indeed, there are a lot of explorers out there who starve to death. Now that the fire is lit, it's time to start grilling. Let's follow the custom of roasting meat and start with the tongue first. Yes, mimic tongue. Yui-chan, you look so cute all of a sudden. It looks delicious, but I'm getting hungry. As I placed the mimic tongue on the net, I could smell the good smell. Mimic's tongue is full of flavor and still tender. It is fatty and has a different taste than beef tongue. Here, you can eat it. I sprinkled some salt from the dungeon on the medium grilled tongue, put it on a plate, and handed it to Hoshino. Hoshino accepted it with some hesitation. I'll take it. She lifted it up with her chopsticks and slowly put it in her mouth. She had eaten in the dungeon before, but there was no meat. I guess she still had some resistance to eating monsters, but that would end today. Oh, it's delicious. Hoshino's eyes lit up as soon as she put the mimic tongue in her mouth. Huh, you fell for it. Do you like it? Yes. The texture is good, but every time I chew it, the flavor spreads in my mouth. I've never eaten anything like this before. Hoshino said in surprise. Monster meat has a unique flavor. This is my guess, but I think the magic element combines with the meat component to give it a unique flavor. And it suits the taste buds of the awakened who are resistant to magical elements. The higher the rank of the monster, the stronger the flavor. The mimic is an A-rank monster, so it has a strong flavor. That's good to know. There's plenty more where that came from. Let's see then, just a little more. She's a precious demon-eating friend. I'll feed her until her belly is ripped open and drag her into the swamp. I've always wanted to have someone to share this taste with. No mercy, they're eating so much grass. Wow, I've been fed. Seriously, it tastes good. I'm so hungry, I'm going to yakiniku today. I'm there now. I just got here, what are they eating? English. He's eating a mimic, that's funny. Mimic, are you kidding me? What part of it do you eat? English. Even the gaijin Nikis are surprised. Dungeon meals and hash mimic meals are trending. Look, the rocket bowl is cooked too. This one is sweet with lots of fat. Oh, thank you, Hugh, muo mmm. This one is delicious too. Hoshino, completely hooked on dungeon food, put the grilled meat in her stomach with a bang. Her initial reservations had completely disappeared. The strategy was complete. She eats so much. Girls who eat a lot are cute. Shachiken with a bad face lol. You've got my stomach. No. Why is Tanaka the one who grabs the food? Yum. Let's open a restaurant specializing in dungeon food. I'll open a restaurant that specializes in dungeon food, and I'll have Riri on the back menu. Ha, I want to be eaten by Riri-tan. Aya, Fungurui, a hideous string of characters that seems to match. Oh, Riri-tan is eating too. So cute. Seriously, if we're good at this, we could save the food crisis. After that, we continued to enjoy our meal, and we were all exhausted. Next time, I'll ask Hoshino to try something a little more sophisticated. I'm looking forward to it now. Chapter 12, Tanaka lets her pass. Hi, I'm so full, Hoshino said with satisfaction as she finished her meal. In the end, we finished off all of the mimic tongue and rocket bull meat. It must have been quite a lot, but there were 3 foodies here. It was gone in less than an hour. Are you full too, Riri? Riri, who had eaten so much that she was as round as a balloon, replied cheerfully. She was rolling around, looking so cute. She tried to stand up a few times, but her short legs were not enough to support her round body, and each time she fell down. Then she gave up and started to roll over and play. Well, I think we should take a short break and then go home. Is there anything else you want to do? No, I'm fine to go home too. Hoshino said that, and as if she had noticed something, she went through her belongings. Then take out a 1.8-liter bottle. Looking at the label, it looks like Japanese sake. Ah, I forgot to put this. What's that? My father liked to drink, so I thought I'd put some sake in front of the cenotaph. I feel like my dad's grave is on the ground, but his soul is here. Besides, I thought it would please the other people who died here. I see. Because of its location in a dungeon, few bereaved families, are able to come to the cenotaph. It is a natural feeling to want to do all you can to help. I don't know if there is such a thing as a soul, but Hoshino's father would be pleased. Then, let's get going. Oh, I'll be fine on my own. I'll be right back, so you go rest, Tanaka-san. I was about to get up, but Hoshino stopped me. It's not far from here to the cenotaph, and I've defeated all the monsters, so I'm safe is safe. But I can't have Tanaka-san tagging along with my carelessness. I'll be right back, so please wait for me. Okay, I'll be waiting for you. I gave into Hoshino's push and decided to withdraw. Hoshino is surprisingly stubborn. I'm going to go now. You wait for me, Riri-chan. When Hoshino says this to Riri, Riri shouts a menacing, "Sha!" Since the last time I put her on my lap at Hoshino's house, she has become hostile toward Hoshino. I don't think there's any need to be jealous of her, since it's like I'm holding her in my arms all the time, but I don't understand the pet mind. You be careful. Yes. Hoshino ran off with the sake in her arms. I watched her back, section. A few minutes after parting ways with Tanaka, Hoshino, carrying a bottle of sake, was back at the memorial service. Fu, I'm here. I'm sorry I kept coming back. Hoshino bowed to the cenotaph and placed a bottle of sake in front of it. This is your father's favorite drink, isn't it? I asked my mom. She also said to say hi to you, father. Ah, and of course, Ryota and Akari too. They both wanted to meet you, father. In front of the cenotaph, Hoshino spoke her mind. When she came here earlier, it was on stream and Tanaka was watching. But now there was no one there. The words she had been keeping in her heart came out of her mouth. I know you're probably worried that my mother and I are a little out of shape, but don't worry, we're all doing fine. Ryota and Akari are also solid, so don't worry, Dad. Wiping away a single tear, Hoshino turned her back to the cenotaph. Now, I have to hurry back to Tanaka-san. Just as she thought so, a metallic clang sound rang out on the spot. What? Hoshino hurriedly looked around. The dungeon was not strange. There were no people or monsters. Where in the world was the sound coming from? With impatience on her face and her nerves on edge, she heard a loud clang. A sound like metal on metal was heard. Nah, no way. Hoshino realized what the sound was. It was coming from the metal door on the side of the cenotaph. Ooh, no way. Hoshino's expression turned to despair. That solid door that blocked the path to the lower level was made to seal a certain monster to the lower level. The door was struck from behind by something and began to distort. The metal lock and bolt can opener attached to the door were trying their best to hold out, but they were broken by the overwhelming physical strength of the other side. A huge axe-like blade could be seen through a gap in the door, and a pair of glowing red eyes peeked out from the gap. The terrifyingly glowing eyes were staring straight at Hoshino. No. I have to get out of the way and call for help, she thought. Even knowing that, Hoshino's legs didn't move. Bewilderment, surprise, and fear. Those emotions jumbled together in her body, dulling her thoughts and actions. Gah! With a terrifying roar, the door was breached. Then, from behind the door, the creature emerged. Its body was much larger than that of an ordinary minotaur, and its muscles swelled to the point of ripping the skin. Its body was covered in scars, showing at a glance how many death battles the monster had endured. On his back are the weapons he had taken from the explorers he killed, and in his hand he held a large, ominous-looking axe that befitted his massive frame. His head was covered with a magnificent horn, but one of the horns was broken off and missing. The wound was the only bitter reminder of defeat for the monster. Even now, the missing horn still ached, and every time it did so, the brain remembered its anger. The abnormally grown minotaur, Bamo craft of one horn. The rank set for the monster by the government is SS. It is strong enough to destroy a city by itself. Ooh. The Bamacraft roars with rage and joy. Revenge. The time for revenge has come. Even now, she vividly recall it, her enemy. The same smelling individual was right in front of her. With a wicked smile on his ugly face, Bamacraft approached Hoshino. He wouldn't let this end easily. The anger that had been piling up. He would make it known to this individual. Chapter 13, Hoshino confronts. Bamacraft had not appeared in public before, and the fact that he showed up just as Hoshino was left alone. These two things were no coincidence. Having once been wounded by someone of a lower rank than himself, Bamacraft was ashamed of his own weakness. In order not to be defeated again, he continued to grow stronger by fighting, defeating, and devouring powerful monsters in the lower and deeper levels of the dungeon. Normally, monsters do not fight each other in dungeons. This is because monsters born in dungeons have a loose sense of camaraderie with each other. This is not to say that monsters do not sometimes turn on each other in territorial disputes. However, such incidents are rare, and even monsters of different species basically live together without taking each other's territory. However, abnormal grown individuals often do not have that loose sense of camaraderie. They are separated from the rule and discipline of the dungeon. Therefore, they become larger and stronger than normal individuals by attacking other monsters without mercy. In addition to their muscular strength, the Bamacraft also had an unusually developed sense of smell. The Bamacraft, which were in the deeper layers, could smell Hoshino's scent when she came to the middle layer. Sensing the similarity between the smell of Hoshino and that of his enemy, he had come to the middle layer. However, the mysterious presence next to Hoshino had frightened him, and he had not approached her until now. He had become so strong that there was no way he could be defeated by a human. He was proud of this, but he still followed the warning of his instincts and hid his breath until now. But that presence was gone now. There is only a weak human being who smells like the enemy. Now was the time for revenge. Kicking the ground with all his might, Bamacraft approached Hoshino with a speed that bears no resemblance to his hulking frame and swung the axe in his hand. BWUA, Itsu. Hoshino's reaction was delayed for a moment, but she managed to leap to the side and avoid the blow. The axe hit the ground and tore through the hard ground as easily as butter. Even though Hoshino had a sturdy body, it would be impossible for her to retain her original shape if she were to take a hit. No, I don't think I can win. I have to run away. The opponent was an SS-ranked monster. Hoshino had come to be able to win against A-ranked monsters, but SS-ranked monsters were a different level. She had no vision of winning at all. Hoshino tried to go back the way she came. Then Bamacraft quickly caught up with her and swung his axe again. Kaya! The well-aimed blow passed just above Hoshino's head and sliced off several strands of her hair. If it had been just a few centimeters lower, it would have been fatal. This is too fast. I can't run away from this. Not only was she losing in power, she was also losing speed. If she turned her back next time, she would surely be cut in half from her back. Hoshino's expression showed impatience, wondering how she could get out of this situation. Gaga. Seeing Hoshino's frightened face as she held her sword at the ready, Bamacraft laughed at her in a funny way. Then, he quickly put his hand behind his back at one of the many weapons he is carrying and pulled out a sword. It was an ordinary two-handed sword with no special features. It looks like it had been used for a long time, and there were some fine scratches on the blade. Hoshino was puzzled, wondering what on earth he was trying to do. But the next moment, Hoshino remembered what the sword is. I don't think that's my father's sword. The sword had been used by her father, Tsuyoshi Hoshino. The body was found, but the sword had certainly not been discovered until now. It was thought that the sword might have been broken during the battle, but that was not the case. The sword had been carried on the back of the Bamacraft all this time. Hoshino now realized that Bamacraft was aware of her father's relationship with her. And at the same time, she also understood that he had no intention of letting her off the hook. Boo, Fufu. With an ugly smile on his face, Bamacraft pinched the tip of the sword in his hand. The next moment, he snapped the sword right in front of Hoshino's eyes. He turned it and showed her. Hoshino was stunned by the suddenness of the event. She felt as if her memories of her father were shattered along with the sword. A single tear spilled from her eye. Seeing this, Bamacraft laughed happily, bahahaha. Hoshino was knocked down to the bottom of disappointment. She was stunned for a while, but then something hot started to rise up in her chest. I won't let it go. Butch, only you, I won't forgive you. Hoshino howled through her tears. She felt a rage she had never felt before, a rage that was stronger than she had ever felt in her entire life. Her whole body heated up and her cells activated. Gripping the great sword tightly in both hands, she slashed at the Bamacraft. Ha! With all her strength, she swung the great sword. Bamacraft caught her attack with the hilt of the axe she held in her hand. Then, Biwuo, a strong shock hit his hand holding the axe, and his huge body fell back. The sheer strength of her body was beyond imagination, and a look of impatience came over Bamacraft's face. I will not run anymore. I will avenge my father's death here, Hoshino declared and boldly challenged her opponent, who was far superior to her. Chapter 14, Hoshino Gets Angry. Hala. Hoshino ran with a yell. She was shouting to inspire herself, but in her head she was calm. He has more power and speed than me. I have to read my opponent's moves and anticipate them. Hoshino looked into the eyes of Bamacraft firmly. Then, watching the movement of his gaze, she predicted his next move and avoided an axe attack. This method of combat was something she had learned from Tanaka along the way. Hoshino was like a dry sponge, absorbing what she learned from Tanaka and using it as her own strength. The speed of her growth was so fast that Tanaka found it enjoyable to watch. There, Hoshino shouted, slashing at the belly of a Bamacraft as she passed by. She could not yet see the object's weak spot like Tanaka. However, by slashing at the cracks in the abdominal muscles, she was able to successfully cut through the gaps in the hard muscles of the Bamacraft. Bamacraft, who did not expect to be wounded himself, let out a surprised bee-woo as he saw the blood flowing from his abdomen. It is hard after all. I have to slash harder. Hoshino, on the other hand, had a grim expression on her face. She realized that although she had won the current cut, she had only slashed one thin layer of skin and hadn't done much damage. To damage the Bamacraft, she would have to put more force into it. The hand that gripped the sword was filled with power. Boo-oh. Bamacraft then swung his axe quickly and compactly, trying to keep Hoshino away from him. The attack was less forceful than before, but it was fast and seamless. Hoshino was unable to get close due to the difference in range and reach. Ha ha. Hoshino breathed heavily as she evaded. It had only been a few minutes since the battle began, but she was quite drained of energy. Her spirit was worn out, and her physical strength was depleted even more than usual. Tanaka-san continued to fight on his own even in this condition. He is still amazing. While she was thinking about this, the Bamacraft increased its speed further and swung its axe down from above her head. Hoshino, who was a little late in her judgment for a moment, caught the blow with the sword she held above her head. Goo, goo goo. Hoshino desperately caught the blow, but the enemy had more muscle strength and weight than she did. The weight of the attack from above gradually bent her knees, and her arms began to cramp. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. The Bamacraft laughed as it watched Hoshino in agony. The sneer was directed not only at Hoshino, but also at her father. See, not only you, but I will kill you and all those who are in your line and lay waste to them. Bamacraft rejoiced in his heart, and that feeling was conveyed to Hoshino. Won't let it happen. Boo. The axe, which should have been powered, was pushed back slightly. Bamacraft tilted his head in wonder. Then, don't you dare laugh at my father. With a roar, Hoshino flicks the axe as hard as she can, forcing Bamacraft back a few steps. The Bamacraft is surprised by the unexpected force. Hoshino's whole body violently erupted with magical elements, drawing out more power than usual. Ha! Hoshino put her rising power into her legs and kicked the Bamacraft as hard as she can. Bamacraft defended against the attack with his arms, but the force was so great that his body fell back further. Buo, I won't forgive you, never. Chapter 15, Hoshino Awakens. Hoshino suddenly exhibited a mysterious power. Bamacraft was familiar with the phenomenon. There is a phenomenon known as reawakening. It is a phenomenon that activates the magical element in the body so that it burns up and draws out more power than usual. Although there is a time limit until the magical element is used up, during the period of reawakening, a person is able to perform at more than twice his or her usual level. However, there are few who can achieve this. It is a rare phenomenon that occurs only when one's life is in danger, or when one's emotions are violently shaken. Some people, once they have experienced it, grasp the sense and can use it at any time, but such people are even rarer. However, Hoshino had already grasped the use of this power due to her superior sense of talent. In addition, because she had eaten monsters, the amount of magic in her body was higher than usual, and she was in a state where she could fully demonstrate the power of her reawakening. I don't know how long this power will last, so I'll make this quick. Kicking off the ground, Hoshino rapidly approached the Bamacraft and launched a slash as if to fold it up. Bamacraft responded with his axe. Buo. Bamacraft was surprised at the strength of his arm, which was more than he had imagined. the hateful person who once inflicted wounds on him. He too had shown surprising power just before his death, but Hoshino's power exceeded him. Hyla. Picking up on the gap left by Bamacraft's bewilderment, Hoshino grabbed her opponent's arm with her left hand. Then, with all her strength, she threw her opponent away. The Bamacraft flew through the air and rolled on the ground. He was surprised that he was thrown by someone much smaller than himself and with only one hand. Not even close. Hoshino, seeing this as an opportunity, ran up to her foe and swung her sword at him. Bamacraft received the blow with his axe, but he was gradually pushed back. This is not good. The face of Bamocraft is filled with impatience. Boo, I'll finish it. Hoshino flicked his opponent's axe and thrust his sword forward as hard as he could. The target was the left chest. Subhuman monsters like humans often have a heart there. No matter how SS-ranked a monster is, it will not survive if its heart is pierced. We'll get it all out here. With the momentum of burning all the magical elements in her body, Hoshino launched her final attack. The sword thrust straight into the left breast of the Bamacraft, and the tip of the sword stabbed into the chest. However, the tip was only stabbed, and it did not go any further forward. To her surprise, Bamacraft gripped Hoshino's blade with his left hand and stopped it. Wah! Hoshino was surprised and pushed the sword forward with all her might. But the sword did not move as if it were fixed in a vice. Bamacraft smiled wickedly at the frantic Hoshino. I'm so close, and yet, if I could just push forward a few more centimeters, I could win. Hoshino desperately put strength into her arms, but instead of getting stronger, the amount of strength she could put into her arms was decreasing. The words "time's up" crossed Hoshino's mind. Buo! Bamacraft slapped Hoshino's body and blew her away. The power was tremendous, and Hoshino's body bounced off the ground twice and rolled. Gah! Hoshino's internal organs felt as if they had been overturned, and a dull pain shot through her body. She tried to stand up, but her legs were not strong enough. Due to the rapid consumption of the magic element in her body due to the awakening, her physical strength has run out. However, Hoshino was not yet in despair. She gritted her teeth, endured the pain, and managed to stand up, using her sword as a walking stick. Not yet, not yet. Her legs cramped and her vision blurred. The most important thing to remember is that you can't fight anymore. Buo, 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 buo. Seeing Hoshino in such a state, Bamacraft laughed aloud. The laugh, which contained strong derision and contempt, was directed more at her father than at Hoshino. Wow, don't laugh. BWW woo woo woo. Fearless laughter echoed through the dungeon. In the midst of it all, Bamacraft and Hoshino, voices that were neither of theirs, could be heard. I had a bad feeling and came here. Looks like I was right. Hathy. Hoshino turned around in surprise. There she saw her mentor and most respected explorer Tanaka. It's all right now. Leave the rest to me. Tanaka turned his head to look at Bamacraft. Unlike his usual calm expression, his face was grim. Was he angry at the monster that had hurt his apprentice, or at himself for having allowed her to go alone? A minotaur with a horn, I see. This guy is a Bamacraft. Certainly, I've never seen a minotaur with such amazing magic essence. Tanaka walked by Hoshino's side and approached the Bamacraft as if he were taking a walk. Hoshino, who saw her father in the back of Tanaka's figure, anticipated a terrible outcome and exclaimed, No, no, please run. Please run away. I don't want to lose any more of the people I love. With that single-mindedness, Hoshino screamed. Meanwhile, Bamacraft raised his axe at the incoming Tanaka. I don't know who he is, but I won't let him get in the way of my revenge. I'll kill every human being with one shot, he thought. BW woo woo woo. A huge axe swung down at great speed. Tanaka, however, did not avoid it but looked at it squarely. Don't worry, Hoshino. The axe swung straight down and hit the top of Tanaka's head and shattered into pieces. Of course, it was not Tanaka's head that was shattered, but the axe. Seeing the shattered and scattered pieces of metal, Bamacraft's expression hardened. Tanaka, on the other hand, calms Hoshino down by saying softly, I won't die. Declaring this, Tanaka kicked the Bamacraft in the stomach. The Bamacraft was hit as if it had been hit by a huge cannon at 0 distance, and it was blown away with great force, rolling on the ground. Hoshino's eyes lit up when she saw this scene. Before she knew it, her legs had stopped shaking altogether. Chapter 16, Tanaka Rushes. Boo-awa. The abnormally grown individual minotaur. Bamacraft let out a low snarl as it looked at me. His nose was breathing hard and drool was spilling out of his mouth. He seemed to be very angry because he was interrupted from his fun time. However, he seemed to have a sense of reason and didn't jump on me right away. I guess he was just wary of the fact that his axe was broken. This is Bamacraft. It's so scary. Wow, you don't see SS-ranked monsters very often. I'm so glad Yui-chan is safe. I mean, the axe is broken. His head is too hard. I'm so glad you're okay, Yui-chan. What did he eat to get that body? Shoggoth. He was a monster even before he ate Shoggoth. He beat X-rank before, but this is the first time he's fighting SS rank, isn't it? Which one is stronger? There's no one better than the other in those two. There are different ways to identify them. Well, X rank is almost always stronger than S rank. Thank goodness for experts. You know a lot. You're like a monster doctor. What's wrong you're not coming? Boo-oo, I guess he realized that he was being provoked, and the Bamacraft came at me with a roar. Bamacraft opened his big hands and tried to grab me. I caught it with my hands outstretched in the same way. The two of us grabbed each other's hands. Boo-oo-oo-oo. Bamacraft put his weight on both hands and put all his strength into them as if he was going to crush me. I receive it and a crack appears at my feet. I see he has great power. He is indeed an SS-ranked monster. Why is this guy on par with SS rank in arm strength? No, he's not at all on par, since he's looking so cool. His sword skills and his power are too dangerous. Bamacraft, you're sweating lol. Power? Yeah. This is just the beginning of Shachiken. Putting a lot of strength into my hands, I brought my hands down in front of me. Then the Bamacraft's knees bent more and more, and eventually its head was lower than mine. Bamacraft put all his strength into it, but he couldn't push my hand back. I kicked him in the stomach and let go of his hand. Ooh, you. Bamacraft looked at me in disbelief. I guess he had never fought someone more powerful than himself before. It's the loneliness of the strong. I understand that feeling. I'm sorry, but I don't intend to play. You're done here. Get him, Shachiken. Whoa. It's getting hot in here. Knock him out. This is a death sentence. It's done, I'm going to go eat. Boo-oo-oh-ah. Bamacraft pulled out 2 large swords from his back and attacked. At first glance, the attack appeared to be a brute force attack, but it was a move that had been calculated by the opponent. He must have developed these moves through many, many deadly battles. But I am no slouch when it comes to combat experience. You are not the only one who was trained in hell. I jumped into the storm of slashes from the Bamacraft and grabbed the sword at my waist. Then, I cut through the gap in the storm of blades aimed at me and delivered the killing blow. Wagarayo Kenjutsu blink. The sword flashed and fresh blood danced in the air. In an instant, my slash cut deep into the body of the Bamacraft. For a while, Bamacraft was stunned, unable to understand what had happened, but when he saw his body stained with blood and realized what had been done to him, he muttered boo-oh and collapsed to the ground. Woo-oh, he won. Shachiken is the strongest. Shachiken is the strongest. I think I'm starting to remember some of these commenters. Another easy win. Who could beat you? Your muscles are in great shape today. Yo, the muscle man. You're Usura reincarnated. You have a heavy machine on your shoulder. It's starting to sound like a bodybuilding routine. I sheathed my sword after safely defeating Bamacraft, an SS rank monster that can't fight much. I had some expectations. Disappointing. I slumped my shoulders. Sometimes I want to fight someone who's going to give me a hard time too. You're kind of disappointed, lol. If you struggle with SS rank, you won't be able to satisfy Tanaka. If it's X rank, I'll have a chance. It's basically impossible to find anything above X rank and SS rank. He'll just have to let Yui-chan satisfy him at night. Officer, this is the guy. I still can't see the bottom of Shachiken. I wonder how strong he would be if he really tried. I wonder if he can crack the earth. I'm afraid I can't deny it, lol. I was about to walk away when I saw that the Bamacraft had been disabled from combat. Then all of a sudden, the Bamacraft that I thought I had defeated suddenly got up. Boo what, ooh what. I'm surprised you can still stand up. As expected of an SS-ranked monster. Its endurance is incomparable to that of ordinary monsters. However, he seemed to have lost his will to fight after the last blow, and I could see fear in his eyes when he sees me. You're so scared, lol. He has never met anyone stronger than him before, so of course he'd be scared. Scary, scary, scary. Why is a monster scared of him? A. Because he's Shachiken. Buet uweo. Bamacraft slowly distanced himself from me and ran off to the side. There was a path leading to the lower level in that direction. It appeared that he was planning to run away. Of course, I had no intention of letting that happen. I kicked the ground and tried to catch up with him, but I stopped halfway, because someone more qualified than me was about to fulfill that role. I won't let you escape. I will stop you right here. Hoshino stood in front of the Bamacraft and readied her sword. Chapter 17, Tannic Watches. Yui-chan, you're in danger. What are you doing? Get out of there. Shachiken, go help her. Wait, it's really dangerous. The viewers were typing their comments as they watched Hoshino standing in the way of the Bamacraft. It was indeed quite a dangerous sight from the side. Even though he was wounded, the opponent was an SS-ranked monster. It was still too much for the young Hoshino to handle. But, well, just watch for a bit. I don't think you'll regret it. I said and watched from the sidelines, not touching her. Hoshino was trying to come out of her shell. Chances like this don't come along that way. I've learned from my mentor that it's the role of a mentor to watch over you through those times. Of course, I'm always ready to help. The rest is up to Hoshino. Boo-woo-woo-oh, Bamacraft bellowed to intimidate Hoshino. He was bluffing, but if there was an opening, he would try to escape. Hoshino seemed to be aware of this and took up a position to prevent him from passing through the path leading to the lower level. Father fought without running away even if the opponent was strong. I'm not going to allow you to run away. Fight me. Boo what? Oh, perhaps deciding that escape was not an option, Bamacraft pulled a sword from his back and slashed at Hoshino. At that moment, magical essence erupted from Hoshino's body. Whoa, what the hell? She awakened. You've become Super Hoshino Man. Seriously, you're a Saiyan after all. She's this strong, she's SS ranked. Shachiken raised an extraordinary person. The way that Hoshino's magic essence is coming out of her, could it be reawakening? I was surprised. There are only a few people in the world, including me, who can use it freely. I didn't think it was possible for her to use it. I see, the only reason she survived against the Bamacraft was because of that power. Ha! Hoshino swung her sword with both hands and caught the sword of the Bamacraft head-on. The two swords collide with a loud clang. The two swords remained stalemated as they crossed. What? Wow, they are evenly matched. The opponent is SS rank. Yui-chan, you're this strong. Wow. Not long ago you were having a hard time against Ogre. How strong have you become? Eagles raised eagles, don't they? Shachiken's training ability is too high. Gyoge gyojige. Hoshino made a gruff voice as she caught her opponent's sword. It was no wonder. There was barely any magical essence in her body. By the time I arrived, she had used up most of her magical essence in her awakening. She managed to fight by gathering what little magic she had left and forcing herself to use it, but she won't be able to do that for long. If things continued as they were, the situation would become even worse. Thinking this, I raised my voice to tell Hoshino. Hoshino, don't be stingy with what you have, use it all. Don't worry about what comes after. Tanaka-san, yes. Understood. Hoshino nodded her head as she looked at me, and then burned all the magical essence in her body at once. The torrent of power that blew out strengthened her body to the limit. In the face of this power, the Bamacraft was gradually pushed, and eventually its sword was repelled. BW, Bamacraft's face was filled with shock. I never thought I would be defeated by such a small being, he seemed to be saying. Well, Hoshino certainly doesn't look strong, but Hoshino is a warrior I admire. Her power is endorsed by me. This is the end. Hoshino gripped the sword with both hands and swung down with all her might. The way she swung the sword, I recognized it. When did she? The technique was very similar to my strong sword, 10,000 Broken Swords. I had shown this technique to Hoshino once. Hoshino reproduced the technique almost perfectly. That's not a move that can be learned overnight. She must have been practicing on her own ever since then. Haya. Hoshino's sword easily ripped through the hard skin of the Bamacraft and sliced deeply through its body at an angle. The Bamacraft tried to reach for Hoshino's body, but its hand cut through the air and then hung down without effort. Boo, oh, the light goes out of his eyes, and this time, the Bamacraft loses its life and collapses. At the same time, Hoshino also almost falls forward. It seems that she has run out of magical energy. I immediately rushed to her side and took her body in my arms. I'm sure you did a great job. You are indeed my disciple. I did, Tanaka-san. I did it. Hoshino muttered in a trembling voice. I continued patting her on the back, encouraging her. You did great. Chapter 18. Tanake envies. Thank you, I'm fine now. Hoshino, who had been leaning against me for a while, said that and moved away from me. She was still tired, but she was able to stand firmly on her own 2 feet. I think with this she'll be able to walk home. Tanaka-san always helps me out when I'm in a pinch, don't you? After all, Tanaka-san is my hero, thank you so much. Hoshino bowed her head saying so. It's weird that I'm being called a hero, but I don't feel bad about it. Every boy dreams of being a hero at least once in his life. Now then, the path to the lower layer has been opened, so let's go home. But first, I collected the remaining horn of the Bama craft and a few of the fallen weapons as trophies. If these weapons belong to the deceased explorer, they should be given to their families. It seems that the meat is also edible, but it is indeed uncomfortable to eat subhuman monsters. It would be unethical. If it was a quadruped, I would have eaten it without hesitation. Ah, wait a minute, Hoshino said and picked up a sword that had fallen to the ground. The sword had a shattered blade and was no longer able to serve as a sword. This is the sword my father used to use. It can no longer be used as a weapon, but it is one of my father's most precious possessions. Well, you should probably take it home with you then. I noticed something and spoke out. The sword that Hoshino held was broken at the hilt, and the cavity inside was slightly visible. The hollow was filled with something that looked like paper. What is this? Hoshino, it looks like there is something inside the hilt. Oh, that's right. What is it? Hoshino touched the handle curiously. The head of the handle turned and opened to allow you to take out what's inside. A gimmicked weapon is a rarity. What did he put in here? This is... Hoshino's eyes widen in surprise as she pulls out a piece of frayed paper from the handle. Looking at it to see what was wrong, she saw that it was not just a piece of paper, but a photograph. The photo showed a younger Hoshino, Ryota and Light, and a man who looked like Hoshino's father and Sumi-san. The place seemed to be in front of the house. Everyone was smiling and seemed happy. Hoshino's father was fighting with this in his hands until the end. Dad. Hoshino's voice trembled as she held her mouth with her hand. I patted her on the back and said, Dungeon hunting is a lonely business. Hoshino and her family were his emotional support. I didn't have that. That's why I got depressed. I'm so envious that he has such a great support system. If I had something like that, I wouldn't be suffering. Father. Tears were falling down on the picture. I turned the drone's camera toward the day after tomorrow and continued patting Hoshino on the back until she calmed down. Thank you, I'm fine now. After sniffling, Hoshino said again the line I heard a while ago. The tears seemed to have subsided, though she was still red around the eyes. I was scared when I met that monster, but I'm glad I came here today. I'm glad that I was able to avenge him, but I'm also glad that I was able to recognize how much my father cared about my family. I'm sure my family will be very happy. Yeah, I'm sure they will. I agreed with Hoshino, who gave me a bright smile. I was a little worried that her heart might be inclined in a negative direction after meeting her family's enemy, but it seems that my fears were unfounded. On the contrary, Hoshino had become even stronger, physically and mentally. If I'm not careful, she might end up stronger than me. I might as well work out a little. Well, let's go home now. Can you walk by yourself? Yes, I'm fine. With Hoshino reassuringly saying that, I continued onward and upward in the dungeon. Thanks to the fact that we were able to defeat the enemies along the way, we rarely encountered any monsters. I think we'll be able to return home soon. I guess so. We will be on the ground in a few minutes. We returned to the entrance of the dungeon in less than an hour. We felt relaxed, but then we had an encounter that blew away our relaxed mood. You're early, Makoto. What? My name was called out of the blue, and I let out a dumbfounded voice. That person showed up in front of us with her long black hair swaying. I, as well as Hoshino, who was walking next to me, recognized the person and said, Ah, I'd like to thank you first of all for your hard work. I'm glad you made it back in one piece. The person, Kanade Amatsuki, who is also my childhood friend and the chief of the subjugation division, said this with a smile on her fair face. Chapter 19, Tanaka becomes shy. It's been a while. Is that so? I feel like we just met the other day, just the two of us. When I talked to Amatsuki while I was flustered, I was cut down so quickly. I had met Amatsuki at a park at night the other day. At that time, she told me how much she liked me and took my lips. Even now, when I think back to that time, I am so embarrassed that my face almost catches fire. I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to express that now, though. Shachiken, your face is so red. What's going on? What's going on? They were meeting alone together. That's just too hot. A young man and a young woman were alone in a park at night, and nothing could have happened. These guys effed. I'm here now, what happened? Dungeon cleared, Amatsuki attacked, now carnage. I see, I get it, it's too hellish. I didn't have time to look at the contents, but the comments seemed to be very excited. Damn, I guess they're all chilling anyway. And by the way, why is Amatsuki here? The balance of power in this dungeon has changed dramatically since you defeated the named monster, Bamacraft. The door leading to the lower level was broken, and it is easy to imagine that the monsters in this dungeon will become more active. There is a possibility of changes occurring that could endanger the outside world, and I am here to investigate. The work of the Monster Subjugation Bureau is not limited to defeating monsters, but also includes investigating dungeons and maintaining the balance of power in the dungeon. It's a tough job, to be honest. I can't speak for myself, but I think it's pretty hard work and it's black. But why do you have to come all the way here? If all you want to do is research, why don't you leave it to your subordinates? Well, yeah, I can leave this much to my subordinates, but this time I wanted to come, why do you think? I'm not sure if you mean that you came to see me. No, but Amatsuki is not the kind of person who mixes personal and business affairs. I'm not sure what to make of this thoughtful attitude. I don't know anything anymore. While I'm alone and confused, Tenzuki glanced at the drone floating next to me and then came up to me. You're filming, so you should at least be neat and tidy. You're sloppy. Saying this, Amatsuki straightened my loosened tie and adjusted my shabby collar. I'm so embarrassed. They are already married, aren't they? Kane-chan, you're coming on strong, aren't you? As expected of the first strike squad, they don't let their prey get away. What? I'm getting a little embarrassed watching this. Stop flirting. Ryuju explode. Maybe Tanaka won't die from an explosion. Yes, that's true, lol. Well then, what would kill him? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Bamacraft-kun, please go to heaven. Amatsuki brushes the last of the mud off my clothes and moves away from me. Oh, by the way, the director of the Magic Research Bureau wanted to see you. Wants to ask you a lot of questions about the creature in your pocket. By Director General, do you mean Maki-san? Yes. You haven't seen the director since that day, right? Why don't you go show your face? Yeah, I'll try to go there. The director of the Bureau of Magical Research, Maki Kurasu-san, is an old acquaintance of mine. The last time I saw the director was the day I returned alive from the dungeon just below the Imperial Palace. It's been quite a while since I've seen Maki. Quite a strange person, but not the type I dislike. Come to think of it, the last time I had dinner with Dojima-san, he told me that I should get Riri checked out properly. Maki-san is a dangerous person, so I'm a little worried about showing Riri to them, but I'm sure she'll be fine as long as I'm with her. I'm also concerned about what Riri is like, and it would be better to have her examined properly. I'm going to go to the dungeon now, let's go. Saying that, several people who seemed to be Amatsuki's subordinates entered the dungeon. All of them walked in a steady manner. They must be very well trained. Amatsuki was about to head down with them, but then he stopped. Then she turned her attention to Hoshino, who had been silent all this time. Hoshino-san, was it? Yes. Hoshino was surprised to be spoken to all of a sudden. I was also scared, wondering what she was going to say to me. I saw your fight in the video feed. I was honestly surprised that you could move that well at your age. Normally, you wouldn't be able to move while facing a foe of your own flesh and blood. You have a strong heart, just like your father. Chapter 20. Tanaka gets caught. Amatsuki-san. Hoshino muttered. From the way Amatsuki spoke, it seems she was acquainted with Hoshino's father. Well, that is also true. The First Division is always on the lookout for talented people. I'm sure they have all the information on excellent explorers. Maybe they've scouted him before. but it's unusual for Amatsuki to praise someone so much. Hoshino's fight must have stuck in Amatsuki's mind that much. When she gets praised, it makes me, as a master, turn up my nose at her. Also, thank you for being friends with Rin. She doesn't have many friends, so I hope you'll continue to get along with her. I'm the one who is indebted to Rin. So it's all right. Hoshino was a little flustered. The mood is friendly. The last time the two met, the atmosphere was nasty, so I was worried, but this seems to be okay. That's what I thought. Ah, that's right. Rin-chan reminded me of something I had to do. Saying that, Hoshino came closer to me. I was so close that our skin was almost touching, and I was taking my time to observe Hoshino's face, thinking about how long her eyelashes were. Hoshino's face was slightly reddish, and she looked a little nervous. What's wrong? My mother told me I have to show it properly. That's why I'm going to be brave like Rin-chan. What are you talking about? The moment I was about to ask, Hoshino put her arm around my neck and pulled me towards her. And the next moment, Hoshino's lips were on mine. The suddenness of the situation confused me. I was about to push Hoshino out of the way, but I almost stopped my hand from going out because it would have been dangerous. As a result, I simply accepted Hoshino's kiss without saying a word. Holy shit. You did it, Yui-chan. Shachikin's hands are so fuzzy. Hold me. Chief Amatsuki is stunned. I'd be surprised if he suddenly kissed her in front of me. Well, the heroin race is heating up, isn't it? I haven't given up on the harem route yet. What? Is there a route where everyone can be happy from here? The kiss was so long, Yui must have had a lot of time on her hands. I'm too jealous. I want to do it with Shachikin too. Is it that way? This is normal. This is the third time I've been kissed, but honestly I'm not used to it at all. It's soft and smells so good that my brain goes numb and I can't move. I can handle being poisoned by any monster, but I can't tolerate this one. Hoshino was doing so while hugging me, but eventually she slowly let go of my body. Hoshino seemed to be very nervous and even her ears were red. She's so cute. I've been trying not to think of her as a woman, but if she does this to me, I can't do it anymore. I couldn't help but look at her that way. I'm like Amatsuki-san and Rin-chan. I'm not an old acquaintance like Amagatsu-san and Rin-chan, but I can't lose the feeling that I love Tanaka-san. So, excuse me, Hoshino said, and ran away to the exit of the dungeon. I tried to chase after her, but my shoulder was grabbed from behind. Makoto, what is this? Slowly looking back, there was the figure of Amatsuki, clad in a terrifying fighting spirit. The gentle atmosphere that had existed earlier was no longer there. What are you doing hooking up with a young girl again? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do anything wrong, but I couldn't help but apologize. I was so afraid that I was going to be lectured until morning, so I took advantage of the opportunity and ran away. Hey, Makoto, where are you going? I'm sorry. See you next time. I jumped out of the dungeon, snapping off the delivery. A lot happened today. I can't just run away from them forever. It would be disloyal to the girls to be slouching. I went on my way home, wondering what to do. Act 7, Tanaka is going to the Magic Research Institute. Chapter 1, Tanaka starts the procedures. 2 days after the battle with Bamacraft, I was visiting a certain facility in Shinjuku to complete a certain procedure. This place is huge. This building, as big as the surrounding skyscrapers, is a facility of the Association of Explorers. The Association of Explorers handles everything related to dungeons, including registration of explorers, rank screening, support for exploration, and redemption of materials. The Association of Explorers is state-run and is managed by the Association's Administration Bureau of the Ministry of Monster Control. So any major problems that occur here must inevitably be handled by Dojima-san as well. I wonder if that guy is getting proper sleep. 410, please come in. Okay. The number on the ticket in my hand was called out, and I headed for the reception desk. The association looks like a normal government office. I was nervous, even though I was not doing anything wrong. Thank you very much for your time. Yes, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to working with you. Shachik no Tanaka-san. The young woman at the reception desk looked at me and let out a loud voice. Naturally, all eyes turned to me. I quickly hid my face with my bag, but some of them might have recognized me. I'm sorry. The woman at the receptionist's desk blushed with embarrassment and lowered her head. I encouraged her, It's okay, I don't mind. I know exactly how it feels to want to die after something happens at work, but I can't believe she was so distraught and surprised. I realized that I had become famous. I am very sorry. Well, Heizuki Minori Heizuki, will be in charge this time. Tanaka-sama, how can I help you today? Well, I heard that you get a reward for defeating named monsters. The monster I defeated the day before yesterday was a named monster. I have heard that the government gives a reward for defeating a named monster. When I was a company employee, I had defeated named monsters several times, but I never received the money because it was taken by the company, of course. Because of that, I had forgotten all about the bounty, and Adachi's message reminded me of that. Since it was Hashino who put the final nail in the coffin of Bamacraft, I could have given all the money to her, but she refused to do so. So I took the money and we split it up. Oh, it's about the Bamacraft. I was watching the delivery too. The way you fought the SS-ranked monster Tooth and Nail is top-notch. The receptionist, Heizuki-san, with a twinkle in her eye, operated the computer at a tremendous speed and proceeded with the procedure. I get a lot of compliments in comments, but it's rare to get compliments like this in front of me, so I'm kind of embarrassed. Please wait a moment. It's rare for a name to be subjugated, so I'll need a little time. Hear this, huh? Heizuki-san tilted her head as she looked at her computer. What is going on? I looked at Mr. Tanaka's searcher information and saw that his searcher rank is the lowest E. Is there a mistake at? Oh, by the way, I never updated my rank. What? It is too much of a waste of time. If you get a high rank, you can get free public transportation, free use of public facilities, and other perks. Heizuki-san rolled her eyes and was surprised. If you get a high explorer rank, not only do you get the perks I mentioned earlier, but you can also enter dungeons of high difficulty and gain a variety of other benefits. But as a company employee, I had forgotten about such things. I guess Suda didn't want me to become highly ranked, so he didn't tell me on purpose. Wait a minute, we'll take care of that procedure here. Yes, you've got enough to get an S rank with room to spare just for your most recent activities alone. Normally, there is a promotion exam, but with this track record, I think you can pass it. May I go over to my supervisor now and ask for a promotion? Really, I would like to ask you to do so. If they are willing to do it, there is no reason to refuse. I asked gratefully. Yes, I'll do it. Please leave it to me. I'll make my boss shake his head for sure. With that kind of enthusiasm, Hatsuki-san calls her boss on the extension line. After a few minutes on the phone, they quickly come to an agreement. They quickly reached an agreement. I did it. My supervisor's permission has been granted, so I'll take care of that too. Heizuki-san told me with a smile, as if he had done all he could do. Apparently, when she called her boss to tell him that he would be bashed by the public if they knew that I was still ranked E, he quickly relented. I heard that the approval from the Ministry of Monster Control was also granted right away. Maybe it was thanks to Dojima-san. I'm issuing an S-rank certificate now. If you give me about 30 minutes, I can make sure it will be ready. So could you please wait a few minutes? Yes, that's fine. I apologize for the short notice. I bowed my head and left the reception desk. I'm going to receive my bounty in the morning and go to the Magic Development Bureau in the afternoon. I had planned to finish my morning schedule quickly, but it looks like it's going to take longer than I thought. I'm going to wait in the lobby with a drink or something. I'm sure it won't take long if I'm on social networking sites. I used to think that social networking sites were for people with free time, but now that I've tried it, I find it surprisingly fun. But now I use it every now and then. It's quite addictive. I'll have a cup of coffee. I went to the lobby, picked out a drink at random, and headed for the nearest chair. And then, I was wondering who you were, but you're not the girl from Kisaki's place. I didn't expect to see you here. What? I turned around in surprise when my teacher's name was mentioned. Few people know that I am Kisaki-san's disciple. I turned my attention to the entrance of the association, wondering who in the world it was. Suddenly, a red carpet was laid out on the floor, and a woman in a bright red dress walked briskly across the carpet. Behind her were about 10 men in expensive-looking suits. This person is Kyujin-san. I knew this person. Kyujin Akin, she's a person who makes a lot of noise in the world. The rank is S. A well-known explorer with both ability and fame. I've heard that he used to be in a party with my master and blacksmith Shiwa-san. It's been a long time. It's good to see you looking so well. With that, Kyujin-san coolly took off her large tinted sunglasses and made eye contact with me. Chapter 2, Tanaka recalls. I met an S-ranked explorer, Akin Kyujin-san, who appeared out of nowhere. And a few minutes later I was sitting in a chair at a coffee shop in the Explorers Association. Across the small square table sat Kyujin-san. She has fiery red hair and long eyelashes. Her face is very well formed and her appearance is graceful. Her expensive-looking dress is so revealing that it is hard to look away. She always wears this dress like she would wear to a party, even when fighting monsters. I'll have a cup of tea. Tanaka-kun, what about you? Oh, I'll have coffee. Okay, little guy there, if you want something to eat, don't hesitate to tell me. Kyujin-san said and pointed to my chest. Ryuri was peeking out of my breast pocket. She was looking around curiously at the many people around her. Can I have a cookie, please? Okay, you take care of my order. When Kyujin-san snapped her fingers and said so, one of the 10 thin machos in the back went over to the waitress and ordered. The remaining 9 stood silently behind Kyujin-san and didn't even twitch. They don't look at me, but I'm very curious. When we met before, weren't there fewer people behind you than there are now? When you say before, you mean when we fought together in the Imperial Palace dungeon. Kyujin-san says, as if reminiscing about the old days. Kyujin-san also participated in that big battle where my master died. However, she was not in the underground exploration team that went into the dungeon, but in the ground defense team that protected the city from the monsters that came out of the dungeon on the ground. Although Miss Kyujin excels in magical firepower to the extent that she is nicknamed the Fire Empress Attack Queen, her mobility is apparently not that high. In the Imperial Palace dungeon, where monsters are constantly coming at her from all directions, it is difficult for her to make use of her strength. That is why she took on the role of fighting off the monsters on the ground. When we survived the dungeon, Kyujin-san was the first one to rush to my side and Amatsuki's side, even though she herself was in shambles, and she was happy that we had made it back alive. And she knew then that her friend had never returned. I apologized to her for the sacrifices my master had made to save us. I wanted someone to blame me for that at that time. But, yes, Kasaki is dead. But if you made it back alive, I don't think she regrets it. Please take good care of that life she died to protect. Kyujin-san said this gently, rather than blaming me. I had been expecting to be blamed, but I was ashamed of my own shallowness at that time. She was not the kind of person who would blame me for that. Looking back on it now, I think it may have been thanks to her that I was able to avoid a complete breakdown. I was worried about you because you looked terrible then, but you look good now. I'm relieved. I'm sorry for worrying you. I am fine now. This life that master picked up for me, I won't treat it roughly anymore. The first time, I looked Kyujin-san straight in the eye and said. Then Kyujin-san smiled happily. I must be firm so as not to cause her any more worries. Even so, it's already been 7 years since the Imperial Palace disaster. It's enough time for the number to increase. Kyujin-san said as she looked at the men standing behind her. I couldn't agree with that and immediately rush into it. No, normally the number of husbands does not increase just because 7 years have passed. Oh, really? Yes, the thin macho army behind Kyujin-san are all Kyujin-san's husbands. The gap between human beings has widened even more since the existence of the awakened was established on Earth. It is not surprising, since the awakened are, in terms of specifications alone, a superior version of ordinary human beings. Their bodies were sturdy and strong, they were less susceptible to disease, and for some reason, they tended to have better looks. This has led to a widening gap in the world's population and a significant drop in the birth rate. This is why bigamy is now recognized not only in Japan, but worldwide. Polygyny contributes to the birth rate, but if only that is allowed, there will be many problems, so polyandry is allowed at the same time. However, this polygamy system is not only for the purpose of increasing the birth rate. Rather, the government is focusing on another reason that has not been publicly announced. It is the increase in the number of awakened people. Children of awakened people often have the qualities to become awakened people, especially if the children are born to 2 awakened people. Therefore, the government wants one awakened man to have multiple women and to give birth to many children. The number of awakened people is directly related to the national power. Incidentally, It is not meaningless for a female awakened person to surround herself with multiple males. It is because it is difficult for female awakened women to have children with ordinary men. So if there are many husbands, the probability of having children with them increases. However, it is obvious that the government will be bashed if it publicly announces that it wants the enlightened to have many children. So it is ostensibly said that the purpose is only to increase the birth rate. Well, almost everyone realizes that they want to increase the number of awakened people. So, even though the polygamy system has been allowed for so long now, you still haven't gotten used to it. No, I've heard a lot about 2 or 3, but 10 is indeed surprising. I glanced at the husbands behind Kyujin-san. They really stand tall, their faces are somewhat proud. Chapter 3, Tanaka listens to his seniors. Thank you for waiting. I brought you some tea, coffee, and cookies. While conversing with Kyujin, the coffee shop clerk came over and placed the order on the table. Kyujin-san said, "Thank you," and tipped the waiter, then sipped her tea with an elegant gesture. As I recall, Kyujin-san came from a prominent family. She should have had no trouble living a normal life, so why did she become a dangerous explorer? I suddenly wondered that. I understand that there are people who can't accept the fact that I have so many husbands, because I've been told that a lot too. Kyujin-san cut in with a sip of tea. I silently listened to her words. They say things like, "It's not healthy to have so many husbands, you should be ashamed of yourself, and you don't know what real love is." I've seen those kinds of things said several times on TV and in online articles by some celebrities I don't know about. Even I, who doesn't watch much TV or anything else, have seen it, Kyujin-san. I'm sure she's been subjected to those kinds of heartless words countless times. I grabbed a cookie and fed it to Riri in my breast pocket as I said to Kyujin-san, "That must be hard for you." "No, it's not. I'm totally fine, I don't mind at all." "Hey." At that unexpected response, I let out a stupid sound. It's true that Kyujin-san's expression wasn't cloudy at all, but it was rather cheerful. It didn't seem like she was just being difficult. They say things like, the more people you have, the less love you have for one person, but that's not true. I love all 10 husbands with all my heart. I would fight for each and every one of them with my life. How many of those people who hurl foul words at me do you think are capable of doing the same? Kyujin-san said with a smile on his face. It is certainly hard to believe that people who brazenly spout their opinions in the media are prepared to risk their lives for the sake of others. It's just that they don't have the capacity to love more than one person. I doubt they could even love one person enough. Indeed, that may be the case. If Kyujin and her husbands are happy, it's disrespectful for those around them to complain about it. I have to be careful not to be biased, too. How's that? I hope my story will be able to serve as a reference for you. Reference? What do you mean? I tilted my head, not understanding what she was talking about. Then, Kyujin-san put on a smirk and a happy expression on her face. Did you think I didn't know about it? Tanaka-kun, I heard that you have been popular lately. I like that kind of talk, so I know about it. There is a bright and energetic girl and a cool kid from the first division. And Amatsuki, who has grown into a very beautiful woman. They are all good kids, and I can't pick just one. Nah. I was hit by something unexpected, and I almost screamed out loud. Not only Kyujin, but also the thin macho husbands were looking at me with warm eyes. Ha, I'm embarrassed. Even so, I never thought that Kyujin-san knew about the 3 of them. But what happened between me and the 3 of them has been distributed, spread, clipped, and summarized in articles. If you looked it up, you could easily find it. That means not only Kyujin-san, but tens of millions, maybe even over 100 million people know about it. It was so far from reality that it was starting to make my head hurt. I don't want to force you to do anything, but there are other ways than choosing one person. Of course you have to respect the other people's opinion, though. Kyujin-san said, and stood up holding a slip of paper. I was about to get my wallet out, but Kyujin-san stopped me by holding her hand out to me. I will not let my senpai be embarrassed. Please let me pay this much. Understood, thank you for the food. She nodded her head in satisfaction and turned to leave the coffee shop, but then stopped. The person who has the power has the responsibility to use it properly. That's what I believe. That is why I wield this power for the world and for others. Kyujin-san spoke with a serious expression on her face. Coming from a prominent family, she was neither short of money nor hungry for battle. and yet she put herself in the dangerous explorer business. But that doesn't mean I have to give up my happiness. I will live happily while fulfilling my duties. You should live for your own happiness. My own happiness? I feel like I've heard those words before. I enjoyed the way I live now, but what exactly was my happiness? I thought about it, but nothing seemed to fit. If you don't know, act so that your important people can live happily. That, in turn, will make you happy. Important people, there are many people I can think of. Certainly, I would be happy if they were happy. Kyujin-san's words fell straight into my heart. I think you don't need this kind of advice right now, though. No, it was very helpful. Thank you very much. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If you have a wedding or a baby, please invite me, okay? I'll be there with plenty of money. Haha, if there is such a thing, I promise. Kyujin-san, satisfied with my reply, nodded with a smile and left the coffee shop this time. Let's go. Yes, my honey. The husbands roll out the red carpet in a single breath. Kyujin-san walked gracefully away on it with her husband pulling her by the hand. Chapter 4. Tanaka becomes S-rank. We have been waiting for you, Mr. Tanaka. Please have a seat here. Heizuki-san, seeing my face, smiled and guided me to a chair. It was a private room, different from the general reception area where I had first spoken to her. The chairs were leather and comfortable, and the desk was made of good wood. Obviously, this is the kind of room one would use to talk to someone of great standing. Well, can we get right into the formalities now? Yes, that's fine. I answered Heizuki-san, who looked a little nervous. After finishing the talk with Mr. Kyujin, I was called by the building announcement and came here. I'm not sure if the boss took care of me or not. On the desk, there were expensive-looking Japanese tea and tea sweets. I wasn't used to being treated so nicely like this, so it made me feel kind of mushy. I've been asked to serve tea at the company guild, not to simply put it out. Sorry to keep you waiting. It won't take long, just a few more minutes of your time. Don't worry about it, I'm fine. Thanks to the conversation with Kyujin-san, I did not feel like I was kept waiting at all. In fact, I'm glad that I was able to talk to her because of the wait time. Since I returned alive from the Imperial Palace dungeon, there are other people I haven't seen because I've been too busy. Now that I have more time, I might as well go see them properly. First of all, I would like to hand you an S-ranked Explorer certificate. Please accept it. What Heizuki-san handed me was a shiny gold-colored certificate card. The card had my name, Explorer ID, rank, and a picture of my face on it. This mugshot is from my days as a company employee, so it's terrible. My eyes are dead. I should have had it redone. With your S-rank certificate, you can use almost all government transportation and public facilities for free. There are many other benefits as well, so please look here for more details. Heizuki-san said and handed me a thick book. How many benefits are there? It's a hassle to read it. The next step is the reward for defeating the named monster, which will be transferred to your account as soon as you complete the simple procedure. I understand. Heizuki-san put the documents and red ink on the desk. I took the documents and looked through them. I skimmed through it and found it to be a typical confirmation. There is nothing strange in particular. I thought I would just sign and seal the form and finish the procedure, but then my eyes fell on a particular section. What? It was the section where the amount of the reward was written. The amount written there was much larger than I had expected. Isn't that a strange number? It's several times more than my annual salary when I was a corporate employee. Isn't this amount too much? No, it's not. Named monsters are quite dangerous individuals, and the Bama craft is SS ranked, so there are only a limited number of people who can defeat it. This price is fair. Heizuki-san leaned forward and stressed this point. And thanks to Tanaka-sama's defeat of Bama craft, we can now explore the depths of the dungeon. There were not so many resources being collected in the depths of that dungeon, so I thought about the profit to be gained from it. Considering the profit to be made from it, I think this price is rather cheap. Is that so? I was pushed a little by Heizuki-san's passionate speech. Even so, I never thought that named monster subjugation could make so much money. I defeated a couple of them when I was a company employee. The guild was getting so much money, it didn't look like the company guild had much money for that. Maybe that Suda was pocketing it, that guy would do it. He often went to expensive restaurants for dinners and such. Maybe he was going with a pretty lady, not a big shot. Damn, if he got so much money, he should have at least given me a bonus. Now I'm starting to get angry. Chapter 5, Tanaka signs. If the amount is correct, please sign your signature. Or is there something wrong with? No, this is fine, I'll sign it. I can't complain about this. There was nothing against me in the document, so I had no problem with it. I signed in 3 places and stamped my seal. Then I noticed a piece of paper that looked like colored paper in the document. This is. If you don't mind, would you mind signing it personally? When I looked at Heizuki-san's face, it was bright red. She didn't look like the type of person who would mix public and private matters, but she wanted my autograph that badly. I wonder. I didn't know if my autograph was worth it, but I had to respond to his request. Your autograph, yes, that's fine. Really, thank you. Heizuki-san was delighted with a big smile on his face. If she's this happy with just an autograph, it's worth writing. I wrote the signature I had secretly practiced on the colored paper. Then Riri jumped out of my breast pocket and landed next to the paper. Riri. What's wrong, Riri? Riri began tugging at the pen I was holding. Maybe Riri wants to write too, but Riri is too small to hold a pen, and as I was thinking about that, my eyes fell on a red ink pad for seals. This would work for Riri too. I grabbed Riri's hand and let her place her fingertip on the red ink. Then I placed Riri's reddened hand on the colored paper. Riri's handprint was left on the paper. I guess even Riri can sign this. Riri. Riri happily flicked her handprint to the edge of the paper. I'm glad she's satisfied with it, I thought, but then I thought about it and realized that it might be a nuisance for Heizuki to have to deal with. I thought about it and suggested to her that I would write her signature on the other colored papers as well. Well, I never thought that even Riri would sign my autograph. I am too happy. I'm going to keep this color paper as a family heirloom. Heizuki was sobbing with joy. I was a little taken back by how happy she was. Riri also seemed to have no idea what was going on and tilted her head. You'd never think she'd be moved by her own handprints. Hey, I heard a loud voice, but what's wrong? Why are you crying? It was a man in a suit who came in saying that. He was about 50 years old. He looked like Heizuki-san's boss. I was so happy when I got this. Oh, I see. You were a fan. What are you doing getting autographs? Get to work. The boss was pushed by Heizuki at first, but then scolded her. Well, of course, that's how I would normally react. But she's crying right now, so I had to follow up. Well, I don't mind signing autographs, so please don't be so angry with her. If there is someone else who wants it, I'll write as many as you want. No, that's not what I'm saying, but no. The boss suddenly thought about it. I wonder what's wrong. Well, I'm sorry, but could you please sign it for me too? My grandchildren are big fans of yours, Tanaka-sama. Boss-san lowered his eyebrows and asked me to sign his autograph. I had no idea that he would actually ask me for an additional autograph. I said, yes. I was a little confused but picked up an autograph pen. Then, as I was writing my signature to my boss, other staff members, who must have heard the rumor, started to come over to me. I've always had a crush on Shachiken. I love Shachiken. I watch all your videos. I'm a member of his fan club. My child is a fan of Shachiken. The stacks of colored papers were piling up in front of me. Apparently, when the staff members found out I was here, they bought some papers in the hope of getting my autograph. Riri thought she was being told she could play with them, and she was flipping through the bills before I could. I had no choice. Riri was keen on the idea, and we were on time, so I decided to go along with her. I understand, but I would appreciate it if you could give me one for each person. Thank you. A number of heads were neatly lowered. In the end, I signed for almost all of the staff together with Riri. Chapter 6, Tanaka goes to the magic lab. It's been a long time since I've been here. I muttered to myself as I looked at the building standing in front of me. The large building on the side looks like a general hospital. In this building, various special events related to dungeons, such as monsters, magical element, and magic, are researched. Magic element is attracting worldwide attention as a new type of energy. High concentrations of magical element have adverse effects on living creatures, but it does not produce harmful smoke. If it is handled properly, it will become the strongest clean energy. Japan's Magic Research Bureau is also doing its best to tackle this problem, and it seems to be producing a certain amount of results. The person who has contributed to this is the genius scientist I am about to meet, Maki Kurasu-san. Maki-san is also a bit of an oddball. I wonder if this souvenir will be enough. I muttered to myself as I looked at the sweet-looking confectionery I had bought in Shinjuku. Well, there's no point in being anxious. I took a deep breath and went into the Magic Research Bureau. The interior was as clean and white as it had been in the past. The center of the building is a stairwell, with glass elevators going back and forth between the upper and lower floors. In the first section, people in white coats were hurriedly moving around, and there was a faint smell of chemicals. I went to the reception desk and told them what I had come for. A slender woman in a white coat soon arrived. She looks intelligent and wears glasses. This is probably the first time we have met. Nice to meet you, Tanaka-sama. Thank you for coming to see me. My name is Akira Fukami, Dr. Kurasu's 9th assistant. Pleased to meet you. The woman who introduced herself as Fukami bowed her head to me. She bowed her head to me. Her face was inorganic and her expression did not change, though her gesture was polite. I couldn't quite figure out what she was thinking. Thank you very much for your kind attention. My name is Makoto Tanaka. I'm here to see Maki-san, Director Kurasu. Yes, Dr. Kurasu is waiting for you in the back. Please come this way, and I will show you around. I followed behind Fukami-san as she walked with her heels clacking. I look around as I walk. I hear what sounds like explosions from time to time, but I wonder what kind of research they are doing. I'm sure most of what I hear I don't understand. Are you nervous? What? Fukami-san noticed my fidgeting and turned around to ask me. Well, yes. A little. On the first floor, we mainly study unknown materials collected in the dungeon. Ores, plants, and monster materials are among them. They are analyzed with state-of-the-art equipment and discussed in terms of how they can be useful to mankind. With that, Fukami pushed the elevator button and got in. I followed her lead and entered the elevator. On the second floor, we are doing basic research on magical element and a little bit on the phenomenon of magic. We have a separate magic analysis bureau, so we leave the analysis of magic to them. I see. These people are researchers by nature. Actual magic is very contained and may be of little interest to them. Perhaps they're more interested in unknown substances and new uses for magic essence. On the third floor, the applied research of magical elements is mainly concerned with their effects on the human body. This includes observation of changes in the structure of the human body when a person becomes awakened, and research on the mechanism of the increase or decrease of the allowable amount of magical element. The fourth floor is for more advanced research on magical element, and the fifth floor is. The elevator arrived at the top floor with a ding. On the only floor that is not vaulted, there was a heavy metal door that looks like a safe. The fifth floor is Dr. Kurasu's private research space. Only a limited number of people are allowed on this floor, and even assistants such as myself are not allowed to enter freely. Fukami-san began fiddling with the terminal next to the metal door. He punched in a PIN number, had his card key authenticated, and then went through the retina authentication process. It was quite strict. It's very secure. Dr. Kurasu is the greatest brain of Japan, the greatest treasure. It is only natural that it should be this strict. I see. It seems that Fukami-san has a great deal of respect for Maki-san, at a level that can be called worship. Maybe most of the people who work here are like that. As I was thinking this, Fukami-san spoke into the microphone. It seems that he has connected with the inside. Dr. Kurasu, I have brought Makoto Tanaka-sama with me. When Fukami-san said this into the microphone, it was answered only with a short, okay. And the metal door started to open. The walls of this floor seemed to be quite thick. A bomb wouldn't be enough to break through. With such tight security, it is unlikely that anyone will try to break into this room. Please come in. I walk behind Fukami-san and enter the room. Then, a person welcomes us. Hello, Tanaka-kun, it's been a while. The person appeared, fluttering a white coat, tall and slender with black-rimmed glasses, an unlit cigarette in mouth and long black hair, messily tied back with a hair elastic. What was most striking was the upper body. Maki-san was wearing a white lab coat directly on her skin with nothing else on her upper body. It is not a naked apron, but a naked lab coat. In addition, her chest and navel are exposed because it is not buttoned up. If it were a man, it would not be such a problem, but Maki-san is a woman. Maki-san's face is also well-shaped, and she is very popular among women. I'm sorry it's been so long, Maki-san. You are still dressed like that. The white coat is the most excellent garment ever developed by man. If you have this, you don't need any other clothes. I really want to take off the bothersome undergarments as well, but Dojima-san forbids me to do so. The world of mankind is a very cramped place. The owner of the strongest brain, the pride of Japan, spoke languidly of her desire to be exposed. Chapter 7, Tanaka is attacked. Director of the Bureau of Magical Research, Kurasu Maki. If I had to sum her up in one word, it would be eccentric. She loves research so much that she has no interest in anything else. The fact that she wears only a white coat on her upper body probably stems from her lack of interest in clothing. She only eats solid, complete nutritional food, and the sleep she takes is minimal. She has no desire for money or to be popular with the opposite sex. She just wants to be free to do the research she is interested in, and that is all she wants. Well, sit down, Tanaka-kun. Let's welcome you. Maki-san sat down on the desk and put his feet on the back of the chair. It was very ill-mannered, but this was her normal behavior. If I had to point out every single thing, there would be no end to it. It would be nonsense to point out her manners and civility. I am surprised that you are still doing your research under the government. I thought you would leave as soon as possible. Hey, what do you think I am? I'm just a quiet dog with a collar on. I won't do anything that will bother you. Maki said with a hearty laugh. Well, I don't trust her. After all, this person's background is unusual. Even as a junior high school student, she was already as knowledgeable as an adult researcher and was sought out by various research institutes. It was amazing that she was sometimes invited to famous universities overseas. Maki's career as a researcher was going smoothly, but a turning point came when she was 19 years old. It was the advent of the dungeon. With a personality of curiosity wearing a white coat, Maki was fascinated by the charms of dungeons. At first, Maki was doing research at a public institution, but ethical and safety concerns made it difficult to get approval for her experiments, especially when it came to experiments on human subjects. Therefore, Maki-san disappeared from the public eye and began to conduct illegal experiments behind the scenes. There are many rich people interested in dungeon research, so she would have had no trouble finding funding sponsors. For the next few years or so, Maki-san continued her research as she pleased, but a second turning point came. It was an investigation led by Dojima-san to force the Monster Subjugation Bureau to take action. Illegal research institutions were all shut down, and Maki was detained in the process. Normally, she would have been arrested, but Dojima-san hired her on the condition that she would not engage in such illegal activities in the future, and that she would return all the results of her research to the government. Naturally, the government and the media were all over him about it, but he brushed it off. I thought it was a mess, but as it turns out, thanks to Maki-san, Japan is one step ahead of other countries in dungeon research. It is also thanks to Maki-san that we are able to manage even though there are more dungeons than in other countries. I would love to do 5 or 6 inhumane experiments on human beings. I've thought about getting out of here and going back into the underground. But the current situation is not so bad. It's a great way to get a little extra money for my research, and I don't have to worry about Dojima-san's eyes on me. Maki-san laughed. I don't want you to say that you've thought about betraying us because it's bad for my heart. By the way, Maki-san, I was wondering about your arm. Oh, this one. I pointed out, and Maki-san put her right arm out in front of her. Her right arm was a mechanical arm from the elbow to the tip. It looks like the main character in a famous shounen manga. When I met her before, it must have been a normal arm, but I wondered if she had opened the door to truth through too much research. Isn't this cool? It's useful, you know. Maki-san said, and a blue light gushed out from the tip of her index finger. She lit a cigarette in her mouth with the light and took a sigh of relief. Obviously, the chemicals and machines here are supposed to be non-smoking. I wonder if it's okay. Well, the director here smokes, so why should I bother to mention it? I don't think it's cool, rather. What the hell happened to your arm? It's a noble sacrifice. Don't worry about it. Maki-san brushed it off with that. I was wondering if I should ask her about it, but if she didn't want to tell me, I didn't have to ask. As I was thinking this, I noticed Maki-san sitting at her desk, looking at me and fidgeting. I saw her cheeks were slightly reddish. What's wrong? I thought it's time to. About time. I want you to show me that thing you're holding. I can't take it anymore. Maki-san jumped down from the desk and approached me. Her agile movement startled me. I was surprised. Maki-san is an awakened person herself, so her physical abilities are extremely high. Maki-san. Tanaka-kun, show me the Shogo's-kun that you have with you. Eh. As I let out a stupid voice, Riri came out of my breast pocket and looked at me. I'm not sure what to say. I had forgotten that I had come here to show you Riri. There are no other monsters friendly to humans, except for Riri, so it is only natural that Maki-san is interested in her. Riri's eyes fluttered in surprise. Naturally, her eyes met those of Maki-san, who was standing right in front of me. Maki's expression hardened for a moment, and then she smiled. Oh, well. It's so nice to finally meet you, cutie. I've been waiting for the day I'd meet you for ages. At the sound of her mousy voice and gaze, Riri seemed to pull back a little. Riri. It was indeed Maki-san who could make Riri, who was always so easygoing, to pull away. Chapter 8, Tanaka is told. Come on, it's time for some fun experimentation. Maki operated a panel on the wall, and a mechanical platform appeared in the center of the room that seemed to have a variety of functions. There were several other futuristic devices in this room, the purpose of which was unknown. I bet they all cost an eye-popping amount of money. Maki-san, you may examine Riri, but please don't do anything violent, okay? Of course not, Tanaka-kun. This is a precious and valuable offering that only one person could have. I'll treat her with the utmost courtesy. Maki-san said with a smile on her face. Well, I didn't trust her. She's the type of person who can't see what's going on around her when she's in the heat of the moment. I kept a close watch on her. Come this way, young lady. Rai. Riri was escorted to the platform and placed in the center of the room. Riri was still a bit nervous, but she was obediently obeying Maki's instructions. It seems that she faithfully complied with my prior request that she remain quiet during the inspection. I had to reward her later. Assistant-kun. Come help me. Maki shouted as she fiddled with the machine. Then, a figure appeared from the door leading to the back of the room. It was a large fellow, about 2 meters tall. Dressed in a white coat, the figure's shoulders are quite broad. On their face, they wore a mask with a pointed mouth, a so-called plague mask. The eyes were covered with glass, so we couldn't see the face. I could guess that he is a man from his body shape, but other than that, I had no idea what else he looked like. The man looked at me, bowed his head, and began to help me prepare for the experiment. Maki-san, this person. He is my right-hand light arm, Sam, my first assistant. He's a quiet guy, but an excellent assistant. Well, don't mind him. Huh. By the way, the woman who guided me here said she was the 9th assistant. She seemed pretty smart, too, but still 9th. So this big guy must be pretty smart. However, this Sam or someone like him, I felt a presence different from that of an ordinary person. I wonder who he is. Dr. Kurasu, preparations are complete. We can begin analysis at any time. I understand. Tanaka-kun, can you give us a cell sample before we begin? As I recall, she can detach her own body, right? Yes. Yes, I'll ask her. Riri often tears off her own body and feeds it to me. She doesn't seem to feel any pain in the act. Riri, can you do it for me? Riri, I asked, and Riri reluctantly tore off a piece of her own buttocks and handed it to me. Apparently, she didn't want to tear off her own body part if I wasn't going to eat it. I thanked Riri and placed it in the glass container in Maki's hand. Thanks for your cooperation, you two. This is a super valuable sample. Sam, please analyze it with the utmost care. Yes, ma'am. Sam, the first assistant, placed Riri's cells into the huge machine and operated the control panel. Maki-san approaches Riri on the table and begins to examine her with various instruments. We'll start with X-ray crystal structure analysis and optical spectral analysis. Oh, and we can't leave out the magnetic wavelength analysis, either. Sam, don't forget to analyze the Magiprotes. Yes, I have already done that. Already done. Good. The two of them were working in unison to find out more about Riri. As Maki had declared at the beginning, she did not do anything that Riri did not want to do. On the contrary, she took care of Riri, feeding her and taking care of her physical condition. I don't know if it was out of kindness, or if she was taking care of Lily's physical condition for the sake of her research. But for the time being, nothing that I had been worried about seemed to be happening. Riri, too, was relieved and curled up on her side. The analysis of the DNA structure is complete, Dr. Kurasu. Thank you, let's see. No dungeon rock was found. I think it is safe to assume that it is an independent individual after all. That's great, that's great. My hypothesis was right after all. Maki-san smiled happily. Her face is completely that of an evil scientist. It was hard to believe that she was from the government side. The cell culture is going well, and this is about the only thing we can examine in the living body right now. Maki-san, who had been examining her for a while, said this and released Riri. As I approached, Riri jumped at me. Riri. Oops, watch out, you did a good job. I caught Riri and patted her head to thank her for her hard work. I pat her on the head and thank her for her effort. Thanks to you, Tanaka, I was able to do some good research today. That's a big step forward. Maki-san, perhaps exhausted from the exertion of her work, approached me dizzy. However, the look in her eyes was a little scary. He was saying that our hypothesis was correct. Did you find out something important? It is known that monsters born in dungeons usually have a DNA structure similar to that of the dungeon. The same DNA as in the dungeon. Yes. Each dungeon has its own DNA, and the monster born in the dungeon inherits a part of that DNA. Just like a parent and its child. Wait a minute, does that mean dungeons are living things? Yes and no. Dungeons are still a mystery to us. Maki-san laughs happily. If she doesn't know, then no one can answer the question yet. Well, let's just assume that the DNA of the dungeon is engraved in the monster. And that DNA is the proof that the dungeon binds the monster tightly. As you know, when the dungeon is destroyed, the monsters themselves die in a chain reaction. I know that too. Breaking a dungeon not only stops the creation of more monsters, it also defeats the monsters that have already been created. Researchers believe that when a dungeon is broken, this DNA causes monsters to die. We call the DNA the dungeon lock, the binding that the labyrinth puts on the monster. This is something that every monster born from the dungeon can have. But Maki looked at Riri in my hand. That child does not have dungeon lock. In other words, that child is not bound to the dungeon. It is a completely independent life form. Hearing this, Riri tilts her head. Lily tilted her head. She probably doesn't know that she is a special being. Do you understand, Tanaka-kun? Do you know how great this is? Until now, it was thought that monsters could only be born in dungeons. But it was different. The child proved that monsters can exist on their own. Maki says excitedly. Riri's existence certainly proves that it is possible for monsters to be born and live without relying on dungeons. I think of it this way. I believe that dungeons only create beings that are similar to monsters. So the original monster must live somewhere. At least, there is no such thing on Earth. In other words, Maki-san looked me in the eye and spoke of her hypothesis. They live in a different dimension, a different world than here. That's where the dungeons and magical elements came from. Chapter 9, Tanaka declares. 10 years had already passed since the birth of dungeons in the world. During that time, dungeons had been thoroughly investigated by researchers from all over the world, and the magical elements and awakened people could be explained fairly scientifically. Even so, however, the key dungeon was still largely unexplained. Where did they come from? What is their purpose? Were they natural phenomena, or were they artificially created? The more one investigates, the more one learns, and that is the biggest mystery of all. Maki may have solved part of that mystery. If monsters came from a world different from ours, then dungeons would be no different. If we could prove that the dungeon came from a different world, many problems might be solved. If the world heard about this hypothesis, they would be very interested in it and make a fuss about it. But I wasn't so interested. Oh, really? Aren't you rather low tension, Tanaka-kun? Is it something that doesn't matter to you? It's not that I don't care, but it won't change what I'm going to do. I'm curious. What exactly is it that you do? Maki-san asked with interest. A little embarrassed, I answer. It's obvious. Slay the enemies that harm me and my loved ones. No matter where the dungeons and monsters come from, that won't change. Ahem. Maki-san grinned as she looked at me happily. What is it? Even just 3 days can change a person. You've become quite reliable. Takebana must be very proud. Thank you very much. After complimenting me, Maki-san waved the smoke from her cigarette as if thinking a little. Then she said something that I had never imagined. This is hardly known even within the government, but recently there have been signs of increased activity in the Imperial Palace dungeon. What do you mean? Maki's sudden words startled me. The dungeon directly below the Imperial Palace is one of the most difficult dungeons in the world, which was conquered by 300 searchers including me, Amatsuki, and Dajima-san, and we managed to conquer it with the loss of more than 200 people. 7 years ago, we managed to deactivate the Imperial Palace dungeon after a desperate struggle. But if it were to be activated again, the world would be in an uproar. The Imperial Palace dungeon is a unique type of dungeon. If it were to be activated, it would mean that a large number of monsters would appear in Tokyo once again. I miss it. The time I spent in that dungeon was one of the most exciting days of my life. I can still remember them vividly. Yes, Maki was one of the members who dived with us in the dungeon just below the Imperial Palace. She was not with us as a combatant, but as a special researcher to study the inside of the dungeon. However, she was more active than the other explorers, using weapons created by magical science, which combines magical elements and scientific technology, and contributed greatly to the dungeon invasion. Thanks to her power, Maki survived the dungeon just below the Imperial Palace and became one of the returnees, making her name even more well-known. The stigma of having once been involved in illegal research was erased, and she rose to the position of director of the Bureau of Magical Research. Why did you give me such important information? I thought that if we ever had to conquer that dungeon again, you would be the key to it. If that's the case, it's good that you know, so that you won't have any doubts when the time comes. Maki-san said with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. It's true, that dungeon is where my mentor lost her life. I can say that it is a place of trauma for me. When the time comes, I might hesitate, but if the time comes, I will go there. There are too many things that are important to me here in Tokyo. I'm glad to hear that. I look forward to the day when I can go there with you again. Maki-san replied with a smile of genuine pleasure on her face. I thanked her and headed home with Riori. Chapter 10, Tanaka receives a proposal. The night of the meeting with Maki. I had been invited by Adachi to go to a certain restaurant. Yakiniku again, huh? What a lazy guy. It was a different restaurant from the one we had been to last time, and it looked like a reasonably priced one. I wondered if the only choice in Adachi's mind was yakiniku, or if he thought I was a guy who would be in a good mood if he fed me yakiniku. Well, the second part was definitely true. I think I have a reservation under the name of Adachi. When I explained this to the waitress, I was shown to a private tatami room in the back of the restaurant. The room was filled with a smiling Adachi and a slightly fidgety Hoshino. Hey, I didn't hear Hoshino was coming. I'm glad you're here, Tanaka. Here, sit over there. Adachi pointed next to Hoshino as if teasing her. This guy's having fun, isn't he? Hoshino and I had a public kiss at the end of the last episode. Adachi must have seen it, too. That's why he wanted me to sit next to him. He was harassing me like a junior high school student. Well, excuse me for sitting next to you. Hi, please come in. Hoshino's body shook as she replied. It seemed that Hoshino was also concerned about what had happened. I tried not to remind her too much of that time, so I treated her naturally. Kukuku, you two are so passionate. Adachi teased me with a smirk as I sat down next to Hoshino. Damn it, he's getting on my nerves. So, why did you call me out today? You didn't call me here to make fun of me, did you? Don't get mad at me, I'm sorry. Of course I had you two here today for a proper reason. Adachi said that. He fished out his bag and took out a cardboard package from inside it. He then opened the package and took out a shiny rectangular object from inside. It's an orichalcum shield that only channels with over 50 million subscribers can get. It arrived yesterday. Adachi put the shield on the table. The shield was shining white and dazzling just by looking at it. In the center, there is a video playback mark engraved, and below it is written, Makoto Tanaka Channel. It certainly looked like something that had been sent to me. I hadn't realized that the number of subscribers had increased that much. I think we just passed 10 million subscribers the other day, but it's already up to 50 million. Riri's momentum has been building ever since she came out. The only person who is missed by the monster is you. The response to the last home delivery has been amazing. It's still growing. Cuckoo cuckoo. Adachi smiled wickedly. I'm totally relying on this guy. The channel's management is in good hands. It's amazing, there are very few Japanese who have an orichalcone shield. It was Hoshino who shouted that loudly. She was a DTuber, and this shield was a dream come true for her. If you don't mind, would you like to hold this shield? Is that okay? Please, please. Hoshino shook her head so much that it looked as if it might come off. She then held the shield and gazed at its surface in fascination. I'm glad she is pleased with it. Yes, let's take a picture as a souvenir. Come on, you two, come over. Adachi points his phone at us. Then Hoshino leans in close to me and holds half of the shield in her hand. This quick switching is quintessential. I'm not good at this kind of thing, so I honestly respect it. Yes, cheese with Tanaka's expression is a little stiff, but that's okay. Oh, Yui is perfect, she has a nice smile. Tanaka, learn from her a little. I'm fine with this. And as we were having that usual exchange, the drinks and food were brought in. It seems that Adachi had ordered them first. The food that was brought to the table was all things I would like. It was as if he was reading my mind, which pissed me off. So today is a celebration of this plaque, is that right? I asked Adachi after the toast. I didn't feel like that was all there was to it today. My hunch was right, and upon hearing my words, Adachi smiled for the first time today, and I don't know how many times. I have one more announcement to make today, or rather a proposal. A proposal. I nod my head. The channel's management is in Adachi's hands. I'm not sure if there's anything I need to know about it now. As I was wondering this, Adachi said something that I had never imagined. Let's start up a company, Tanaka, with you as president, of course. Chapter 11, Tanaka watches a transaction. What? I'm the president. Adachi's unexpected words startled and confused me. It's true that I had heard that we might corporatize before. I heard it would be better from a tax standpoint. I'm not familiar with those things, so I left it up to Adachi and tried not to interfere. But if I were to become the president, that would be a different story. I couldn't just shake my head and say, yes. I'm not sure what you're surprised about. There are only 2 employees at the moment, me and Tanaka. I'm not the one who should be president, am I? No, it's too much to ask for me to be the president. I'm telling you, I don't know the first thing about running a business. Since I graduated from junior high school, I have been diving in dungeons. I know a lot about dungeons, but nothing about anything else. There was no way I could be the president of a company. So I strongly denied that I was going to be the president, to which Adachi responded in a nonchalant manner. No one expects you to be a good manager. You are a billboard for the guild, and being president is just a title. Even if you become president, you'll be fine as long as you continue to do what you've always done. I might ask you to deal with the big guys once in a while, though, just like a president. Is it really okay to continue as before? The president of the company, I'd rather have you deliver more than ever and earn more popularity than ever. After all, we've already talked about a lot of things. What things? When I was about to ask him what he meant, Adachi placed a long, thin object on the table. It was a sword. No, if you looked at it closely, you would see that it was roughly made. It looked more like a toy than a forged sword, and it looked somewhat like my sword. I wondered what it was. Well, press here. Adachi pressed a button on the hilt of the sword. And then, Jaken, Wagaru Kenjutsu Shintataki. Suddenly, the sword emitted a sound effect and my voice. After that, every time Adachi pressed the button, it would say something like, "You were strong, but you had the wrong opponent." Oh hey, what's this? It's just like a Sentai merchandise. It's just a prototype, but it's good, isn't it? The product name is DX Deluxe Shachiken Sword, and I'm sure the boys of the world will be drooling over it. Adachi said confidently, "Are you insane? Who would want something like this? The reproduction of the sword is indeed quite good. Children who like swords might enjoy it, but they shouldn't need my voice." They went to the trouble of cutting out my voice from the delivery to make this thing. Who would want it at all? Can I have that sword? Of course I'll pay for it. Hoshino's voice made me fall to my knees. I can't believe there is someone who wants it this close to me. I can't believe someone would want it this close to me. Hoshino, are you serious? Do you really want something like this? I'm sure it's obvious. If I were a fan of Mr. Tanaka, I would definitely want it. Ryota and Akari would definitely want one too. Hoshino insisted so with a sharp intake of breath. Yeah, I can't believe it. I can't imagine anyone wanting a sword with my voice on it. Haha, I'll give it to you for free if you're Yui. Do you want 3 swords, including one for your sister and brother? Thank you very much. I'll pay you, so can you add 2 more for my mother and 2 more for, for preservation and for viewing? 6 in all, okay. I don't know if I'll be able to get them all right away if the reservations go flat, but I'll definitely make sure I get 4 of them. Thank you. The deal for my sword toys is done, with me out of the picture. I don't know what to look like, my head is starting to hurt. When did you get this stuff? This isn't all okay. I've also got other offers for keychains, badges, CDs, cosplay costumes, and even a character for a shadow game collaboration. Oh, and I have an audio recording next week, so keep it open. Seriously, this has to be a bad dream. It seemed like a bad dream to me that my goods would be scattered all over the world. However, if there are people who are happy with that, well, I guess I just have to do it. I'm sure Adachi went through a lot of trouble to get to this point. I'll do it if you want me to be a decoration president. But are you okay with it? What? Adachi tilted his head at my words. But you're already working, Maybe you're doing okay now, but you can't manage a channel, a company, and merchandise while having a day job, can you? I'm not going to hire someone from the outside to do that. Don't worry, I'll hire an outsider so I won't be running the company by myself. Besides, I've already submitted my resignation from my main job. Haha. Chapter 12, Tanaka questions. You left the company. I was surprised out loud at his sudden coming out. The company he works for is supposed to be one of the biggest and best companies out there. Unlike the Black Dog Guild, there is little overtime, good pay, and a low turnover rate. Besides, Adachi has a family. He has a beautiful wife and a lovely daughter. It's a picture-perfect family. I can't believe he would quit his job. I can't believe that you, who are so smart, would do such a thing. What on earth do you think you're doing? Does your wife know about this? Don't look so frightened, Tanaka. I didn't do it without thinking, and I told my wife about it. Adachi said that and gulped down the sake in his mug. I pressed Adachi further. Then, why did you quit the company without consulting me? Did you think I'd be happy about that? You didn't think so, that's why you quit without telling me. I knew you would oppose it. Adachi said without taking offense. Adachi was right. I would have opposed him if he had told me that he was thinking of quitting his job. If I were single, I would have been against it, but Adachi has a family. There was no way he could let go of his stable life. You're worried about my family, aren't you? I know what you're thinking. I'm glad you care that much, though. Adachi said as he turned his serious eyes straight at me. I can wipe my own ass. I'm not going to leave my family in the dark just because I failed in business once. I have enough money to live on for a few years, and I have double and triple insurance in case the business fails. Even so, you didn't have to go that far. I'm not the type of person who wants to be a millionaire. You're not the type of person who wants to be a millionaire, and you could have done just fine the way you are. I'm not sure I'd have done it that way. But this is what I've always wanted to do. You could call it a dream. My wife knew that, so she agreed with me. Adachi, you're on. I don't gamble, which means I quit my job because I'm convinced this is a win-win situation. So you stop worrying about trivialities and just look ahead. If you owe me even a small favor. Adachi said and finally smiled. Haha, after being told this much, I have no choice but to unclench my fists. I was going to hit him until his face changed shape and make him retract his resignation. I talked a little too much. I think I drank too much. Adachi scratched his nose in embarrassment. I kept to myself the thought that there was no way he could get drunk on this level, being an enlightened person. Are you sure you want to do this? You're so stingy, boss. Make me a good profit, will you? I responded to Adachi's words by clashing our beer mugs. I had to do my best to make sure this idiot's family wouldn't have a hard time. So, what's the first step in creating a guild? We've already taken care of all the complicated formalities. The rest is to decide whether or not to add an office and employees. I can ask few people and ask my acquaintances to do the accounting and other formalities, but it would be great if there are a few people who can do the miscellaneous work for me. I see. I don't think all of them have found new employment. It must be hard to start working right after being released from that guild. There must be some former employees who are enjoying a brief respite. I work solo, so I don't have a lot of people close to me, but I at least have their contact information and they'll be willing to talk to me. As I was thinking about who to call first, Hoshino, who had remained silent until then, spoke up. Oh, talking about employees, is it fine if I become one? They. Not only me, but also Adachi let out a stupid sound at the sudden suggestion. I didn't think she was going to say that. Chapter 13. Tanaka hires. What are you talking about? Hoshino is in college now and wants to join a big guild when she graduates, right? There's no way she's going to join a weak guild that hasn't even gotten off the ground yet. That was certainly my intention. But now my biggest dream is different. I want to work with Tanaka-san. Tanaka-san is the person I admire. So please, please, please. Hoshino bowed her head and put her heart and soul into it. The word admire in this case means not as a person of the opposite sex, but as an explorer. I didn't think she adored me this much. I was surprised. I'm honestly happy to hear that. However, Hoshino is a young person with a future, and I can't just accept her like Adachi did. It would be fine if she chose to join my guild after experiencing other guilds, but I wondered if it would be a good idea for her to join my guild from the very beginning. As I was struggling with my answer, Adachi, who couldn't bear to look at me, opened his mouth. If that's the case, you can do a part-time job at our guild. It's like a rough internship. You can work there for a while, compare it with other companies, and if you still like it here, you can join us. Hey, Mr. President. Oh yes, you're absolutely right. I jumped on Adachi's helping hand as fast as I could. The guild's management would go on like this, I could feel it. Hearing Adachi's proposal, Hoshino thought for a moment and then nodded her head. I understand. Then I'll ask you to do that. I'm glad Hoshino is helping us out. I'm counting on you. Thus, a new member joined our guild. The guild didn't even have a name yet, so it would be a little while before it was officially up and running. I've been thinking about asking you, but I'm glad you're coming to us. I'm so glad you're coming. A company of just two guys is just too dull for me, so I'm very grateful. Adachi was in a good mood as he drank his drink. Was this his intention from the beginning? I was wondering why he even invited Hoshino, so that's what happened. I'm so happy for you. I'll order something expensive to celebrate, HMMM. The button is not responding. Adachi said that deliberately and stood up. It seemed that he was going to call the shopkeeper directly. I'm going to go to the restroom while I'm at it. Don't get too frisky just because I'm not here, okay? Go on and get out of here. I pushed Adachi out of the private room. The room was inevitably left with just the two of us, Hoshino and me. It was awkward. I didn't know what to talk about when it was just the two of us. I felt like I was able to talk naturally until a while ago, but right before the confession happened, I had a hard time looking her in the eye and talking. But as an adult, I couldn't just sit here and be happy. I took a breath and looked at Hoshino, who was sitting beside me. Hoshino, about the other day. Oh, yes. Hoshino reacted in a panic, her face turning bright red. Then, just when I thought she had regained her composure, she looked up at me, half hopeful, half anxious. Oops, she was getting nervous. Please wait a little longer for my answer. I'll give you my answer when I'm ready. I'm sorry to make you wait, but in return I will never make Hoshino sad. I promise. Yes, I understand. I'll wait for you. Hoshino stared at me with moist eyes. She had big, round, dull eyes. It felt like I was going to be sucked in when I looked at them. Tanaka-san. Hoshino. Our faces naturally moved slowly closer to each other. As soon as I heard Hoshino's breathing, she slowly closed her eyes. Is that what this is about? As my heart skipped a beat, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. Jai. It was an eye peering at me through a gap in the door. I couldn't see his face clearly, but there was only one person who would do such a thing. Hey, Adachi, what are you looking at? Damns, you got me. Adachi came in with a disappointed look on his face. How long has this guy been spying on us? I didn't feel any sign of him at all. Look, don't worry about me, just go on and on. I've created a nice atmosphere for you. You didn't respond to the button. That was an act, wasn't it? Come here, I'm going to hit you until your face is deformed. Stop it, that's no way to treat me. Adachi ran away and I chased after him. Our drinking session continued noisily until late at night. Slow commentary, dungeon streamer Makoto Tanaka. Relaxing BGM. My wallet is in a tight spot again this month. Maybe I should change jobs after all. I'm sure I can find a good job. I should go dungeon diving too. If I become a famous DTuber, I'll have lots of money, lots of fans, and I'll be irresistible. What's the matter, Ryu? You have a creepy look on your face. What do you mean by creepy, Maria? I was seriously thinking about my future. Sorry, so what's your future? Well, listen and be surprised. I'm going to become a dungeon distributor, a DTuber. Then I can make money and be popular with the ladies. Oh, what a subtle reaction. My future plan is perfect, isn't it? I'm sorry, Ryu, but being a dungeon distributor is not such an easy job. Hey, but the recently famous Shachiken had over 10 million subscribers right away, you know. If someone that dull can do it, I'm sure it'll be a piece of cake for me too. It's scary how little you know about things. Shachiken is an exception. The reason he became so famous is because he was originally a very talented person. You can't do what he did. Hey, is that so? You know nothing about him, so Ryu, I'll explain about Makoto Tanaka Ikeya. Shachiken for you today. Thank you very much, Maria. Explain it to me. Oh, I understand. I'll be right at it. Take your time. Mr. Makoto Tanaka, also known as the corporate sword saint, is a 25-year-old dungeon streamer. His weapon is a sword. He has unstoppable speed and strength that can lift mountains. He's a power plus speed type swordsman. Lifting mountains is an exaggeration, Maria. There is no way anyone could do that. He really did it. This is the video evidence. This is the footage from the second dungeon delivery where he fought the Mount Dragon. Come on. He's really throwing it. That's impossible. I'm glad you believe me. Hi, I'm not afraid to say that, but why is Shachiken so powerful? That's because he used to work for the Black Guild. He's been forced to work in the dungeon since he was a little boy, and as a result, he's gotten too strong. I see, that's a more normal-sounding reason than I thought. Well, I wonder if I can be as strong as him if I stay in the dungeon as long as he does. Yeah, you have a point. If you work 350 hours of overtime a month in the dungeon, you might be able to get stronger. 350. Oh, Shachiken dives in the dungeon almost every day and has been under the line of death for almost 10 years. If you can stay in the dungeon for the same amount of time, you might have a chance. Don't be silly. If I do that, I'll die. I won't even have time to watch anime. Is that what you're concerned about? Well, that's fine. That's why normal people can't be as strong as Shachiken. He was in the deep. There are very few people who can survive there alone. I see, but that guild is terrible. It's better to destroy it as soon as possible. Don't worry, Ryu. The Black Dog Guild that Shachiken was in has already been shut down, and its president has already been caught. He's been charged with a lot of other crimes, so he won't be able to come out for a while. That's great. Yeah. On the other hand, Shachiken seems to be on a roll these days. His subscriber count has exceeded 10 million, and he is becoming the most famous individual in Japan. There are rumors that he is planning to start a new guild. That's awesome. I wonder if I can be a part of it. I thought you were going to be your own distributor. They might hire you for clerical work, but I don't think they're going to hire Ryu, who doesn't have any particular qualifications. That's not good. Such is Shachiken, but he reported on social media that he's going to attack a large dungeon next time. I'm also paying a lot of attention to where he will dive. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to try to watch the dungeon stream too. I'll study his dungeon steaming with that. That's a good mindset, man. I'm sure you'll get hooked on Shachiken's delivery because it's so interesting. Hey Maria, tell me more about Shachiken. I'm getting curious. Okay, he is not only strong, but also has interesting love relationships. He has several women interested in him. How many? He is irresistible. I'm jealous. I want to be irresistible too. Wow, don't talk so loud. Should I not have brought this up? I want to hear more of that. Please say the details. He is a selfish man. But I'm running out of time, so I'll tell you all about it in the next video. MW, got it. I'll be standing by naked. You're not wearing any clothes to begin with. Well, yeah. Well, that's it for this commentary. Watch the next video. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for watching. Section Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Act 8, Tanaka is going to dive into the world tree. Chapter 1. Tanaka makes an announcement. Hello everyone, it's me, Makoto Tanaka. Thank you for joining me for another stream today. I gave my usual greeting to the drone floating in the air and began the dungeon delivery. Thanks in part to the advance notice, the number of viewers grew rapidly. He's here. I've been waiting for you. Oh Haken. It started. I've been waiting for this since the day before yesterday. Is someone not with us this time? I skimmed through the comments and took a few things from them that the viewers seemed to be wondering about. I'm not with any guests today. Well, Riri is here though. As I said that, Riri the Shoggoth came out of my breast pocket and looked at me with a wry. I'm always with her wherever I go because it's too dangerous to leave her at home. I think it would be good if I could leave him with a dachi or something. Well, if he can stand Riri's acid, that is. Riri. Cute. Shogotan hahaha. Is there a 1-1 figure yet? I want a Riri plushie. I want a life-size figure of Orca-ken, too. I wonder if it's too hard to get the goods individually. Riri's popularity was as great as ever, and the number of requests for merchandise was increasing day by day. Adachi seemed to be aware of this and is in contact with all parties involved in the project. However, there is still no timetable for the release of the product, so I couldn't say anything about it here. As for the DX Shachiken sword, they said they are almost ready to announce it, but I wonder if there are people who really want it at. If only the Hashino family wants it, I'll cry stones. And yes, I was told by Adachi that I could report on that one. I'll tell him as soon as possible. Well, I have a report to make to you all, and I will make it before we dive into the dungeon. What? I'm so excited. No way. Marriage report. Who are you going to marry without me, Tanaka? I'm not ready to panic yet. You're so upset. I've decided to create a new guild, and I, Makoto Tanaka, will be the president of the guild. What? Seriously? Congratulations. Just creating a new guild is a surprise, and you're the president. This is a great announcement. I thought you were getting married. From now on, you'll be the president Kensei, not the corporate Kensei. So it's Shachiken for short. It's still the same. Shachoken is cute too, isn't he? Tanaka, who used to have eyes like a dead fish, has grown up. Smiling, don't be a Kuwakere Shizura. The reaction to the announcement of the new guild was positive. Everyone was surprised and congratulated me. Thank God, it seems my fears were unfounded that someone like me might get flack for saying I was going to be president. But if you become president, won't you be unable to distribute or something? Sure, I'd miss that. I mean, do you have any other employees? What's the name of the guild? Do you have any plans to recruit employees? Are you looking for a mistress? The questions came one after the other. I'll ignore the last one for now, but I'll try to answer them one by one. I'm going to take the position of president, but I'm not going to change the content of my activities. Rest assured that I will continue to stream. There are 2 employees at the moment, myself and a friend, and we have no plans to recruit at this time. But we may recruit if we need to in the future. Understood. I see. You'll keep streaming, good. I'm so relieved. I'll have nothing to live for if you stop streaming Shachiken. I wonder if your friend is doing a lot of behind-the-scenes work. He seems to be a good producer. I guess I'll just have to wait unemployed until they start recruiting. If you put out a job offer, I'm sure you'll get a lot of people. Oh yes, that's right. Hashino, who has often appeared in our collaborations, will be hired on a part-time basis. I don't know if we will officially hire her as an employee, but she is willing to help us. What Yui is here? Well, it's a reasonable choice. You're hiring a mistress. I knew she was the main heroine. Part-time job, I didn't know that was an option. Well, it makes more sense than hiring someone you don't know. Even the most die-hard fans were silent at this. It's a mistress. And this will be the new guild emblem. I navigated my phone and brought up a single image on the delivery screen. It was a logo of a white wolf holding a broken collar in its mouth. Adachi had a professional make it for us, and it's pretty cool. I like it too. That's cool. I'm getting fired up. The guild emblem is the symbol of the guild, so it's important. Is this a wolf instead of a dog? It looks a little bit like the Black Dog Guild's black dog. By the way, that guild's mark had a rugged collar attached to it with a hard-looking chain. So he's evolved into a wolf by breaking his collar. So the collar is a metaphor for Suda. The guild's name is the White Wolf Guild. The Black Dog Guild that I was in was an incredibly dark guild, as you all know. In the new guild, we aim to be a white guild where everyone can work happily. That is why we decided on this name. We have a full benefits package, bonuses based on performance, various allowances, and a flex time system. And of course, enough holidays. The White Wolf Guild will strive to be a guild that everyone will want to join. Oh, that's a lot of enthusiasm. It's a white guild, isn't it? I want to join just because Tanaka is here. It looks like a lot of work, but I wish you all the best. It's not as bad as the Black Dog Guild, but there are still black guilds out there. A new wind is blowing in the industry. I'm rooting for you. Having said everything I had planned to say, I heaved a sigh. We now had 5 million viewers, many of whom were foreigners. That's enough publicity for both domestic and international audiences. But the real work began from here. The dungeon I would dive today is a special dungeon, different from the usual dungeons. Now that the announcement is over, let's get down to business. Here is the dungeon we will dive today. The drone changed its angle to show the dungeon I was going to dive. Until now, the viewers could not see where I was because I was against the wall. But when they saw it on the screen, they understood where I was all at once. This is. I've been waiting for this since the announcement. Really, you can see inside. I've been wondering about this for a long time. What appeared on the delivery screen was a huge tree. The tree, tall enough to reach the clouds and thick enough to be a building, is a dungeon in itself. The Yogi World Tree Dungeon. It was a recently built dungeon whose internal structure was still unknown. Dojima-san had previously asked me to investigate this dungeon, and today I finally got to dive in. The government had already completed the investigation of the upper part of the dungeon, which is exposed from the ground. But the underground root part has not been progressed due to many powerful monsters. Today we would stream the investigation of that part of the dungeon. I will now begin my business work. Please, everyone, stay with me until the end. After putting my tie back on, I dived into the dungeon, where no one had yet ventured. Chapter 2, Tanaka enters the World Tree. We have been waiting for you, Tanaka-sama. Please come this way. Yes, thank you very much. I arrived at the entrance of the Yogi World Tree Dungeon, and was guided by a uniformed person into the barrier that sealed off the dungeon. This person is an employee of the Department of Dungeon Management. All the labyrinths that appear in the area are managed by the Labyrinth Management Bureau. I apologize for calling on you at such short notice. The government officials who are available at the moment could not even investigate. We rely solely on you, Tanaka-sama. The official said that in a voice so quiet that the drone could not hear him. In fact, this dungeon raid was suddenly decided yesterday. If it were up to us, we would have made more careful preparations before entering the dungeon. No, it's fine, I'm free anyway. So why did they decide to go today? It was because this dungeon was reported to be active. According to the report, the concentration of magical elements in this dungeon had increased dramatically, and the monsters in the dungeon were also becoming more active. A dungeon where this kind of phenomenon occurs has the possibility of transforming into a unique dungeon. That is why they moved up the date of my exploration. This time, I have already received permission to destroy the dungeon. If this dungeon turns out to be a unique or dangerous one, Dojima-san said I could destroy it. There are dozens of unique dungeons in the world, but there has only been one case of destruction. In other words, the case where I defeated Shoggoth was the only one. That's probably why Dojima-san asked me to destroy it. You can go to the bottom from here. I see this is quite. In the place I was led to, there was a large hole that led underground. In the hole, there were many roots of the world tree. It seems that one could walk deep into the hole by following these roots. I could not find any foothold other than the roots, so I could say that it was a very difficult dungeon, but that was not what I was interested in. The concentration of magical elements in the upper level is so high. I haven't seen a dungeon this dense since the Imperial Palace dungeon. I had not felt such a high concentration of magic element in the shallowest layer since that dungeon. An inexperienced explorer might get intoxicated just by entering this place. If the concentration of magical element is this high in the upper levels, I wonder how strong the monsters will be in the deeper levels. It's a little worrisome. What will you do? It was reported that Chief Amatsuki would be available in the evening. We can wait for that and then do the investigation. No, it's fine. I'd like to save as much time as possible right now. It would be quite reassuring if Amatsuki could come, but this dungeon is still growing. It would be better to dive in as soon as possible. Besides, it's harder to escape when there is an emergency if you have friends. Considering the possibility of only having to investigate, solo is the easiest way to go. I'm used to it that way. It would be safer to go down this thick route, but the survey team couldn't even reach the middle level. And I held up my hand to stop the management office person from talking. I'm afraid you'd better get back, sir. It looks like they've already detected us. What? I heard the sound of something scraping against the ground. It was the sound of large, long creatures moving on the surface of the tree roots. They appeared to surround the two of us as they flicked out their long tongues. They were huge snakes with purple scales. I estimated that they were more than 10 meters long. There were about 30 of them. Their fangs curled around the roots of the trees, and purple liquid dripped from their fangs. Is that the venom serpent? So many A-rank monsters. Looks like this is already their territory. But this place should have still been safe, and yet this is happening. That's how active they've become. It's a good thing we came early. I drew my sword and readied it. Now let's see. We will now begin our business. Chapter 3, Tanaka Fights Venom Serpents. Shaya. One of the venom serpents let out a loud cry to intimidate me. It seems that it had finished its assessment of me and recognized me as its prey. The other side had 30 venom serpents, and this side had 2, including the staff member. Well, Ryuri was there too. It was obvious to everyone which of us had the advantage. Hi. The staff member screamed and, unable to bear it any longer, turned his back and tried to run away. Immediately, a venom serpent leapt at him, aiming at his back. It is an ironclad rule that you should never turn your back on a wild animal, and it is no different when dealing with a monster. I swung my sword straight at the venom serpent as it leapt toward him. Wagaryu Kenjutsu, Matataki Blink. The venom serpent's head was cut off with a flash of the sword. The headless torso fell with a thud onto the roots, and after wiggling around for a while, it fell to the bottom of the hole. Ooh, he beat it. That's what I'm talking about, Shachiken. One hit lol. Well, the opponent is only A-rank after all. No, A-rank monsters are usually very strong. Shachiken is the strongest. But there are still nearly 30 of them. Can he make it? I'm also worried about the unstable footing. I mean, this is the upper level. Only Shachiken can take them down. I was hoping that if I killed one of them, the others would run away, but unfortunately that didn't happen. Either they were taking revenge on us or they were just hungry. The venom serpents didn't run away, but instead approached us jitterily. There seems to be no other way but to do it. Officials, don't turn your back and run away by retreating slowly. I'll take care of the rest. Yes, thank you very much, I wish you good luck. The staff member retreated as I told him to, and then exited the dungeon and closed the barrier. Now I'm alone, now you can fight to your heart's content. Teak Ryuri. Ryuri protested as she emerged from her breast pocket. She seems to be angry too. Ryuri, you look so cute when you're angry. Actually, Shoggoth is rank X, so she's ranked higher than Venom Serpent. But she's still just a baby. When she grows up, she'll become the strongest ally. Ryuri-tan haha. Fungurui, a voice that the brain refuses to understand. No, I bet you Ryuri will grow up to be a downer type of heavy beauty. I bet Suda's life on it too. Suda's life is on the line, lol. I'm sorry, Ryuri was with me. I'll fight with you then. Ryuri. Ryuri enthusiastically looked at the venom serpent with me. They approached us and attacked us at once. The first one to bare its fangs. The first one bared its fangs to bite me. A purple liquid was dripping from its fangs. Of course, it was highly poisonous, toxic enough to kill even a large monster in an instant. I leapt to dodge the bite and thrust my sword over my head at the top of his head, right into his brain. Yo, Tsu. Yeah, no matter how strong your body is, you can't survive if your brain is pierced. His body was still twitching, but he would soon stop moving. It's too quick, lol. As usual, he's still as strong as ever. He's already killed one before I know it. But there are more of them. He won, I'm going to the bathroom. Jaya. The venom serpents, perhaps annoyed that 2 of their friends were killed, attacked from all directions at once. Even if one of them gets killed, they probably think that if one of them were to bite someone, the venom would take them down. However, with this level of numbers, I can handle them. Wagoryu Kenjutsu, Mugen's infinite slash. Countless sword flashes ran through the air, cutting down the venom serpents one after another. As the name implies, Mugen's is a cerebral technique that unleashes an endless rain of slashes. Although the power of each hit is inferior to that of Mat Attacky Blink, it is overwhelmingly superior in terms of sheer numbers. It is a very effective technique when there are many opponents. Wow, what's going on? I can't see his arms or sword because he's too fast. Venom Serpent Kun, you're shaking lol. I didn't know he still had this kind of skill. There's only a little more left. After cutting down most of the venom serpents that attacked me, I stopped my arm for a moment. The 3 remaining venom serpents became more wary of their dead comrades and moved away from me. Now, as I was thinking about how I would take care of the rest, the venom serpent that was behind me suddenly accelerated and attacked. Yeah! I turned around and was about to swing my sword, but sooner than that, Riri jumped out of my breast pocket and onto my shoulder. Riri! Then, from under her eyes, where a normal creature would have a mouth, she shot out a stream of black liquid. The venom serpent, after being hit in the face with the liquid, screamed in agony, Jisha, and then falls to the ground. The part that was hit by Riri's liquid has melted into a sludge. Wow, that looks painful. Hey, Riri is too strong. When did you become able to do something like that? As expected of an X rank. Oh my god. Yeah, a terribly muffled, excited voice. Riri, you're a Shoggoth, aren't you? The comment section was abuzz with excitement. I bet they didn't expect Riri to be this strong. Chapter 4, Tanaka picks up. Riri. Riri proudly puffed out her chest after defeating the venom serpent. Riri was proud of herself. I immediately took out a bottle of sweetened beverages that I had brought with me and fed it to Riri. You did well, great job. Riri. Riri squealed happily. I had been secretly teaching Riri some tricks at home. At first, it was only things that a dog would do, such as sit and wait. But then, perhaps because she wanted to please me, Riri began to show me more than that. One of them was the acid shot, which she had just performed. Shoggoth, which I had defeated before, was covered with a special acid. It was so powerful that it melted away in an instant when a weapon touched it. Riri is able to create a similar acid in her body and fire it. Thanks to her training, her speed and aim were excellent. It is a weapon that can be used against monsters in the dungeon. Well, we're still at the entrance, so let's take down the rest of them quickly. Riri. Shiru. Venom Serpent, you're struggling lol. Of course I'd be scared if my friends were being melted into mush. You've been playing with the wrong guy. Riri's acid is worse than the poison you're so proud of. What are you going to do? I don't know how to attack Shachiken from a distance anymore. I guess it doesn't make much difference since Shachiken can send slashes flying, right? Either way, he's a total shit boss. I feel sorry for the monsters he encounters. Nerf him. Yo-ho. I took advantage of their hesitation to attack and took out a few more venom serpents. As I was about to go below to take down the remaining one, it opened its mouth and sprayed a large amount of purple liquid from the tip of its sharp fangs. The liquid flew straight at me and hit me. What? That poison can fly. Oi, I'm dead, Tanaka. Shachiken. Oh, Tanaka, it's a pity that he's dead. Of course he's dead. No, he's definitely not dead. He even took the poison on purpose. The poison covering my body fell to my feet according to gravity. The poison, which can enter the body through the skin and easily kill large organisms, did not work on me. I got a little in my mouth, but nothing serious. I've eaten the venom serpent several times, so I've developed a tolerance to it. I think Riri would be fine with this level of venom, but just in case, I protected her with my hand so she wouldn't get hit. Phew, that's a little bitter. Bitter lol. He didn't eat it after all. I knew it. Well, he did eat the Shoggoths. Venom Serpent, you're so upset. I bet you thought you'd won, didn't you? You're out of luck. Oh, I got cut. I'm so glad it was all over so easily. The last blow was painful. Did he kill them all? With the last one down, I picked up my loot. Some had fallen down the hole, but some remained on the roots. Venom, serpent fangs, scales, and flesh. Now that I have created my own guild, I would be able to sell things from the dungeon. Up until now, I've been letting things go unless they were materials for weapons or restorative potions, but from now on, I'll have to pick them up more often. Oh, there's some good cuts of meat here. Do you want some too, Riri? Riri. Riri ate the venom serpent's meat with a satisfied look on her face. There was a trace amount of poison in the meat, but it didn't seem to be a problem. It seems that Riri had a high tolerance to poison. Okay then, let's get going. As I was about to jump down from the roots, I saw a black object at the edge of my vision. A rectangular object buried in the roots of the dungeon. It was about 30 centimeters in size, black and translucent, with a machine-like object visible through it. It would be easier to understand if I say that it resembled a HDD hard disk drive. I wondered if I should retrieve the labyrinthine information terminal archive in such a shallow place. I put it in my suit pocket and retrieved it. What's this? A machine. It's a labyrinth information terminal archive. Why is it here? This is a mysterious object that stores dungeon information. The monster names and ranks are all based on the labyrinth information terminal archive. What? Someone isn't naming them. Yes, the government names the named monsters and so on. But the names of the races are all taken from the labyrinth information terminal archives. As I recall, magic usage was also recorded in the Labyrinth Information Terminal Archive. If it weren't for this, dungeon exploration would have been a lot slower. As has been said in the comments, various information is stored in this Labyrinth Information Terminal Archive. Most of its contents are not yet known to Earthlings. The information inside is proven to be correct, even though it's highly suspicious, so mankind is relying on it. Therefore, even monsters that mankind has not yet encountered are preserved in the records. We know the names, strengths, and characteristics of monsters we have never seen before. However, while anyone can access the data on ordinary monsters, information on dangerous monsters and those yet to be identified is restricted and not available to everyone. Of course, Amatsuki and Rin are government officials, so they have access to all information managed by Japan. This is why the Labyrinth Information Terminal Archive is so valuable. Basically, it is a rule to hand them over to the government, but they are often traded at a high price behind the scenes. It is always beneficial to monopolize information. It seems that major countries in the world have signed a treaty to share the information in the Labyrinth Information Terminal Archives, but I doubt that all the information is shared. No country would want to easily share information that they risk their lives to obtain. Incidentally, the information in the Labyrinth Information Terminal Archives is random, ranging from highly valuable information to information that is already generally known and of little value. I hope there's some good information in there, but I guess I'll have to wait until I get back. I muttered to myself as I stood at the edge of the route. I looked down and saw that the hole went all the way to the bottom. It was too dark to see how far down the hole went. I guess it would be safer if I went down through the roots, but if I did that, I would never be able to get to the bottom of the hole. We should go that way as usual. No way. I've been waiting for this. What's going to happen? Time to sober up. I'm gonna get sick. With a flip, I jumped down from the roots and began to fall toward the end of the dungeon. Chapter 5. Tanaka lands. I jumped down from the roots and descended swiftly down to the depths of the World Tree Dungeon. It was deeper than I had expected. It was pitch black below, and I couldn't see the bottom yet. Sometimes a large root blocked my way, so I occasionally dodge or slash my way down. Too long. Oops. Orararos. Fun. You guys need to work on your semicircular canals more. Uppu. So many soft guys, is this your first time here? You guys need to work on your semicircular canals lol. I was going to do something about it, but Adachi stopped me. I heard that it is one of the contents. I don't understand. The stream is full of mysteries. NN. I saw something moving at the bottom. Is that a root? One root moved wiggily and pointed its tip toward me. Then, the tip opened like a mouth. Is that a tree dragon or something rare? As its name suggests, a tree dragon is a dragon whose body is made of trees. They appear in dungeons with a lot of plants and usually mimic trees. Whenever an explorer passes near them, they suddenly open their mouths and attack. Other tree-mimicking monsters include treants, but tree dragons are much nastier than treants. It has a hard body and high vitality. It is indeed a dragon. It's so troublesome. I was surrounded by tree dragons on all sides before I knew it. More than a dozen tree dragons were aiming at me, baring their fangs and attacking me. What the hell are these guys? Are tree dragons supposed to swarm like this? These guys are A rank like the venom serpent, but aren't they in the wrong place? There's nowhere to run. But Shachiken will do it, won't he? I'll give a hand to poor tree dragon-kun. I controlled my posture in midair, adjusted my stance, and gripped the hilt of my sword. Then one of the tree dragons came to bite me. Gah! A moment before the tree dragon's fangs hit me, I kicked in the air and evaded it. Then, I got on top of my opponent, pulled out my sword, and cut his head in two. Yeah. You're moving in the air. Why are you moving in the air like that? You're using the 6 techniques. You're a moonwalker. Double jump, was it implemented in the real world too? Seriously, how do you do that? It breaks the laws of physics. What can't you do? Some people are surprised, but I think jumping in the air is a skill that anyone can do once they get the hang of it. Air has a unique viscosity. If you can feel it with the soles of your feet and kick up well, you can lift your body up. See, it's easy, isn't it? Juwoo. The tree dragons became furious after their comrade was killed. They attack all at once, but the only way they can attack is to bite or wrap themselves around you. Even if I didn't have a foothold, I didn't have a problem. Good hey. I caught the head of one of the tree dragons and threw it away to hit the other tree dragons. The recoil from the throw allowed me to avoid the bite of the other individual, and I drove my sword into its brain. Phew, there are a lot of them indeed. Each one isn't that strong, but they appear one after the other, making it a hassle. You can ignore them and move on, but it's also troublesome to have them chasing after you from behind. Let's just get rid of them all at once. I jumped once and took the top of the tree dragons. Wagaryu Kenjutsu, Emitsukaze Jinsen. After twisting my body as hard as I could, I swing my sword downward with all my might. Then a huge tornado is generated and fills the dungeon. Juyua? Each of those winds becomes a sharp blade. The mass of giant blades go gurgling through the holes in the dungeon like a drill, shattering the tree dragons in its path into pieces. Tease too much, lol. I didn't know you also had AoE attacks. This is already a natural disaster. I think I'll name it the Shachiken Cyclone. Bye-bye, tree dragon-kun. When the typhoon passed, the tree dragons and the tree roots were gone. Now there is nothing to block my way. I gracefully resume my fall. I have no time. I have nothing to do, so I lay down and continue to fall. I was surprised by the blow I had received earlier, but I was not attacked by any monsters after that. After a few minutes of safe fall, the ground comes into view. Oh, it's over. Returning to my stance, I plunge one hand into the wall of the dungeon. Ga. I slowed down and landed safely on the ground. It's been a long journey. There was one road leading to where I landed. Walking down that road, I arrived at an open space. There was also a large underground lake there. There were no monsters in sight, and it looked safe. A safe area, perhaps. There are places in the dungeon where monsters do not appear. It does not mean that monsters will never come in, but there are places where monsters avoid. These are the places where the explorers can take a break. Okay, I'll take a break here then. I'm sure you viewers are tired too, so please take a break. I'll have some food while you're at it. Thanks for the break. We've been doing this all day. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm going to get some sleep. This is going to be a long show, so it's important to take a break. Well, I'm going to have lunch, and I'm going to cook with this venom serpent meat. I'm starting to enjoy this. This is not the time to go to the bathroom. Are you going to give me a break? I think it's more like the main story. I'm just wondering why the number of viewers has started to increase. Thank God for dungeon food. Only in Shachiken can we see the monsters eating. I've been waiting for this. I set the table and put the venom serpent meat on it. It's still fresh since I just took it. This is going to be a delicious dish. I like it grilled with salt and herbs and then some soup. The rest is. I'm thinking about the menu. I'm getting hungry. While the viewers were getting excited, it happened. Pitter-patter. Ahem. Suddenly, I hear the sound of water dripping in my ears. I thought it was water falling from above, but it was not. I looked back in wonder. There, I saw a mysterious life form that had emerged from the subterranean lake to the surface. In a word, it was a fishman. It was covered with green scales all over its body and had fins and gills on its body. His face was completely fish-like, and his physique was quite good. He was more than 6 feet tall and had well-developed muscles. I have never seen such a monster. It clearly looked alien and abnormal. It slowly moved its eyes and caught me. While I was on the lookout for what it was going to do, it suddenly moved at high speed and hit me with all its might. What? I quickly defended myself with both arms. The power of his arms was so great that even though I defended myself, my body was sent flying backwards. Oh, stay. I landed with a thud even as I flew backward. The spot where I was hit hurts like a zing. It didn't hurt to move it, but I hadn't been hit this hard in a long time. What is that guy? It's too scary. I looked it up, but there's seriously no data on it. Is it a new species? What's more, it's so strong. I've never seen Shachiken get blown away before. I'm suddenly getting scared. That speed and power surely ranks above S. The comments were getting noisy. It was a clear anomaly. It's understandable. But I was more curious than scared. Nice, I'm going to get my first good workout in a while. Without drawing my sword, I approached the fishman with my fists clanging. Chapter 6. Tanaka fights. Iguo. The fishman let out a low roar as I approached him. He seemed to be very wary of me. He buried his fangs and threatened me. Gah-ah. The fishman jumped out of the water as if he were a weir. Clenching his right fist tightly, he came at me. Here it comes. Too fast. Too scary, lol. What the hell is this guy? Can you get it, Shachiken? I blocked the fishman's fist and slipped into his arms. He had strong arms, but his fighting style was rough and poor. I don't know if he's intelligent, but at least he didn't learn any martial arts. Ha! In return, I punched the fishman in the stomach as hard as I could. Gah! The fishman flew backward with a pained expression on his face and landed on his feet. I must have hit him pretty hard, but he still had not lost his will to fight. It is still sturdy after all. He is definitely stronger than Suda. Isn't that fishman strong? Who the hell is he to be able to exchange blows with Shachiken? He's too strong. He's good, fishman. I'm in a trend of praising monsters. It can't be helped. There have been very few monsters that can fight properly. They're usually cut in half before you know it. I mean, is that really a fishman? It's definitely not a normal monster. As some of the comments have said, that is no ordinary fishman. I have fought fishmen before, but they were not that strong. Fishmen are A-rank monsters, but the one in front of me is stronger than an S-rank monster. I'll try using that one. I muttered quietly and took out a machine from my pocket. The name of this machine is Labyrinth Analyzer. It is shaped like a speed gun that measures speed. It reads the shape, form, and elemental information of an object and pulls the object's data from a database. With this machine, even undiscovered monsters can be viewed if they have information from the Labyrinth Information Terminal archives. It is worth a try. Only government officials possess Labyrinth analyzers, but I was able to ask Mr. Dojima to give me one. I'll have to thank him again later. Let the analysis begin. I activate the Labyrinth Analyzer toward the fishman who is watching us from afar. The analysis is completed immediately, and the opponent's information is projected in the air. Deep 1 rank. XI. A monster similar to a fishman. They serve an evil god and sometimes work in packs. It uses its sharp fins, teeth, and strong body to fight. Government note: no cases found. Deep 1. I nod my head at the unfamiliar name. From what is written at the end, it seems it was still an undiscovered monster. I knew Deep 1 was a Cthulhu deity. Seriously, it's a monster I've never heard of. Well, I guess we can assume it's a kind of fishman. I didn't know there were other Cthulhu monsters besides the Shoggoths. I'll have to check my san. I don't know anything about the Deep 1. Well, most people don't know about it. Only a fanatic like me knows about it. Clicks glasses. You look so smug. From the comments, this guy seems to be a monster in the same family as the Shoggoths. No wonder my head hurts a little when I see it on the street. I'll have to watch out for its ability to pollute the mind, even if it's resistant. I mean, what's X1? Isn't rank X unmeasurable and not classified beyond that? I heard that since Shachiken defeated them, X ranks need to be classified as well. I heard that Shoggoth was also reclassified as X1. Does that mean this fishman is the weakest of the X ranks? That's true, but you can't be too careful, because all of the X ranks are catastrophic to the capital. Some of the cities were destroyed by shogos. As the commenter said, the X ranks are now divided into 5 levels. X1 is the weakest, then 2, 3, 4, 5, and stronger. The classification is information that is not available in the Labyrinth Information Terminal archives, so the government calculates and ranks the monsters based on their own magical elements. Well, anyway, the opponent is the weakest of the X ranks, but it means that you cannot let your guard down. There is a high possibility that this is the reason this dungeon is active. It would be better to defeat him here for sure. Chapter 7. Tanaka is surprised. Goo. Me and the fishman glared at each other and measure our timing. Slowly breathing, we rushed out at the same time, keeping a watchful eye on the other's actions. Gah. The fishman opened his arms and grabbed at me. His hands were covered with sharp claws. The claws were much sharper than those of a knife. It would have been painful if it had pierced me. I blocked him by grabbing both of his wrists. Then, gah. The fishman ripped out his fangs and tried to bite me on the neck. His fangs, like his claws, are so sharp that they could bite through the flesh of an S-rank monster. Of course, you don't have to eat them. I quickly shot a kick, straight up and hit the fishman right in the jaw from below. Too fast, Elmao. I seriously don't know what's going on here. So this is Yamcha's perspective. We can't keep up with the battle ahead. I've been following you since the beginning. Deep One, you're doing great. How can he be so strong when he's not using a sword? Because he's Shachiken. I understand. The fishman stumbled on the spot, having been struck through the jaw. Apparently, he had a brain in his head properly. His body seems to be similar to a human's. I grabbed the fishman's arm and spun him around on the spot, using myself as a fulcrum. Then, after gaining enough momentum, I throw the fishman toward the underground lake. Gah! The fishman spun around and bounced on the surface of the water like a stone. I immediately ran after him. And when I caught up to the fishman on the water, I kicked its body up into the air. I'm so messed up. I'm surprised you're still alive, Fishman-kun. Seriously, the scale of the battle is Z-Warrior. There's no wonder they're a fighting race. I think they're about to start shooting air bombs. Why isn't anyone talking about the fact that they're already running on the water? Well, they can do double jumps, so they should be able to do that. I feel numb lol. I kicked the surface of the water and jumped to catch up with the fishman above me, and then, to top it all off, I kicked him. Zyugan, the fishman slammed into the ground with such force that he fell limply to the ground. I also landed on the ground and approached the fishman. The fishman was not going to be able to move for a while if I attacked him this much. I thought so, but the fishman did not give up and attacked me. Go. It showed a great fighting spirit to still be coming at me. I respectfully punched him in the face as hard as I could. Hibu hibu. The fishman staggered as he was knocked off his feet. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I hit the fishman in the face again and again. You're so merciless. I'm starting to feel sorry for him. Fishman-kun, your face is beat up. Oh my god. I heard there's a company president who used to work with this guy like a slave. There's no such person, is there? He's a real daredevil, isn't he? I'm amazed. Suda's reevaluation lol. I hit the fishman for a while, but he never showed any sign of collapsing. As expected of an X rank, its sturdiness is unmatched by an S rank monster. I had no choice but to use my sword to finish him off. As soon as I put my hand on the sword at my waist, something unexpected happens. Oh no, stop it already, I give up, spare my life. What? Suddenly, the fishman started begging for his life in Japanese. I've never heard of a monster speaking a language. Even I, with my long experience in dungeons, froze in my thoughts. What? What? Seriously? It's talking lol. Shabata. Can monsters talk? Of course not. I know of bird monsters that imitate human voices, but I don't think any of them can speak with a will. Why is it that Shachiken's delivery is always so chaotic? I seriously got goosebumps. The comments section was also in an uproar. The number of viewers is growing rapidly. Monsters talking is unprecedented. The whole world is probably paying attention. Anyway, such an opportunity doesn't come along very often. Let's talk carefully. You can talk. I was just startled and attacked you, but I didn't mean to hurt you. So please spare my life. You understand my language. For some reason, the fishman was also surprised and rolled his eyes. Apparently, he didn't think they could understand him either. I don't consider anyone who can communicate with me a monster. I took my hand off my sword and put it out of battle mode. Now, what should I do? I don't know what to do because I have never communicated with a monster except for killing each other. The other side is also fidgeting, as if it doesn't know what to do. When we were fighting, he looked terrifying, but now he's starting to look like a human being. I'm going to ask them to relax for a while so that I can listen to what they have to say. Then there is only one thing to do. I switch to business mode of honorifics and make a suggestion to the fishman. Well, for the time being, why don't we have some food? Chapter 8, Tanaka opens up. Here you go. Feel free to eat. I put the monster dish in front of the fishman and said so. The fishman's eyes light up, itadakimasu, and began to eat the food. Magu magu, yum, I've never had such delicious yumimen. I can't get enough of it. The fishman ate with a single-minded devotion. I made venom serpent steak and venom serpent soup. It's a full course of fried venom serpent and snake dishes. Seeing that he ate the monster's meat without any problem, it seems that he has enough tolerance for magical elements. I'm surprised that you not only let me go, but also gave me such a delicious meal. I won't forget this favor, I promise. The mysterious fishman said pleasantly as he gobbled up my venom serpent dish. We seem to have established a friendly relationship for the time being, and I'm sure we could talk about a lot of things. You're a good eater, aren't you? You're eating just fine. I'm jealous that you get to eat Shachiken's food. How come you're so familiar with him? Tanaka is the only one who can get him to eat. You've got to get his stomach first. Are you going to marry this guy? Lol, I really feel like I'm watching a historical moment. Shachiken's negotiating skills will be put to the test. After enjoying his meal for a while, the fishman was satisfied and stopped eating, saying, "Phew, I'm full." It's time to ask him some questions. Did the meal suit your palate? Yes, of course. I haven't had such a delicious meal even in my hometown. Well, it's a good thing to be in distress. Local may I ask something about you? Of course, of course. Ask me anything, Tanaka Aniki. Tanaka Aniki. I tilted my head at that word, which I was not used to hearing so often. I don't remember having a brother who was this fishy. Elmao. Shachiken, you're so confused, lol. You've been missed, haven't you? I don't think anyone, but Shachiken would have a deep one as a brother. I don't know anyone who would take a monster as a protege. I want to be Tanaka's apprentice, too. I want to be his mistress, too. The flow has changed. I want to be a fishman so I can be Shachiken's brother. I got an idea. I'm calling it in. I fell in love with my brother's strength like an evil god, and his heart as deep as the abyss. Please stop using honorifics and call me Dagasuk. I don't know, but it seems he liked me more than I imagined. Well, if you want me to call you that, there's no reason for me to refuse. I broke out of the honorific mode and started asking questions. So, Dagasuk was it? Where are you from? I was in a pond near my house. I was fishing there when I saw a suspicious figure. I approached him, and suddenly I was transported into this dungeon. Where is this house? I don't know how to answer that question. It is in the lower part of the place where many people like me live. As far as I can tell, this guy was not born in a dungeon, but was brought in from another place. And in that place, a race similar to this one, what we call monsters, live. There are two possible hypotheses. The first is that somewhere on Earth there is a place where a race similar to this one lives. Humans have explored almost all of the Earth's surface, but it would not be surprising if we have not found them living, for example, in the deep sea. The second is that they are from some other world that is different from the Earth, or in other words, another world. Another world seems like a ridiculous story, but it is possible since Maki-san said something similar at the Magic Research Bureau. Which hypothesis is correct will determine the measures we will take in the future. We need to find out for sure. While I was thinking about this, Dagasuk began to talk to me. I didn't think there were strong people like you among human beings. I was told growing up that humans are fragile creatures. Are you related to humans? No, not much. No, we have very little contact with humans. Especially, many of them are from the kingdom of Lustria. They live close to where we live. Wait a minute. Suddenly, I heard unfamiliar words. I stopped the conversation and dig deeper. Dagasuk, can you tell me the names of all the countries you know? There's the Kingdom of Lustria, the Orcian Empire, and the Holy Tree Kingdom of Orswood. I don't know much about the human world, so that's about it. The first is the Lustria Kingdom, the second is the Orsian Empire, and the third is the Holy Tree Kingdom of Orswood. There is no doubt about it. This guy is from a different world from here on Earth. Chapter 9, Tanaka encourages. This is a different world from the one I was in. Dagasuk's eyes popped out in surprise when he heard what I had to say. He is a fishman who exaggerates his reactions at every turn. But I guess it is natural to be surprised if you suddenly find yourself in a different world. The comments were flowing so fast that I couldn't follow them with my eyes. Another world, really? You've been transported to another world. Seriously, I'm going to get hit by a truck. Oh my God, is this really information that should be broadcast? Social networking sites and message boards are going crazy over this. I had no idea where the dungeon and monsters came from until now. I'm glad I watched this stream live. I'm so glad I was there to witness this historic moment. I wish I could go to another world in my life. Fishman reincarnation. I thought I was transported to a dungeon, but it turned out to be another world. I was attacked by a strong swordsman, but he saved my life, so I'm going to become his apprentice. It's decided to make it into a novel. Dagasuk-kun is the hero. There's a chance he'll become a heroine from here. I don't want a heroine like this. I can't follow the excitement with my eyes. I'm sure the social networking sites are also in trouble. The governments of various countries are probably in a panic after getting this information. I'm sure Dojima-san is also busy dealing with the situation. I had a hunch, to be honest. I had a hunch that Dagasuk might be from another world. There was an option to cut off the distribution and keep the information secret, but I chose not to do that because I felt that this problem should be shared with the whole world. If I kept the information secret, Dagasuk would be targeted by the rest of the world. Well, even at this stage, other countries will want Dagasuk, but if I make his information open, the number of people who will try to mess with him will decrease to some extent. To ensure his safety, we need to make him spit out all the information he has and release it to the public. Information is a weapon, but because of its value, it can sometimes hurt you. I'm not going back to my old world. Can I go back to my old world now? Dagasuk asks me, half crying. Dagasuk may look scary, but he has a timid personality. I guess his mind can't catch up with the suddenness of the situation. Honestly, I don't know. I wish I knew how to get across the world, but I don't have a clue. Shana, oh, am I all alone here? Dagasuk nodded his head, his shoulders slumped. I took pity on him and put my hand on his shoulder. I don't know how to get you back, but I'll take care of you while you're in this world. We met here because of some kind of connection. So, cheer up. Oh, Aniki. Dagasuk's eyes got moist and he suddenly hugged me. I was quite moved. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Stop it, your scales hurt and you smell like seaweed. He totally loves you. You've already conquered him. That's what I'm talking about. I want to be seduced by Tanaka too. I'm so excited. Dagasuk, take your place. Tanaka's heroine race board is going to be so much fun. I didn't know there was such a board. I pull away from Dagasuk, who is clinging to me, and move away. It was difficult because he was X rank and his strength was unnecessarily strong. I'm going to hit him next time he does it. Then I guess I'll just go outside for once. That's fine, right? The dungeon's strange behavior was probably caused by Dagasuk. I couldn't go down to the lowest level, but my first priority was to protect him. If we went down there and Dagasuk died, we would be in serious trouble. I'm concerned about going further down, but the most important thing is to get him back to the surface safely. Well, I'm fine with that. Is that okay with you? What? When I asked him that, he said something I had never imagined. At the bottom of this dungeon, there's a bad guy, isn't there? There is a monster at the bottom of this dungeon, much stronger than me. Isn't that what you came here to defeat? Chapter 10, Tanaka makes a decision. Down in the dungeon, I was puzzled by Dagasuk's unexpected words. I had been in this dungeon for some time now, but I had never sensed a dangerous presence from below. I could feel the presence of a bad guy from below, and there were a lot of creatures above, so I couldn't go up or down, so I was stuck here in the lake. The large number of signs above must mean people outside the dungeon. This dungeon is located underground in Tokyo, It is very difficult even for me to trace the presence of people on the ground from here. Dagasuk's sensing ability must be quite high. Who is this bad guy? Is he one of your own people? I'm certainly curious about that. Could it be Cthulhu? I can't avoid a direct burial of my sanity value. This dungeon is too dangerous. Well, the most dangerous guy is on the screen. I'm sure Shachiken is the worst one. I don't know the details, but I don't think he's my kin. If they were my kin, I would have gone to them for help. That's true too. Well, what is going on? Dagasuk absolutely must be sent back to the surface, but I am also concerned about the mysterious presence at the bottom of the dungeon. The safest route would be to send Dagasuk back to the surface as quickly as possible, and then go back to the bottom of the dungeon. However, this would take the longest time. If we climbed up from here, it would take half a day to get to the surface. The question remains whether we can leave the bad guy there for a long time. This is my hunch. It's just a hunch, but I don't think it's a good idea to leave him there. I have an irresolvable sense of urgency. I don't want to leave the guy alone because my hunch is usually right. The next thing I can think of is to let Dagasuk go to the surface alone, and I dive in the dungeon alone. This would be the least time-consuming way to accomplish my goal. However, the question remains whether it is safe to let Dagasuk go alone. Dagasuk is a nice guy, but he looks like a monster. I don't know what kind of problems he might encounter if he goes out alone on the ground. It would be a relief if the Ministry of Religious Affairs would protect him, but there is a possibility that some group will attack him before he can be protected. It is even possible that an employee of the Ministry of Magic Countermeasures will attack them in the first place. No organization is monolithic, and there must be many employees who strongly hate monsters. There is also a strong possibility that a foreign organization will get involved and kidnap Dagasuk. If that happens, he will not be spared from an autopsy experiment that no good child should be allowed to see. It is too dangerous to move him alone. There is a way to have him wait here alone, but there is also a possibility that they will come here to retrieve Dagasuk. That would be dangerous as well. What are you going to do, Shachiken? I'm sure he'll come back, as expected, but I don't want him to leave such a bad guy behind. That's a tough one. There is no perfect answer to this question. After much deliberation, I made a decision. Dagasuk, will you come with me to the end of the dungeon? Sure, wait, Dagasuk makes a beautifully executed comical comment. He didn't grow up in Kansai, did he? Why are you going all the way out there? If that guy wasn't your objective, why don't you just leave him alone? Now that I know, I can't leave him alone. There are a lot of people above this dungeon. We have to defeat the dangerous ones. That's true, but Dagasuk clearly looked uncomfortable. I guess he's really scared of that dangerous guy. I understand that you don't like it, but I want you to trust me. No matter what happens, I'll get you home safely. Brother, I understand. Dagasuk will go with you to hell and back. Dagasuk beat his chest and expressed his determination. He seems to have managed to convince me. Sad news, Dagasuk-kun is so simple-minded. No, I wouldn't say no if Shachiken asked me to. This is a proposal, isn't it? No, are you sure you're okay to go down there? Shouldn't you come back? Normally, yes, but it's Tanaka, so I'm sure he'll be fine. Tanaka, be careful. I was actually a little disappointed that you were leaving already, so I'm glad you're here. I'd love to see him in trouble, wouldn't you? I'm getting nervous. I put away the table set I had put out and stood on the path leading down to the dungeon with Dagasuk. The magical element wafting from below was quite thick. Naturally, the monsters would be more powerful. It's time to go. I'm going to skip ahead. I'll leave it to you, with my brother even in fire or water. And so, with my newfound friend, I set out for the depths of the dungeon. Chapter 11, Tanaka learns about a new audience. Uraisa, get out of my way. Dagasuk, a new member of the group, rushed ahead at breakneck speed while shouting loudly. Dagasuk beats down the attacking monsters one after another. Dagasuk may be a bit of a pushover, but he is an X rank. In other words, his fighting ability is higher than that of S-rank monsters and explorers. He will be a reliable partner in the battles to come. Oh no, I'm trapped. Help me, brother. Let's correct, he may be useless after all. I ran up to Dagasuk and cut the chains that were wrapped around his body. I can't believe he fell for such a classic trap. Dagasuk, you're so funny. I remember one of you in my class who was such a goody two-shoes. He's supposed to be strong, but he's not at all reliable. Is he going to be okay like this? Well, you have Shachekin, so I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not used to dungeons. Well, that's okay, but are there few dungeons in your world? There seem to be a lot of dungeons where humans live, but there are very few where we live. I guess there are dungeons, after all. That means that dungeons came from another world in all probability. But for what purpose? I don't understand the purpose at all. I wonder if this is not man-made, but a natural accident. Riri. While I was racking my brains, Riri appeared from her breast pocket. I haven't seen her for a while. It seems that she has been sleeping until now. Oh, by the way, is Shoggoth one of Dagasuk's friends? Yes, they are. They are also a member of the race that serves the evil gods. When Dagasuk saw Riri, his eyeballs popped out and he was surprised. It was still a good reaction. If she were to become a stand-up comedian, she would be in great demand. What's going on? Ah, brother, why is Riri here? Wait a minute, how do you know Riri's name? Those of us on this side of the world know the name Riri the Shoggoth. Riri has an explosive popularity on the internet, with tens of thousands of likes in an instant just for posting a new photo on social media. The last photo she posted of herself napping had 100 million likes. It's a bit much, no matter how many international fans she has, but Dago is different. He was in a different world before he met me here. There was no way he could have known about Riri. What the hell is going on? Riri has become the idol of our boss, the evil god. So, we, his minions, are forced to make Riri's goods. So how does the evil god know about Riri? The evil gods can use various kinds of power. I think they are using those powers to watch my brother's activities. Seriously, evil god Kun is watching the distribution too. Yes, he's one of us, you're one of us. Yes, yes, are you watching evil god Kun? Riri's cuteness is the same all over the world, or even in all dimensions. I couldn't help but imagine Cthulhu cheering for Riri in front of the monitor. It's too funny. I can't wait for you to make Riri goods. That's as expected of our Riri. Fumigiru Fumigirue. Character string difficult to describe. Could these unintelligible characters be? No way. Riritaso, Iaya. I didn't think there were evil gods among the viewers, and I didn't think Riri was even popular with those people. Good for you, I heard you're popular. Riri. Riri tilted her head, as if she didn't understand what was going on. It feels a little unpleasant to be observed by an evil god, but I don't think they can do anything to me either. Let's do it without worrying. I'm going to do it without worrying about it. The next guy is here. Yeah, I know. A black skeleton with a sword in its hand is coming this way with a clattering sound. It is the highest level of skeletons, the elite black bone soldier black skeleton. Seriously, that's the elite black skeleton. It's just a black skeleton, is it strong? It sure looks weak. Too many idiots, that's a rank S monster. I guess the monsters in the deeper levels are getting a little too strong. It looks like just a black skeleton, but is that strong? Skeletons can be dismembered a bit, but they can still revive. I wonder if magic and weapons with holy attributes can easily defeat them. I wonder if Shachekin has them too. Weapons with the holy attribute are precious, but Shachekin might have them. I mean, if he doesn't have it, it's going to be pretty tough to defeat the elite black bone soldier black skeleton. Gaga, black skeleton, the elite black bone soldier, attacked us with a rasping voice. If I had a weapon with the holy attribute, I could purify it in one shot, but unfortunately, I don't have such a weapon. So I'm going to use a little rough but forceful hand. Yo! The elite black bone soldier black skeleton ducks a blow from his sword and punches him in the gut. The impact of the punch disintegrates the body of the elite black skeleton. The skeleton is resistant to slashing. Since its weakness is blows, it can only be hit with its fists. It disintegrates into pieces with a single blow lol. Are Shachekin's fists made of steel? The elite black bone soldier black skeleton is pretty hard. I thought Shachekin's fists were made of diamonds. Tanaka's fists are unbreakable. The elite black bone soldier black skeleton in pieces, but their body began to gather in one place again. This is the tricky thing about skeletons. Even if they fall apart, they soon stick together and regenerate. That's why you have to crush them carefully. Step on the bones that are close to you and crush them until they are shattered. After that, another bone. When that is done, another bone and then another. crushing bones until they could no longer be regenerated. Too scary. Skeleton's face is turning more and more hopeless. That's because even if he tries to regenerate, he's being crushed from one side to the other. I'm scared. How can he crush bones harder than steel so easily? It's Shachiken. Scarier than skeletons. After shattering a few bones, the elite black bone soldier black skeleton seems to have given up on regeneration and disappears into dust. Phew, he was a troublesome opponent. As I was about to move on, I noticed that Dagasuk was staring at me. NN, what's wrong? No, I just thought that I mustn't offend my brother. Agreed. I can only understand. I know. That's right. I feel sorry for the monsters who have to fight with Shachiken. When Tanaka becomes the enemy, it'll be the end of the earth. For some reason, comments began to flow in agreeing with Dagasuk's opinion. I'm just trying my best to defeat the monsters. Look, let's get on with it. It's almost past the hour. Oh, wait a minute, brother. We continued deeper and deeper into the dungeon. The concentration of magical elements was increasing. We were probably close to reaching the bottom. Chapter 12, Tanaka meets. ZZ, I'm getting tired of the quicksand. Dagasuk whined after we had been down in the dungeon for a while. We were certainly moving all the time. We had no time to rest because monsters were constantly attacking us. I had no idea that the dungeon was this deep. We realized that we had less than 30 minutes until 18:00. No matter how fast I hurry, it seems that I will never be able to finish my work on time. Remembering my days as an office worker, I feel a little depressed. Still, the atmosphere of the dungeon has changed quite a bit. The upper part had a somewhat sacred feel to it. The deeper you go into the dungeon here, the worse the air gets. It is not simply because of the thickening of the magical element. The air here is becoming thicker and thicker with the smell of death, or perhaps it would be easier to understand if I said it was the smell of death. As if to confirm this, the monsters are all undead monsters such as skeletons. The roots of the world tree are also black and rotten in many parts. It certainly gives off a bad vibe, but what does this bother you? The appearance of the dungeon is closely related to the boss. I used to think that because it was a huge wooden dungeon, a wooden monster would be the boss, but it's not so easy to guess anymore. For example, if the dungeon has many water areas, the boss is most likely an aquatic monster. There are exceptions to everything, but I would say there are very few dungeons that deviate from this rule. I had assumed that since this dungeon was mostly made of wood, the bosses would be the same, but the deeper I went, the stronger my feeling became that this was not the case. There's something about the boss that makes me think there will be a more evil boss. It sure has a nasty vibe. For some reason, I can't convert it. Is it an undead boss after all? Maybe a general skeleton or an undead dragon. If it's a skeleton king or something like that, I'm going to have a hard time. I don't think I'll have a hard time with those. It's Shachiken, remember? Sure, lol. But why did the dungeon change in the middle? Is there anything else like it? I watch the dungeon delivery every day, and I've never seen anything else like it. I wonder why. Maybe there are two bosses or something. Haha, that can't be right. There's no way, right? At least there is no precedent. Well, Shachiken himself is a master of running into unprecedented situations. Lol. Honestly, I thought about what you're talking about in the comments right now. This dungeon changed its aspect in the first half and the second half, just before and after we met Dagasuk. I've been in countless dungeons, and I've never seen one like this before, so I don't know why the dungeon changed. The most likely explanation is that there are two bosses, which is mentioned in the comments. This is easy to explain. The dungeon was affected by both bosses, and that's why it's such a distorted dungeon. But it is too early to assume that. Let's prepare ourselves to deal with whatever happens. Oh, it looks like the end is down here, brother. Dagasuk said, peering into the big hole in front of him. I said, all right, let's go, and then jumped down from the root and headed down. Whoa, wait a minute, bro. Still no hesitation, lol. Go on, Shachiken. Why is Deep One more hesitant than me? A, because he's Shachiken. Dagasuk, you're doing great. Tanaka, good luck. After falling for a while, I finally landed at the bottom of the World Tree dungeon. Yo, Tsu. Jaya Abube. Behind me, Dagasuk failed to land and hit the ground hard. He looks like he's in pain, but after a little while he gets up. This guy is pretty sturdy, too. It seems to be all right even if I leave him alone. It's a pretty big space, isn't it? Yes, it is. It was an open space. The roots and ground were stained black, and the air was filled with thick magic element. The air is filled with a thick layer of magic element. Nothing is happening. Oh, I've never seen anything like this before. I've never seen anything like this before. But if the monsters don't show up, I guess I'll have to check that. I guess so. We then turned our eyes to the center of the lowest level. There, a ball of light was sitting. The diameter is about 20 meters or so, and it is quite large. The sphere, which exists as if covering the tip of the huge root in the center, was clearly an anomaly that set it apart from other places. What is this? Well, it looks a lot like warding magic. I've never seen this kind of thing before. We approached the sphere and observed it closely. On the surface of the shining sphere, there are many patterns and letters floating on the surface. Unfortunately, we don't know what they mean. I thought to myself, I guess I'll just have to keep looking at. I decide to touch the sphere. My hand slips through the sphere and goes to the back of it. Ah, brother, are you all right? I'm fine. It's just a little warm, no pain. I try to put my hand in and out, but I don't see anything unusual. I don't know if the warding is not working or if they don't consider me an enemy. I don't know, but I don't think I'll have any trouble finding out what's going on inside. Then I'm going to go inside and see what's going on. Dagasuk's hand touched the ball of light, and he was blown away, rolling on the ground. The hand that touched it is bright red and swollen. It looks painful. Why can't I touch it? It seems that the master of this ward doesn't get along with you. It's terrible to have a harmless deep one like me. Dagasuk looks sad. It is easy to forget because of his comical behavior, but he is a subordinate of the evil god. Many will see him as an enemy. I'll go check on him. Dagasuk, please be quiet. I understand. Please be careful, brother. I nodded at his words and entered the sphere of light. Unlike the outside, the inside of the sphere was full of greenery. The roots are not rotten, and the air is filled with a clearness similar to that of the upper reaches of the world tree. It seems that no bad air from the outside is coming in here. That is, the center of this space. There is something at the tip of the root of the world tree. I slowly approach it with my hand on my sword. The tip of the root was like a bed. A natural bed made of tree roots and leaves. Someone is sleeping on it. It was a person, breathing a lovely sleep, a very beautiful-looking blonde woman. She was sleeping comfortably with her body curled up. There is a glittering sword on her chest, and she is sleeping as if holding it. Who is she? She's so beautiful. Is she really human? She has 2 big breasts. Her face is so well-defined that it's almost scary. At least she's not Japanese, right? No gaijin has such a beautiful face. What's wrong with her ears? As I slowly approach the wooden bed, I notice something. The woman's ears were obviously long and pointed. I knew of a species with these features. NN. The woman slowly wakes up, her voice leaking out. She stretches and rose up, and when she noticed my presence, she exclaims in surprise, "He who? I'm the one who wants to ask who. Why is a human being here? I mean, where am I? I'm not sure. I'll tell you once you talk to me." I approached her to calm her down, but she pulled out a golden sword she was holding and pointed it at me. "I'm not calm. Would you lower your sword?" "Oh, shut up. Who do you think you are?" "No, I don't know, but..." I replied, thinking it was going to be a hassle. Then she said, "You don't know who I am?" She was surprised, and then told me her identity. "I am one of the proud high elves and princess of Orswood in the land of the Holy Tree. I am Lilicia Orfune Alswood. Do not say that you do not know this name." Yes, this woman who called herself Lilicia had the same appearance as the elves that often appear in fantasy works. What a surprise, a talking fishman, than an elf. Why in the world do these bad things keep appearing in front of me? Chapter 13, Tanaka reveals his identity. Holy elf, if there are fishmen there are elves. Of course, glass is quick. She's my type, she's too beautiful. First-person straw is too good for me, I like it straight face. Lilicitan ha. There's a certain Kakaro feel to her. A princess knight. I think she might be a princess elf. This elf's attitude and breasts are too big. Holy shit, tits. Her tits are too big. Oh my god, this is Irafu, isn't it? But what are you going to do now? Are you going to defeat the elves? Is this elf the boss in the first place? The commenters who saw the elf were in an uproar. I understand that feeling. If I had been a viewer, I would have been excited too. Boys love elves no matter how old they are. But when you're in charge, you can't get carried away. This elf is a super important reference person to know about the other world. Dagasuk seems to be from another world, but he has one foot in the monster world. This elf is probably more knowledgeable about the other world. I'll have to get to know her better first in order to ask her a lot of questions. It's a bit daunting. It's too much responsibility for a company animal to take on. The Japanese government will be bashed by the world if they fail to protect the elves. Just thinking about it makes me sick to my stomach. It was supposed to be a simple job of investigating the dungeon. This is not worth it unless I can get Mr. Dojima to pay me an allowance. What are you messing around with? Who are you? I was supposed to be fighting that hateful avenger. Answer me. The elf says with a great fury. It seems that she, like Dagasuk, was brought here suddenly. The actual hateful revenge is a concern, but the first step is to break the hostility. My name is Makoto Tanaka. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Company livestock mode is on. I greeted her and gave her my business card in a fluid motion. The elf, who introduced herself as Lilisha, was wary of me, but took my card as if snatching it with the hand that was not holding a sword. It seems she wants the same information as I do. He gave his business card to the elf. You're a corporate employee, aren't you? I guess business etiquette is understood even in other worlds. I really can't take my eyes off this. How is this going to end? Lilisha-tan, ha ha ha. White Wolf Guild President, Makoto Tanaka. Are you the master of the guild? Yes, something like that. I see, you seem to be able to talk a little. Her eyes were still steely, but I felt her wariness had eased a little. My experience as a company employee has come in handy. There is one thing I learned from this exchange. The other person can also read. My business card is written in Japanese, of course. The elf was able to read it without any difficulty. In other words, the other party can read Japanese or has some kind of technology that allows them to read unknown characters. I'm not sure if it's that they have. Even Dagasuk was able to speak Japanese from the beginning, even though he did not do anything. It is not possible that the language used by the evil gods and the Japanese language happen to be the same. It makes the most sense to think that intelligent creatures from another world have their language automatically translated. And that translation extends to the written word? Well, this is all just a hypothesis, but it seems highly possible. What are you not telling me, Tanaka? If you know something, tell me everything. Tell us where we are and why you are here. I'm sorry, I was just thinking. It's a bit of a long story if you don't mind. Is fine. Tell me about it. She seemed to be willing to listen to me, even though she still had the tip of the sword pointed at her. Whether she believed me or not, I would tell her the whole story if she would listen to me. Chapter 14. Tanaka explains, I know that this world is different from the one Lilisha was in. That this is the lowest level of a dungeon. I told her as politely as I could that I was in the business of distributing dungeons, that I had attacked this dungeon on business and had arrived here by chance, and that I was willing to protect you. I told her as politely as I could that I was willing to protect her and that I wanted her to follow me. Lilisha listened to me in silence until I finished. After listening to everything I had to say, Lilisha opened her mouth and said, I see, it's a different world. I see, it's a different world. It is true that the mana here is different from where I was. If the reason is that it is a different world, that makes sense. But Lilisha readjusts her sword and turns her hostile gaze on me. I have a bad feeling about this. It's not a reason to believe you. Another world, dungeon delivery. If you are going to deceive me, you'd better come up with a better lie. I would never believe such a ridiculous story. The business deal failed. I slumped my shoulders in disappointment. Well, maybe it's more absurd to expect me to believe it, but it's the truth, so there's nothing I can do. Who is your master? Is it the neighboring countries who don't like me? Or is it the Demon King? The aim is either my person or this treasured sword. Either way, I will not fall into the hands of evil like you in a place like this. The golden sword in Lilisha's hand begins to glow. It seems to be a sword with some kind of special ability. I don't want to be silently cut down either, but if I hurt the other person, it will be impossible to repair our relationship. Hey, isn't this a dead end? Oh no. It's already impossible, isn't it? This is the type of enemy that can no longer be made friendly once you've antagonized it. Lilishitan hahaha. What are we going to do? Tanaka, do something about that. Losing the elves would be a global loss. In a moe sense. Please make me a distributor somehow. You can be an elf distributor, or... I don't think this is the time for this. Bow down before the power of my treasured sword. Lilisha leaped high and came at me with all her might. I thought for a moment about pulling out my sword, but I didn't want to injure her. I put my right arm out in front of me in a defensive posture. You've lost your mind. You should know the power of the elves. The golden sword swung vigorously and struck my right arm with a crack. The sword was broken cleanly from the center with a metallic sound. What? Ah! The top half of the treasure sword fell and pierced the ground. Silence fell. Oh no, this is awkward. I defended myself unintentionally, but if this was going to happen, I should have taken the white blade. No, lol. Why is he winning against the treasure sword, dumbfounded? It's too hard. What are you doing? He defended himself with his body. It's true, and it bothers me. Lilisha, you look so stunned. I'm sure that's true, since her precious sword was broken just by hitting his arm. It was the wrong person. There are nutrients you can only get from the face of a despairing elf princess. Lilisha tan hahaha. The air is too awkward. Lilisha was stunned for a moment, then flops down and sits there. Then, as if tears were in her big eyes, she suddenly starts to cry. Ugh, my treasured sword is broken. It's so precious to me. Mother will scold me. The elven princess was sobbing like that. What in the world should I do? I was so puzzled that I went up to Lilisha to comfort her. Chapter 15, Tanaka apologizes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. The elf, Lilisha, was still crying, although I tried desperately to quiet her down. I'm in trouble, what should I do? She cried, ugh. Sensei, Tanaka-kun made me cry. Shachiken is so confused, what's wrong with her? This elf has so many moe attributes. Her crying face is so cute. You're responsible for this. I can't do it, I can't do it, I can't do it, I can't do it, I can't do it. Well, there are some problems on the side of the sword that can be easily broken. No, it's Shachiken's fault. His body is hard enough to shatter the scales of a sapphire dragon. I miss Scale-kun. How are you doing, Scale-kun? Scale-kun is sleeping next to me. I'm jealous of Scale's popularity as usual. The comments section is as usual filled with words of any kind. Damn, I'm not good at things that can't be solved with physical means. What the hell should I do? I twisted my head around and came up with an idea. Yes, I know a good blacksmith. I know a good blacksmith. I'm sure that person can fix that sword. Oh geez, really? Yes, I promise. Understand, I'll believe you. Lilisha stopped crying while sniffling. Hey, that helped. I'm sorry, but I'll ask Kaoru-san to do her best. She fixed my sword the last time I broke it, and I'm sure she'll fix it beautifully this time too, maybe. I'm sorry for my distraction, I apologize. Let me introduce myself again. I am Lilithia Orphune Alswood, Princess of Alswood in the land of the Holy Tree. Nice to meet you, Tanaka. Yes, it's nice to meet you too, Lilisha. Lilisha-san became friendly, as if she had cooled down after having her sword broken. I was glad. I'm glad to hear that. For the time being, as for me, I would like you to come to the ground with me. This is being broadcasted, so I think we will be ready to receive Lilisha-san by the time we leave. Mr. Dojima and Amatsuki would have done a good job of handling the tedious procedures there. It must be a lot of work to welcome two people from another world at once, but that's the government's job. I'm just the president of a small guild, so it's not something I need to worry about. But you still don't believe me, do you? What should I do? I still don't believe that this is a different world from the one I was in, or that this is the deepest part of the dungeon. But for now, I'm going to follow your path. The only way is to follow you now. It seems that I am no match for you, no matter what I can do. Lilisha said to herself, I think I did something bad there. It's the first time I've seen a real domination. Well, if your pride and joy sword is broken by your arm, your heart will be broken too. Elf domination is a culture. Shachiken is bad even by otherworldly standards. Oh, you're going to join the elves. Really, I'm getting excited. We should keep her in the country for safekeeping. I'm sure it'll all work out. I'm afraid there's going to be a war over the elves. Understood. Well then, let's go outside this barrier for now. This barrier is created by Lilicia, right? Yes, this is a spell created by the magical tool I have. The wards will be automatically created when you lose consciousness. This is a powerful ward that keeps evil people at bay. If you were able to enter it, it means you are not a bad person. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. It's natural to be wary when a dead-eyed person like me suddenly appears. You are a surprisingly interesting person. Lilicia smiled for the first time when she came here. Yes, she is still a very pretty person. Lilicia Tan ha. The heroine race is going to intensify. Please make a fan club soon. Please become a distributor. I can recommend this Irafu. I hope you come to the surface without incident. Flag raised. Me and Lilicia-san started walking out of the ward. While we're there, I ask her something that's been bothering me. What were you doing before you came here? Is it just a coincidence that you had the sword, the national treasure? We were fighting a certain someone just before I lost consciousness. Lilicia spoke with a serious expression on her face. I had expected it. She was right in the middle of a battle. The reason why she was so aggressive right after she woke up was probably due to the fact that she was in the middle of a battle right before she woke up. Who was the other party? The demon king Lucifer is a famous demon king in our world. He is one of the mighty demons who can manipulate numerous magic and terrifying necromancy techniques. I challenged Lucifer together with the elite of the elves. Lilicia's eyes were filled with fear as she spoke. This Lucifer must have been a very strong and terrifying existence. Oh, come on, there's even a demon king. I'm getting excited by the gruesome fantasy. I think Shachakin will be treated like a demon king if he goes to another world. The corporate slave demon king, Tanaka, sounds great. I'm sure the heroes will despair. I think he's going to attack 3 times every turn. In addition, the physical and magical defenses are very hard. It's the end. And any status effect is completely nullified. Don't forget that the weapons you hit him with will break. This boss is too hard. He needs to be nerfed. What kind of a demon king was this feared so much? Well, I'm curious, but I don't want to waste my time fighting. I'm glad I was sent here by Lilicia-san and not the demon king. All right. She and I went out of the ward together. Then the wards faded away and disappeared. Lilicia-san's exit must have completed its task. Big brother. Are you okay? As soon as I got out of the ward, Dagasuk rushed over to me. Then, nah, why are the servants of the evil god here? You tricked me, Tanaka. Hey, what is this elf? Did you create a new apprentice while I was here, big brother? Please calm down a little. I was starting to get a headache from all the chatter. I shut them both up for once and tell Dagasuk about Lilicia and Lilicia about Dagasuk. Oh yeah, I haven't even told them about Riri yet. I tell her about Riri too. Hey, I can't believe that a Shoggoth is attached to people. Isn't that dangerous enough to destroy the city all by itself? But you see, she's friendly. She won't hurt anyone. Seeing Riri rubbing her head against my finger and being sweet to me, Lilicia muttered in surprise. Oh, really? Apparently, it's very unusual. I'm relieved to hear from my brother that this young lady isn't an apprentice just because you met her inside. I've never seen any human being befriending a servant of the evil god. Tanaka, who are you really? Dagasuk was relieved and Lilicia was puzzled. Apparently, Dagasuk's friends are some pretty dangerous guys in another world. There are a lot of Riri's fans, and I think they are surprisingly talkative guys, but it seems they are different over there. While I was thinking about that, Dagasuk twisted his head and said, that's strange. What's going on? Is there something on your mind? Brother, there was only this cheeky-looking elf inside the warding, wasn't there? Oh, yes, that's for sure. But that doesn't make sense. You see, I told you that I felt a terrible presence from below the dungeon. He did indeed say that. We went all the way down to the lowest level to find out what it was. But this elf is not the presence I felt. What I sensed was something much scarier, much colder, much worse. The moment Dagasuk said this, the air suddenly turned cold. I was alarmed and wondered what was going on. Thank you for breaking the ward. An unknown voice entered my ears, and at the same time, my vision was tinted black. A strong shock hits my entire body. It was as if I had been hit by something magical. It was much heavier and sharper than Dagasuk's attack. Die. The ground was gouged out, and the entire space was pushed out. My body was lifted up in the air by the mysterious attack, and I was pushed away with a cry. Chapter 16, Demon King. Brother. Dagasuk's panicked voice echoed through the dungeon. The place where Tanaka had been gouged out and obliterated by a mysterious attack. Tanaka was no longer there, either blown away or obliterated. Dagasuk was worried, but there was no time to check on his safety. This was because the person who had unleashed the attack had appeared in front of him. He wore a black cloak and had deep dark eyes. His black hair swayed suspiciously. The man's face was well-shaped, but somewhat frightening. I have been waiting for you, Princess Elf. You were right to hide. Why are you here? Lilisha bit her teeth. Although she tried to be strong, her face was filled with a strong color of fear. Dagasuk, unable to grasp the situation, asks Lilisha, "Who is that guy girl? Do you know him?" "I don't know him at all. I was fighting with him just before I was sent here." When she closed her eyes, she could still recall that battle. The battle was that hard and painful. His name is Lucifer, the Demon King. The worst of the demons who spread death and chaos. We elves did everything in our power to defeat him. The Demon King, why is such a dangerous person here? Even Dagasuk, who had little contact with the human world, knew about the Demon King. The Demon King is a man of exceptional talent among the demon clan who manipulates powerful magic. His power was so powerful and vicious that he alone could bring down a whole country. A Demon King. This is finally getting to the point of fantasy. He's going to give us half the world. I mean, is Shachiken going to be okay? I'm sure Shachiken will be fine, probably. Tanaka, are you okay? But I've never seen Shachiken get blown away like that before. Isn't it really dangerous? Oh no, our Shachiken is. The drone, which luckily was safe and sound, captured the Demon King. Basically, the drone follows the object it is filming. But when it loses sight of the object, the AI automatically determines what the viewers are currently interested in and films it. When the target disappeared and the viewer's attention was focused on the Demon King, the drone would automatically take a picture of that object. From what I can tell, this is a different world from the one we were in. But if we can come here, we can go home. First, I will kill you, and then I will slowly search for a way to return home. Lucifer, the Demon King, slowly approached. Lilisha let out a small scream. Then, "Hey, wait for me." Dagasuk intervened between Lucifer and Lilisha. He glares at Lucifer and raises his voice. "Why do you keep on messing about while you leave me alone? How dare you surprise my brother like that? Look who it is, a race of servants of the evil gods. Why do you, who have nothing to do with humans, defend the elves?" "Shut up. I don't know about you, but I'm not going to allow you to touch my brother. I'm going to deal with you." Dagasuk was so enthusiastic, but his legs were trembling. He knew full well that there was a gap in strength between him and his opponent. "Dagasuk, you can do it. You showed us a man. You have a very high opinion of Shachiken, don't you? I'm fine with you being Shachiken's apprentice." "Yay, Dagasuk. You're number one. Dagasuk is also rank X, you know. I'm sure he's good enough to be the Demon King. We'll defeat the enemy, make amends for Tanaka's death. Shachiken's dead, and protect the elf." Dagasuk took a deep breath and glared at Lucifer sharply. Then he kicked the ground sharply and ran off. "Get him." Dagasuk extended the sharp fins of his forearms and swung his arms. His flipper was so sharp that it surpassed the sharpness of an ordinary sword. Sharp ray fin slash. He swung his arm as hard as he could and slashed at the Demon King Lucifer. Just before the attack hits, Lucifer held up his right arm to Dagasuk and muttered quietly, "You're an eyesore." Instantly, a mass of black magic shot out from his hand and hit Dagasuk. The shockwave was so strong that Dagasuk was blown away and rolled many times on the ground. Dagasuk had confidence in his own toughness. However, the attack was so tremendous that his confidence was obliterated with a single blow. His entire body was numb, and he could hardly stand up, let alone move his fingers. As I expected, those who are related to the evil gods are very strong, Lucifer said, as if he was impressed. He approached Dagasuk to finish him off, but this time Lilisha stood in his way. "You are mine to defeat. Your hands are shaking. Can you do it in this situation without your friends?" "Shut up, I must absolutely defeat you. For the sake of my fallen comrades, I absolutely must." Lilisha said with tears in her eyes. She had a reason why she absolutely had to win. Chapter 17, Vengeance. "You kill me, you make me laugh. You sacrificed your friends, but you couldn't stand up to me. Lucifer, the Demon King, laughed mockingly at Lilicia. Yes, she and her fellow elves challenged Lucifer to a fight. They created a ward to weaken the demon clan, suppressed their power to less than half, and then struck him with magic with more than 100 elves. But even so, it was not enough to defeat Lucifer. Many of his fellow elves died before his eyes. Lilicia, who was leading them, felt a strong responsibility for it. She was responsible for the deaths of so many of her fellow elves. The elves' greatest treasure is like a piece of trash if it is broken like that. Damn! This is all Shachikin's fault. The side of the sword that breaks is at fault too. It was a force majeure. I mean, the Demon King is too bad. Lilicia can't win. What should we do now that Shachikin has gone away? Dagasuk, what are you sleeping for? Tanaka was nowhere to be seen, and Dagasuk was down. Lilicia, realizing that there was no help in sight, gripped her treasured sword and faced the Demon Lord. I'll make up for the grudge of my countrymen killed by you, right here. Try it out, at least make me a little less bored. Lilicia kicked the ground and approached Lucifer. She put magic into the hand that was not holding the treasured sword, and then she cast a spell. Wind, tear. Countless blades of wind shot out from Lilicia's hand and struck Lucifer. The blades were powerful enough to cut through steel, but when they hit Lucifer, they shattered and not even his clothes were affected. Spirit magic, interesting. But that level of power won't even be enough to cut my fingernails. Shut up. I will defeat you with my own hands. Lilicia poured all her magic power into the treasured sword and stabbed Lucifer with it. The treasured sword she holds, Aoife, is said to have been struck from light and is the supreme treasure of the elves. It is especially effective against demons, and its power becomes even more powerful when infused with the holy magical power of the elves. Even the most powerful demon king could be defeated with this treasured sword. It's sad to say that you don't have any power. What? Lucifer had caught the sword with his bare hands. Even though he was holding the blade casually, not a single drop of blood had fallen from his hand. This sword certainly seems to have great power against demons, but in the first place, there is too much of a difference in power between you and me. No matter how good a weapon you have, that difference cannot be bridged. Lucifer then struck Lilicia with the hand that was not holding the sword. Ga-us. The intense pain spread throughout her body. Lilicia tried to stand up, but her body was not strong enough. Tears welled up in her eyes as feelings of frustration, inadequacy, and helplessness spread through her chest. The faces of her friends come to her mind, but she could not avenge their disappearance. Now, it's time for me to end this. I have a lot of research to do on this world. Lucifer slowly approached Lilicia. After he had killed her, he wanted to learn more about this world and then wield its power as he saw fit. Although he had not yet gone above ground, he sensed the presence of a large number of humans in the outside world. Although he was reluctant to be driven out of his former world, there were plenty of toys to be found in this world. Lucifer was looking forward to getting out into the outside world. Well, now let's finish it. NN. Lucifer stopped when he heard a rattling sound. The sound was the crumbling of debris on the wall. Ah, that was quite the surprise. What do you mean? Tanaka emerged from the rubble. He walked toward Lucifer, brushing the dirt off his clothes. Tanaka, you're alive. I believed in you, Shachikin. I knew it. Yes, I knew it. Why are you just saying you were surprised when the Demon King attacked you? He's unharmed. It's like the representative of Earth versus the representative of another world, without even realizing it. I was feeling desperate just now, but suddenly I'm feeling relieved. The comment section was excited by Tanaka's appearance. Meanwhile, Lucifer stops moving when he saw Tanaka's appearance. Are you saying that this human was safe from my magic? Lucifer was confused. The first blow was released with the intention of killing. Even the aftermath would shatter a human being if it hit. He was hit so suddenly that my reaction was delayed. I was buried in the ground and couldn't tell which way was up, and thanks to that, I had a hard time getting back. Why did I attack this guy in the first place? He was a normal guy, not much to look at. I should have tried to attack the elf at first. And yet, when Lucifer found Tanaka and the others coming out of the ward, he tried to attack Lilicia with magic. However, on the verge of doing so, he shifted his target to Tanaka. It was an unconscious action, and he did not understand why he did so. It was impossible for me to judge him as dangerous. He is neither an elf nor a dragon, just a human being. And who are you? Isn't it hot in that black cloak? Elmao. Well, that's what you get if you don't understand the situation. That's the first thing you say to the demon lord. I feel at home. Do you think I'm a fool, the demon lord? Oh, the demon lord. There was a time when I wanted to say something like that too. But you'd better graduate from that kind of thing as soon as possible. That's too much lol. It's getting exciting. You're treating the demon king as a chunabiu lol. I'm sorry, but there was a time when Shachakin was like that, lol. He's looking at you like you're a poor thing. I'm trying to be considerate, but all I'm doing is making things worse. What's going to happen now? As expected of Shachakin. Business as usual. Enough is enough. I'll take care of you just like I took care of these guys. Lucifer put black magic power on his right hand and tried to hit Tanaka with it. Tanaka, however, was unfazed and responded calmly to Lucifer's words. I see, you did it to Dagasuk and Lilisha, didn't you? Tanaka's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he gets into a fighting stance. His right arm moved with blinding speed, and he thrust it into the demon king Lucifer's cheek. What? He then swung his fist as hard as he could and blew Lucifer away. Lucifer, who bounced several times on the ground, managed to regain his stance and landed on the ground. Ridiculous! What is this guy? He always protects himself with strong magical armor. However, the cheek where he was hit was throbbing. It doesn't look like he used magic, which means that the opponent broke through the magical armor with only physical strength. By a mere human? Impossible. Lucifer felt extremely confused. Tanaka walked toward him. I don't know who you are or who the Demon King is, but you hurt my friend, and I won't let you go for free. Kyukuku, interesting. I'm sure you'll be more entertaining than that elf. Chapter 18, Tanaka fights the Demon King. He hit that Demon King with his bare hands. That's impossible. Who in the world is that human? Lilisha, an elf who saw Tanaka's attack, muttered in surprise. The Demon King Lucifer is an outstanding person who is well known even in the other world. His strength is outstanding. Its strength rank is XIII. The Japanese government calls that class of creature the Continent Annihilation class. It is so strong that it is not a single creature, but a gigantic disaster. It should be no match for a single individual. Are you all right, girl? As Lilisha wondered whether she should join him, Dago came to her side and stopped her. Don't worry, you're safe now that your brother is here. We'd better stay out of the way. But, the other party is that Demon King. A human being is no match for him. Yes, if he were a normal human being. Dagasuk said, as he looked at Tanaka. He's not normal. I've seen a lot of scary, evil gods, but he's more unfathomable than any of them. Watch and you'll find out soon enough. Lilisha, admonished by Dagasuk, decided to keep quiet and watch the battle. On the other hand, Tanaka is approaching the Demon King Lucifer at a brisk pace. He certainly has a great amount of magical power, and he calls himself the Demon King. You are a cocky talker. Lucifer raised his right hand, and several jet black swords appeared around Tanaka. All of them were of a disfiguring shape and contained a high amount of magic power. Die! Lucifer commanded, and all the swords shot out at Tanaka at once. Each of these swords, filled with the Demon King's magical power, had a high killing power, capable of slaughtering even an S-rank monster. Tanaka grabbed all those swords with his bare hands. Yotsu. He held the sword between his fingers and gripped it. The swords would stop just like that. Then, Tanaka put his power into the swords, and they shattered with a cracking sound. Lucifer, Lilisha, and Dagasuk were stunned to see the swords break as easily as if they were from a gag cartoon. Ah, it's impossible. My dark sword. What just happened? As expected of you, brother, you're unbelievable. Everyone is so surprised. Is this your first time seeing Shachakin? Relax your shoulders. I'm not sure what to say. You've got to get rid of that guy. The Demon King has no luck at all. We've got company livestock that's even worse than the heroes. Lucifer was upset that his attack was easily blocked, but he quickly regained his composure and began to create his next spell. I see, that's impressive. How about this? Summon. Elder Demon. A magic circle appeared on the ground, and a huge demon, about 5 meters long, appeared there. The demon lunged toward Tanaka with a terrifying cry. The viewers were horrified even through the screen by its terrifying appearance. Heh! What is this guy? He's so scary. Can you summon such a thing? The Demon King's name isn't just for show. The Elder Demon is an advanced demon that can manipulate numerous types of magic. Its strength surpasses that of the ferocious tyrant dragon. Wagaryu Kenjutsu, Shinada Taki. The Elder Demon was cut down by a single sword faster than it could wield its power. The Elder Demon, with its strong body, was no match for the well-honed swordsmanship Tanaka. It was an instant kill, lol. This is too much. Lalisha Tan is so cute, with her big mouth open in surprise. I bet it would be a nasty monster in the other world. I'm sure it's a nasty monster here too. I'm losing my mind. In fact, even an S-ranked explorer would have a hard time defeating it. Then I'll just push through with numbers. Summon Skeleton Army. Countless skeletons appeared and attacked Tanaka like an avalanche. Although the fighting power of each individual was not great, if he were swallowed by this number, he would be in big trouble. How can a human being handle this number? It sure would be a hassle to deal with them one by one. Tanaka muttered to himself, crouching down on the spot and thrusting his hands into the ground. What are you doing? It's nothing good either way. I hope. Digging in the ground and running away. That's not a good idea, Tanaka. I can't imagine Shachiken running away. The comment section was excited. Tanaka put his hand in the ground and putting a lot of force into his hand, he thrust into the ground and turned the ground over as hard as he could. Oria, bedrock flip. Galea. The entire ground was overturned, and the skeleton army was swallowed up by it. It looked as if a landslide had occurred, and not a single skeleton remained. Phew, that's refreshing. Tanaka wiped his forehead as if he had done a good job. Lucifer, who had been watching the whole process, was stunned for a moment, then put on a serious expression. Human being, what is your name? My name is Makoto Tanaka. Tanaka, let me first apologize for my rudeness in underestimating you. Now I know that I came to this world to fight you. Lucifer's body leaked out a thick magical essence. He understood that the person in front of him was worthy of being taken seriously. All my life, I have been thirsty. There was no one strong enough to fill me in the world I was born into. I have been waiting for someone like you, someone who I could take seriously. Jet black wings sprouted from Lucifer's back. Tanaka, seeing this, reacted with a smile. Wow, it's like the second form in a game. Chapter 19, Tanaka exceeds the scheduled time. I commend you. I've never had anyone make me look like this before. I see. That's an honor. You don't think so at all, lol. You just want to go home. It's about time. You've got to deal with Lucifer-kun. So much for showing some leeway. Black Dawn. Lucifer held up his hand, and a storm of black magic power erupted, blowing Tanaka out of the space. The force of the blast was so powerful that a crack appeared in the space. Whoa. I won't play, I'll crush you with everything I've got, Tanaka. Summon Giant Demon. A giant demon appeared and knocked Tanaka, who was floating in midair, to the ground. The giant demon then slammed his huge fist into the ground. Gaa! With each fist strike, the dungeon shook violently and cracks appeared in the ground. The giant demon's power was that out of the norm. Yuo. Hey Tsuyo. You're so nervous, lol. He's definitely the strongest enemy we've ever had. The demon King Lucifer was an undefeated demon in another world. He was not only well-versed in magic, but also in necromancy, and his ability and knowledge were outstanding among the demon tribe. Before him, the vicious demon hung its head and pledged its allegiance. He was the strongest and most fearsome of all. No one could match him, or so he thought, until this day. The giant demon's torso was sliced in half and it collapsed. The one who emerged from the cloud of dust was a sprightly Tanaka. You got my clothes all dirty, haha. How did you get away with that? I knew it. He's so strong it's scary. I'll give you a prize for dirtying up my suit. You did good, Giant Demon-kun. Lucifer, who had summoned his subordinates and had them killed instantly, still kept smiling. He was so happy to have met such a powerful man. Tanaka, it's amazing. How could you train so well in the body of a human being? Lucifer praised him heartily. What do you think? Are you willing to wield that power under me? Well, when I rule this world. You're not going to give me half the world, are you? I don't want that. I see, that's a shame. Were you really going to do that? Or is the Demon King like this in every world? Tanaka said dumbfounded. He didn't find half of the world appealing at all. You mean to tell me that you have that much power and are content with the status quo? The powerful have the right to be rulers. If I work moderately, get paid moderately, and have a drink with my friends once in a while, that's enough for me. I don't want more than that. If I got half of the world, it would be hard work. Tanaka laughed it off. Hearing those words, Lucifer muttered regretfully, I see. Then, I'll let you die here. A cold, dense magic energy was released from Lucifer's body and filled the space. The concentration of the magic element was so high that even Lilisha and Dagasuk, both of whom have high magic element levels, felt sick. If they were normal people, they would have fallen into magic poisoning in an instant. Tanaka, you are strong, but I have a higher amount of magic. I am not a fool not to notice the difference. It's true that as it is now, it might be difficult to beat you. Tanaka readily admitted it. He was aware that at this rate, we would eventually run out of strength first. Are you kidding? Shachiken can lose. Is he no match for the Demon King? Hey, it's over. Tanaka, you're lying, aren't you? No, I believe in you, Shachiken. I'm going to cry. Anxiety spread among the viewers. Seeing Tanaka, who maturely admitted defeat, the Demon King Lucifer smiled. Well, that's refreshing. Then. Ah, what a shame. If you had got here an hour earlier, you might have won. An end. Lucifer tilted his head at Tanaka's words. The truth is that even if they were an hour earlier, it wouldn't seem to make any difference. He was puzzled as to what on earth he was talking about when Tanaka showed him the watch he was wearing. It's 6:23 p.m., past the closing time. From here on out, regular working hours will not be the same as before. Tanaka then removed his tie and threw away his suit jacket. What's going to happen? Don't lose, Shachiken. Have you finally gone crazy? I seriously don't understand the flow. What's going to happen? The viewers were puzzled. Despite them, Tanaka continued to speak. I was never the type of person who could fight for a long period of time. After 2 hours of fighting, I was too tired to move. Tanaka recalls his days as a company employee. If you were exploring a normal dungeon, you could just take breaks in between, so there was no problem with that. But that wasn't the case when I was a company slave and had a harsh quota. But work doesn't take that into account. As I spent many hours a day working overtime, I was forced to change my strategy. From a short-term strategy to a long-term strategy. Tanaka had to change his style in order to meet the endless quotas that came at him. So Tanaka asked Kaoru Shiwa, a blacksmith, to make something for him. The tie I just took off is a shackle. That tie has a powerful effect of suppressing the output of magical elements. Naturally, by doing so, my power is weakened. But by reducing the output, I made it possible for me to endure long hours of work. What are you saying? Lucifer was puzzled. If Tanaka was right, he had been limiting his power until now. He couldn't believe that. The use of various materials from the depths of the dungeon to strengthen the shackles had made them a cursed item that could not be removed during regular hours. But now that the regular hours had passed, the curse was lifted. Tanaka announced, immersed in the power that was welling up in him. Let's get a little serious for the first time in a while. Tanaka loosens the cork of strength he had been tightening a little. Then, a huge amount of magic energy was released from his body, instantly replacing Lucifer's magic energy that had filled the space. What the? Lucifer exclaimed. Tanaka turned to him. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in prolonging overtime work. I'll finish it as soon as possible and return home. Chapter 20, Overtime Mode. Overtime Mode. This was Tanaka's special mode. The magical element emanating from his body was so dense that it could be visualized, overwhelming not only those present, but even those watching through the images. What? You've been suppressing your power until now, Kodo? No, that's a lie. But you're giving off some kind of aura, like you're a real fighting race. You're a super copperate slave. I think he's got a mind of his own. Shachiken still has 2 transformations left. You know what this means, don't you? It's so bad, I can't even get grass. 30%, or maybe even 40%, I guess that much is okay. Tanaka muttered to himself and stopped in the middle of his walk, staring intently at Lucifer floating in midair. Then he put some strength into his legs and suddenly disappeared from the scene. Lucifer immediately created a spherical ward to cover himself. It was a superior magic created by combining the best of his magical skills. It could easily prevent the dragon's breath, but there, Tanaka's fist suddenly appeared in front of him and easily crushed him. The fist, fired at high speed, broke through the boundary and hit Lucifer in the abdomen. With its tremendous speed and power, the fist distorted the space around it. What's with the space distortion? I thought my screen was buggy. This is the great monster war, isn't it? Japanese salarymen are so strong. English. Gaijin Nikki, it's a misunderstanding. It's not like that. But And Lucifer, who had taken a serious hit from it, sobbed and blew up, crashing to the ground. Lucifer had fought many times and suffered many powerful attacks, but this was the first time he had felt such pain. What an attack! Did he get hit in the internal organs? Concentrating the magic element inside his body, Lucifer repaired his damaged internal organs. He, too, was a person with a power far removed from that of an ordinary creature, but even he could not imagine a vision of victory over the man standing before him. Who are you? I'm just a passing salaryman. Well, a former one. Salaryman? I don't know the word, but you must be very powerful in this world. Yes, I am. Yes, I am the strongest. When Tanaka raised his sword, Lucifer also created a jet black sword and prepared to use it. The difference in ability between the two sides was obvious. However, his pride as a demon king and his desire to fight against the strong forced him to continue the battle. I'm so happy, Tanaka, my blood is boiling. Lucifer made countless swords appear around him and shot them all out at once. He then built the next magic while approaching Tanaka himself at high speed. Dimensional magic, next commandment sealing lock. Suddenly, chains appeared from the space around Tanaka, binding him. It binds the target in space, the highest rank of binding magic. There has never been a single person who has been unable to be restrained from moving by this magic of Lucifer's. But, HMPH, Tanaka destroyed it with muscle power alone. He then struck down all the jet black swords coming his way, and next he intercepted Lucifer. Tanaka. Lucifer activates the magical element in his body and strengthened his muscles. The sword strike unleashed by Lucifer had the power to cut down a mountain, but Tanaka caught it with his sword with the ground cracked and the space was distorted by the impact. But Tanaka's torso did not shake at all. Anyone who works more than 350 hours of overtime a month can do this. I can't do it. I'm going to die. Even if you get over that, you'll just become a cripple. What do you mean? I was just working overtime at work. It's amazing how serious he is. Good kids don't imitate him. Don't imitate good companies. Tanaka flicked the sword he was catching, and this time he unleashed a sharp kick that blew Lucifer away. After bouncing several times on the ground, Lucifer regained his stance. However, his strength had been sapped considerably by Tanaka's heavy attacks on his body. Z, that's fine. I will show you everything I have. As he said this, Lucifer's body began to glow. Then his jet black hair, clothes, and wings turned pure white. His hair, clothes, and wings turned pure white, and even a halo floated above his head, making him look like an angel rather than a demon king. God and Demon Reversal Seraphim Mode. This my final trump card. Chapter 21, Morning Star. Lucifer, the demon king, was once an angel. Although he lost his power as an angel and now fought with magic and necromancy, he has developed a secret technique that allows him to regain his angelic power. That is Shinmamakureta, reversal of divine and demonic powers. By reversing the demonic power he acquired by falling into heaven, he succeeded in regaining his former power. However, his demonized body rejected the power of angels. While using the cutthroat angel seraphim mode, his body gradually collapsed. In other words, this state lasts only a few minutes and is also accompanied by severe pain. But Lucifer had no regrets. If he did not give his all here and now, when would he do so? He was ready to give it everything he had. Heavens fall. Lucifer raised his right hand, and countless particles of light appeared above his head. Then, as he lowers his right hand, the particles of light pour down in unison on Tanaka below. Hitch! The scale of the battle is too big. This is already the final war Ragnarok, isn't it? It looks like a religious painting. Please, I hope it's CG. Can you do it, Shachiken? He's working overtime, he can do it. A rain of light falling on him. Each one of these raindrops boasts enormous power, but Tanaka met it head-on. Yo-ha! Tanaka repelled the light particles with his bare hands. He hit them with his hand as if he was trying to get rid of a winged insect. Of course, the light particles were so numerous that Tanaka's arm movements were too fast for ordinary people to catch. The viewers were confused by his movements, which seemed to be in fast forward. I can't see his arms. The frame rate is losing. Good luck, Drone-kun. You're doing a great job. It's too fast, it looks like it stopped. I don't know how to say that except as a gag. The arm movement is creepy, but why don't you start with the fact that he's parrying the light with his bare hands? This is not even enough to wound you, then. Lucifer, who had been blocked by all the light bullets, approached Tanaka at high speed as a sword of light appeared in both hands. Seraphim's sword, the cutthroat's judgment sword. The sword he created is an angel's sword vine with super high heat. The sword, which cuts through any armor, was the top-of-the-line weapon he could create. But it's hot. Tanaka caught it with both hands. With one hand gripping the blade of each sword, it was a much more advanced technique than the serious Shurahatatori. When Tanaka said that and put strength into both hands, the Seraphim sword, the cutthroat sword of judgment, shattered with a clang. Lucifer, who saw the Seraphim sword break for the first time, looked astonished. I guess it's my turn next. Tanaka seized the opportunity and readied his fist. Lucifer regained his composure at the terrifyingly deadly force and took a defensive stance with the pure white wings on his back outstretched in front of him. The feathers of an angel are each frighteningly hard and function as the strongest shield. But Tanaka's fist, which was working overtime, was harder than that. The actual fist, which was released while twisting space, easily shattered the feathers of the cutthroat angel and hit Lucifer in the abdomen without losing momentum. Ulu! Lucifer rolled on the ground like a piece of wood blown away by a typhoon. His clothes were torn, his whole body was wounded, and his wings were shredded. He also remembered the strong pain all over his body due to the side effects of the angel seraphim mode. But even so, Lucifer was smiling happily. His smile was pure and innocent, as if he was a child who had not been played with by his parents in a long time. I didn't expect to see you here. I didn't know that a strong man like you existed. I am ashamed of myself for taking pride in being the strongest. Lucifer stood up, blood streaming from the edges of his mouth. Having so much power, don't you feel empty? I can't believe there are many strong people like you in this world. Not that there aren't times when I feel that way. That is why. Tanaka grabbed the sword that was attached to his waist and readied it. Come with all your might. Lucifer rolled his eyes at Tanaka's words, and after that, he smiled happily. He reconstructed his angel wings and floated in the air. Then, taking your word for it, I will give it my all. With my strongest secret technique, I will strike you. The light converges in Lucifer's right hand. The light quickly increased in intensity, and soon it became difficult to look directly at it. Whoa, glare. What are you doing? Drone-kun, are you okay? Let's do it, Shachiken. It's too bright, I can't see. As the luminosity increased, the temperature in the space also rose rapidly. Light itself is a mass of energy. Lucifer's secret is to compress the light to its limit and release it. However, the temperature at the center of the light exceeded 1,000,000 degrees Celsius. It could be described as a small sun. Lucifer's own body was burning from the heat. Do you understand? If this thing were to hit this Earth, it would have enough energy to destroy its core. Seriously. Suddenly it's too bad, lol. Don't throw that thing. The Earth is dead. These guys are the only ones with a strange view of the world. This is my last trick. Lucifer released a ball of light aimed at Tanaka. Then an ultra-hot beam of light was shot toward Tanaka. This was his final technique. Aiken no Akuse, the bright morning star. This is a special technique that he has never used on anyone before. Tanaka stared straight at it and put all his strength into the sword in his hand. Wagaryu Kenjutsu, Shin Shiki. Bending over at the waist, Tanaka assumed the form of Yai, which can only be used in overtime mode. It is his true swordsmanship, which can only be used in overtime mode. The combination of the strength of Wagaryu and the flexibility of Takebana Ryu makes it impossible for even light to escape from his swordsmanship. Shinsen, he muttered shortly, and an invisible sword flash was released. The speed of the AI, which greatly exceeded the speed at which living things can perceive it, cuts off air, sound, and even light. Even the torrent of light, which could burn away even the stars, hangs its head in front of the sword flash. The bundle of light that has been so neatly cut into two pieces dispersed and vanished. It's wonderful, Lucifer mutters with his eyes wide open. Tanaka's sword flash cut off the torrent of light and deeply cut into Lucifer's body. Lucifer fell to the ground with a satisfied smile on his face, while still bleeding profusely from the scars etched into his body. You were strong, but you had the wrong opponent. Chapter 22, Tanaka defeats the Demon King. After successfully completing the battle, I took a breath. Phew. It had been a while since I had used the Zangyo mode, so I was a little tired. I guess I should work on my endurance more. Mr. Dojima told me the best way to build up stamina is to dive. Maybe I should give it a try, since he said over drinks, won't you dive with me to the deep sea next time? Whoa. Shachiken won. You're too strong. Who can beat you? Demon King, you got smashed head on. Shachiken is the best. Shachiken is the best. I really thought you were in trouble this time. If it wasn't for Shachiken, I shudder to think what would have happened if that thing had come to Earth. Tanaka, thank you. Wow. When I turned on the display of comments, a large number of comments flowed into the hologram screen. I can't keep up with them, but it seems that many people were satisfied. Good. I'm pretty sure there's a somewhere around here. I found my tie and jacket on the messed up ground and put them on. The tie removed the overtime mode and restricted my power as usual. Since I had already gotten used to this state, I could not take off the tie even in my personal life. I wear the tie when I sleep and when I take a bath, which makes me look like a weirdo. But if I take it off, I can't control my power well and end up breaking doorknobs and the like. It's a pain in the ass. Brother, are you all right? After putting on his jacket, Dagasuk came running toward me. Behind him is the elven princess, Lilisha. The two of them fought quite spectacularly, but it seems that both of them are safe. Well, did you defeat the Demon King? I can't see him though. Yeah, I don't know if he's dead or not, but he won't be able to fight anymore. Here you go, big brother. I knew you could do it. He's a good guy, that's for sure. But this guy didn't run away and protected Lilithia-san while I was gone. He has a lightweight personality, but he is surprisingly dependable. Maybe a little like Adachi. I can't believe that he beat that Lucifer all by himself. The elven princess Lilisha muttered to herself as she looked in the direction Lucifer fell. Her clothes were torn in some places, but she didn't seem to be injured. Thank God. Lilisha-tan is safe. Ho, we can't afford to lose a precious elf, you know. She already has a fan club, right? She's ripped her clothes, it's too much. I'm sure she's an Irafu. She can't be a princess with this body. As usual, when she appeared on the screen, many sexually harassing comments flowed. She doesn't seem to be comfortable with these comments, so I had to make sure she didn't see them. And it's hard to believe that it was accomplished by a single human being, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I can't turn away. Lilisha-san came close to me and stared at me with a serious expression on her face. She looked like a child when she was ranting, but she certainly had the grace of a princess when she did so. She looked at me with a serious expression on her face. Thanks to you, my people's regret has been fulfilled. I will not forget this favor, and I will certainly repay it. I don't care, I was only doing my job. I did not fight for a mission. It would be enough if I could get a thank you from Dojima-san. I can't let that happen. I said I'd thank you, so take it. I said I don't want it because it's from. An elf's gratitude is kind of scary. I wouldn't want to be given something like a forest as a gift. You're refusing so much. You're so selfless. Well, I can see why you'd be a little hesitant. Maybe you could get Lilithia to be your wife in the future. She's actually doing heroic work, you know. Shachiken the Brave. A company man, a sword saint, a company president, and a hero is getting a little congested with attributes. We argued for a while about not needing to thank her. I persistently refused, but Lilithia was quite stubborn and the conversation went on a parallel track. Ha, you're pretty stubborn. I'm not going to let you win, Tanaka. I'm sure we'll talk about it again when we've calmed down. Yes, that's right. I also have to check on the Demon King's condition. We put the conversation on hold and headed for the place where Lucifer fell. While moving the large debris out of the way, we continue on our way. As I searched for the magic essence that I could still feel, I soon found Demon King Lucifer. I see you found me. Lucifer smiles wryly. Although he had a relaxed expression on his face, his body had been cut in half from the torso. Chapter 23, Tanaka finds the Demon King. The Demon King Lucifer's body had been cut in half by my slash. From the waist down, his body was gone, and a large amount of blood was flowing down from the severed surface. Even though the Demon King is much sturdier than a normal human, he would not be able to survive if he was bleeding this much. Wait a little. Even though he was my enemy, I couldn't let him die like this. I went into my pocket and pulled out a restorative potion and tried to heal him. It's all right. I am satisfied, there is no need to treat me. The Demon King refused. Indeed, the Demon King looked satisfied. It doesn't look like he was trying to be strong or deceitful. If he refused to do so, the effect of the recovery potion would be less effective. I put away the restorative potion without forcing him to do so. The Demon King, smiling with satisfaction at this, opened his mouth. Tanaka, I am grateful to you. I have never felt so fulfilled in my life, that is why I am sorry. I could not bring out the best in you. The Demon King lowers his eyes and says apologetically, That's not true. No need to be modest. I couldn't bring out even half of your full potential. I didn't think you had such heights. I should have trained more diligently. The Demon King raised his gaze and stared into my eyes. The color of his face was getting worse and worse. It seemed that his last moment was near. Tanaka, let me ask you one thing. Do you not feel vain with such power? I did. Therefore, I have invaded various tribes and nations to fight the powerful, waiting for someone to come along and defeat me. Well, there are certainly times when I think about that. Fighting with limited strength is inevitably stressful. I'm not saying that I don't want to fight spontaneously sometimes, too. But fighting isn't all there is to it. If I can have dinner with my good friends, drink sake, and talk about trivial things, I'm surprisingly satisfied. I see. The Demon King said as if he had been convinced. The Demon King's body gradually collapsed from one end to the other. It seems that he was at his limit to maintain his body. As he looked on, the elf Lilisha came up beside him. Lucifer, the Demon King, it seems that you are finally finished. An elf princess, nice, that's good. Even that dull pillow can easily decapitate me now. Don't look down on me. You are a hated enemy, but I will never push the back of a dying person. I hope you die while apologizing to the innocent people you buried with your hands. Lilithia said firmly. The Demon King then rolled his eyes in surprise, then said, as if satisfied, Oh, I shall do so. It seemed as if he was going to disappear, but finally the Demon King turned to me. Tanaka. I was sent to this world, probably by someone. I don't believe there was no reason for that action. The Demon Lord said something outrageous. This was important testimony. I listened intently to his words. I'm sure it's the same for the elf princess and the evil one. Someone did it for a purpose. Maybe that's why there are dungeons in this world. If dungeons are indeed from another world, there is a strong possibility that someone is the culprit. It is hard to believe that there are so many people who can connect this world to the other world. It would be a troublesome opponent using unknown technology, but Lucifer looked me straight in the eye and said, You will not be defeated. You can beat him without restraint. Yes, I'll do that. The Demon King smiled and nodded in reply. Finally, he looked up to the heavens and disappeared with a look of satisfaction. Lilisha watched the situation and turned to me. I thank you, Tanaka. Thanks to you, our vengeance has been fulfilled. I am sure that our people are happy. I will definitely return the favor. You don't have to be so formal. I was just doing my job. No, you didn't. You defeated the Demon King. And if we don't reward you accordingly, the name of the elves will be ruined. I don't know what to do. I really don't need any thanks. I'd rather go home, take a shower, and go to bed. As I was thinking that, I heard a sound like something hard falling to the ground. I looked and saw a small sphere lying on the ground where the Demon King had been. The sphere was gradually cracking, and after a little while, it suddenly cracked with a loud sound. I had a bad premonition and involuntarily mumbled something like that. The next moment, the dungeon shook strongly. The dungeon started to shake strongly. It seemed that my bad premonition had come true. What in the world? That was the dungeon core. We need to get out of here as fast as we can. It seems that the Demon King Lucifer was set as the boss of this dungeon. The core was generated in his body as a result, and when I defeated him, the core was also destroyed. If the core is destroyed, the dungeon will disappear. If we stayed put, we would be buried alive and well. I had to avoid that. Dagasuk, can you run? Well, leave it to me. You can do it, brother. Dagasuk, who was waiting a short distance away, answered cheerfully. He was waiting a little further away and answered cheerfully. Lilisha-san, are you all right? I'm fine too. Lilisha-san tried to run, but she held her leg painfully. It seems that she was injured. Running wouldn't be easy. I'm the proud princess of the elves. This is nothing to worry about. In order not to be resisted, I approached her at high speed, and when I picked her up in my arms as a princess, Lilisha-san let out a lovely scream. I'm sorry, but I don't have the luxury of choosing the means. I was forced to carry her. What are you doing, Tanaka? I'm sorry. If you have a complaint, we'll take it up later. Put me down at once, Kaya. That was fast. I was able to support Lilisha, who was turning red in the face, as we began to escape from the dungeon together with Dagasuk. Chapter 24, Tanaka Escapes. The dungeon exploration was time-consuming on the way there, but the return trip is surprisingly not difficult. I know the way and the monsters didn't attack us that much. Although I was carrying a princess in my arms, we were returning home quickly and easily. Why are we returning so quickly? It's too fast, lol. I'm not surprised to see you running on the wall anymore. Oh, there's a monster out there. Watch out, Shadaiken's going to get you. I'm worried about the monster. Oh, he kicked it, and it took out its upper body. He's too strong, even with his arms full. Dagasuk-kun is keeping up with him. At this rate, we'll get out of here. Hi, I'm tired. We're almost there, Dagasuk. Hang in there. Yes. Dagasuk replied to my words, although he was exhausted. We had already crossed the underground lake where I met Dagasuk and reached the upper level. From here on, the monsters were weak and there were no obstacles. I was tired too, but I had no problem running to the surface. Lilisha-san was also in good spirits as she was held very maturely. I thank you, Tanaka. I will definitely repay you for this. Look forward to it. It's fine, I just helped you with my work. While we were on the move, Lilisha-san said she would thank me. I'm getting paid by Dojima-san for the work I did on this case, so I don't need anything more than that. I'm adamant about it, but Lilisha-san won't stop saying she'll thank me. What should I do? I'm saying I'll do anything for you. Why aren't you willing? Well, if you say too much, I'll get flamed again, so if you could please be quiet. Flames? I'm not using fire magic. No, that's not what I meant. Shachaiken is flinching lol. She's flirting with you. I've spent my whole life wanting Lilisha-san to thank me. Please make a doujinshi. I don't care if it's a thick book. Note, the literal translation for doujinshi is thin book, probably because of the lengths. This is a pun joke, playing on that. Comic It will be a great success. Wow, she's so cute. Wow. A dark horse has emerged in the heroine race. Jiggy, you're making eyes at my Tanaka. Shachaiken is about to get stabbed. Well, the knife that stabbed him will break, so he'll be fine. Elmouth. And Tanaka. Stop using honorifics. You're the brave warrior who defeated the Demon King. There's no need to be polite to me. No, but what are you complaining about? Lilisha-san glared at me. If people in this world become uncooperative, I could be the one to blame. She is a super important person. I can't be responsible if she becomes unfriendly to people from our world. I can't help it, so I give in. I understand. Lilisha, do you have any complaints about this? She smiled happily and said, yes, that's fine. Once again, she's a hell of a beauty. No wonder she's so popular with the comments. You're down, I'm sure. Oh my god, she's too cute. Too fast on the attack. I'm a member of the strategy group. My Lilithia Tan is. Please don't drop Dagasuk. There's a maniac in here. I'm sure Dagasuk has been down there before. The other world looks like a dangerous place, and strong Tanaka will be popular. I think he'd be better suited to that world. Please don't go. If he goes, the loss will be too great. A lot was said in the comments, but I didn't intend to go to another world. Well, it certainly sounded like fun, but I'll be doing my best to live in this world. I have to repay those who have helped me, and I also have to manage the guild. I'll think about it when it's all over. Oh, it's time to exit. Really? Yes. Dagasuk is delighted at my words. The most important thing to remember is that you can't be too careful. I've managed it this time too. We did it. Welcome back, Shachaiken. Good night. Good job. You were great again. Yen 10,000, you're the best, Shachaiken. Yen 1,000, I know it's not much, but we're celebrating. Welcome back. Yen 2000, and we'll be waiting for Lilishatan's stream too. Toma, 3200, another good one. Oh, round and round. Did it stop? Wait. What? Yen 200. Yes. Suddenly the comments on the feed stopped. That's strange, this has never happened before. The magical element floating around in the dungeon also has the effect of relaying radio waves and sending them to the ground. In the first place, this place is at the top of the dungeon, so it shouldn't be impossible for the radio waves to reach the ground. Is there a mechanical malfunction? I tilted my head. It's sad that I can't stream the goal, but I don't have time to worry about that right now. I prioritize escape for now. But, stop. Suddenly, the voice of a third party echoes through the dungeon, and I stop in my tracks. Then, 5 men appeared to block our way. They are all dressed in expensive-looking suits. By the way, I don't recognize any of their faces. Who are you? I'm in a hurry. We have no intention of stopping you. Our purpose is not you, Makoto Tanaka. The person who seemed to be the leader of the men raised his arm and pointed at the person I was holding in my arms. Our objective is her. We will protect and manage her. This is the government's decision. The man who had suddenly appeared said this coldly. Chapter 25, Tanaka gets stranded. Are you from the government? Hearing the words of the man who appeared, I raised my alertness to a much higher level. I was not so gullible as to hand Lilithia over to him and say, "Yes, I see. Yes, my name is Izumi and I belong to a certain government organization. Please take care of me, Tanaka-sama." The smug smirk on his face. I am sure that name is also a false name. I don't know where to put my trust, but I think it is probably true that they are from the government. If they weren't, they wouldn't be able to easily enter this government-controlled dungeon. But, suppose you really are from the government, why would you want to take them in here? I originally came to this dungeon on business for the Ministry of Magic, not by myself. I intend to have her protected by the Ministry of Monster Control. A princess from another world is too much for me, a working adult. I'm going to have Dojima-san and Amatsuki protect her. If you're from the government, you'd know that. The fact that they are trying to take her into custody in secret like this means that they don't want me to hand her over to the Ministry of Monster Control. If you really want to take her into custody here, please call Dojima-san or Amatsuki from the Ministry of Monster Control. If you do so, I will believe you. Isai, we also wanted to carry out the matter peacefully. As Izumi muttered that, the men quickly came forward. It seemed like they were prepared to use brute force. The government is not a monolith either. There are some people who have trouble with the tepid approach of the Ministry of Monster Control. The value of her is infinitely high. Her existence must be kept completely secret and out of sight of people overseas. Minister Dojima cannot give up his feelings, and now is not the time to say such naive things. Certainly, Mr. Dojima will give some freedom to those he protects. He would never do anything like confine them. But there are people who would have trouble with that. It doesn't seem like the front government would take such quick and forceful measures. So it's not like the Prime Minister or something, it's a master boss, a power that doesn't appear in the public eye. I'm sure that these guys in front of me are also an organization that is supposed to not exist. Come to think of it, I have heard from Dojima-san that there are organizations in Japan that undertake dirty work that is not known to the public, like the secret police. These guys are probably like that. I don't know how they would treat Lilisha if I handed her over to them. I can't give her to them. I drop Lilithia from my arms and let her fall back. They're dangerous. You need to stay back a little bit. Okay, I trust Tanaka. Lilisha looked confused, but she said so and did as I said. It seemed that she trusts me. That's very helpful in this situation. The self-proclaimed 50-something resident saw this and twitched his eyebrows. Are you sure? Our power is greater than you think? I don't think it will end well. No. You can say whatever you like. We're not tools. Then suddenly Dagasuk, who had remained silent until now, interrupted. It seemed that he could no longer stand the other party's rude language. Deep One, the otherworldly fisherman. You are of course a target to be secured. You're less important than the elf princess, though. You will come with us and tell us all about it. Who the hell are you with? Dagasuk said with authority, but he was a little scared. What should we do now? If the exit was blocked, it would be difficult to escape with the two of them in my arms. In that case, it seems like we have no choice but to fight and resist, but is it okay to defeat the government people? It is true that they have great power. I don't know if even Mr. Dojima can protect me. As I was thinking this, Izumi gave a signal and one of his men came towards us. And as he attempted to grab Lilisha's arm, I reflexively grabbed his hand and stopped him. After all, I couldn't just sit back and let it happen. Tell me one thing. Will their human rights be guaranteed? I can guarantee their safety, but nothing more. They are not of this world, so they have no human rights. The man said, disinterestedly. With these words, my mind was made up. I swung my arm and slammed the man to the ground. Gah! He must have been an awakened person. The man's body was sturdy, but the impact was unbearable and he lost consciousness with a jerk. Izumi, who had been watching the series of actions, twitched her eyebrows. Apparently, he was a little upset. Is it safe to assume that negotiations have broken down? I don't think it's a wise choice. Izumi looked at his fallen subordinate and asked, with a hint of grumpiness. He probably didn't expect me to resist. It's true that if I was a social slave, I would never have rebelled against my superiors. However, I'm sorry, but I stopped when I left the company workforce. I don't obey authority without a fight. I replied and went on to my last job of the day. Chapter 26, Tanaka fights the government. They're tough, you can go ahead and kill them. When I heard this, 3 of his men took up positions around me. Each of them has a dagger, a sickle, and a spear in his hand. They look like ninjas. I am sure you are right. Our ancestors were the Oniwa Banshu who served the shogunate. Their mission was to protect this country from behind the scenes. The times may change, but the spirit remains the same. Wow, I didn't realize they really were ninja. The foreign viewers would have gone crazy if they had been on the delivery. The delivery must have stopped because they must have jammed it in some way. So the modern ninja can use high technology too. Ha! As I was thinking this, a man with a dagger came slashing at me at high speed. The man's unique gait made it difficult to sense his distance. But at this speed, I could catch him without being deceived. Yo! Seeing through the dagger's trajectory, I drew back until the very last second before evading. Then, I grabbed the wrist of the opponent who was held out in front of me with one hand. What? It's going to hurt a little bit, prepare yourself. Then, using the opponent's strength, I threw him to the ground with a circular motion. Takebana-style Jujutsu, Kazaguruma. Takebana style is famous for swordsmanship, but it also includes techniques other than swordsmanship. It is said that in ancient times during battles, Takebana-style swordsmen were told not to let their guard down even if they lost their weapons. That's really scary. Gah! The man who was slammed into the ground let out a cry and lost consciousness. There is a big crack in the ground where he was hit. It seems he didn't catch himself well. When I was training with my master, she would keep throwing attacks at me until I was good at receiving them. I remember that fondly. Cool. The government men stared at me with their weapons at the ready. Apparently, they thought I couldn't put up much of a fight. Or did they think I was tired from being in the dungeon for so long? Well, I'm certainly tired from all the overtime mode I've used. But I can't guarantee that I will be able to successfully take it easy on you. I'm sure you'll be able to find a way to get a good deal on it. I released magical energy from my body to intimidate them. However, the opponent charged straight at me as if they doesn't care for their lives. This is difficult. If I could, I wouldn't want to slash humans too much. Even if the other party is from the government, it is even more so. I decided to fight with my bare hands, not with a sword. Ha! The 2 opponents pinched each other and attacked me. The spear and the kusarigama are well coordinated. The trajectory of the kurarigama is particularly difficult to read, so an ordinary person would be confused. However, if you look closely at the opponent's hand, it is surprisingly not difficult to read the trajectory. I read through the trajectory of the chain scythe and grabbed the weight coming toward me with a snap. What? Yotsu! As I pulled the weight I caught, the other man's feet left the ground and flew toward me. It seems he didn't let go in time. This is lucky. I lightly jabbed him in the body as he flew toward me. Mijiu. The guy made a sound like a squashed frog and fell to his knees. Okay, 1 more to go. You. The man thrust out his spear and attacked. I catch the blow with my abdominal muscles since I can't be bothered to avoid it. Okay, I managed to squeeze it in. The spear won't move. While the opponent was puzzled, I slice off the tip of the spear with my hand. Then, I firmly grasp the neck of the man who is holding just a stick with my right hand. The guy tries to let go of the stick and force my hand off, but I'm putting so much force into it that I can't get it off. Okay, that's it, I'm in control. I look at him and speak. I win, Isasumi-san. If you continue, your life will be in danger. Please retreat. I didn't expect him to be this strong. I knew it from the video, but seeing it in person is overwhelming. It's amazing. Isasumi was surprised, but not panicked. Do I have to threaten him a little harder? I am sorry, but such negotiations will not work with us. We have already given our lives to our country. What are you talking about? The guy who was holding my neck suddenly pulled out a knife from somewhere and slashed at me. How could he resist in a situation like this? I immediately thrust the index finger of the hand I was holding into his neck. Gu-as. Then the man drooped down and lost consciousness. Takebana Ryu Jujutsu, Ikishime Doshi. This is a technique in which a finger is inserted into the opponent's neck to block the airway and knock him out. The man's neck is almost killed when he tightens his neck as hard as he can. It is a tremendous power. Even if we were a bunch, we wouldn't be able to beat you. But can you protect the people behind you without killing us as we come towards you with all our might? As Isasumi said this, about 10 men in suits appeared at high speed. It seems that he had more friends with him than I had expected. To be honest, I could afford to just protect them even now when I'm tired. However, if I want to protect them and take on that many people, I'll have to exert a certain amount of strength. But if I exerted myself, I might kill them. It would be easier if we were dealing with monsters. Then, please give up the idea. The subordinates of Isasumi prepared their respective weapons. I have no choice but to do it. The next moment, I made up my mind. That's enough, hold your blades. A dignified voice echoed through the dungeon. Then, a second after the voice, there was a pitter-patter. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice. The men's feet are immersed in ice, and they are unable to move. This magic is from. It looks like I made it just in time. A woman appeared, saying so. When Isasumi saw this, he spoke her name while clicking his teeth. Amatsuki Kanade. The minister of the Ministry of Demon Control, R. Yuichiro Dojima, has entrusted this place to me. I will not allow any further acts of combat or protection against his will. The most dependable childhood friend of mine in the world said so resolutely. Chapter 27, Tanaka Gets Helped. I'm amazed, I thought I moved quickly. Isasumi muttered as he looked at Amatsuki. My feet were frozen to a crisp because of Amatsuki's magic, and it was a good feeling. But Isasumi did have a point. Amatsuki must have had work today and could not come. Even if she did come to help us, it would be too early. Amatsuki came to our side and turned to Isasumi and the others. Minister Dojima had anticipated this turn of events as soon as Makoto made contact with the fisherman. An intelligent life form from another world, its value is immeasurable, and there would surely be interference. What a surprise! So Dojima-san was moving before he met Lilisha? That would explain why Amatsuki got there in time. The fact that he had anticipated this much when he saw Dagasuk, that person is dependable. It is inconceivable that Makoto would be defeated by someone who is going to interfere with him. But it is possible that they could take advantage of him, for example, to take hostages. In that case, the good-natured Makoto would be at a disadvantage. That's why I came. It is true that it would have been bad if they used hostages. It would be better to train and become fast enough to save up to 3 people. I have been entrusted by Minister Dojima with full authority over this situation. If you ignore his advice and continue to antagonize Makoto Tanaka and the 2 other worldlings, you will be considered an enemy of the Ministry of Evil Countermeasures. If you still insist on doing so, then. Amatsuki pulled out the blade of her sword and thrust the tip into the ground. Then the ground froze with a cracking sound. Kanade Amatsuki, Chief of the Ministry of Monster Control's 1st Assault Division, will be your opponent. How would you like to proceed? Amatsuki said, glaring at her opponent. He's too handsome. If I were a woman, I would have fallen in love with him for sure. I'm sure you understand who we are, don't you? The Ministry of Monster Control is not that valuable to those otherworldly people. I don't think it's wise to antagonize them with trivial chivalry. I received a message from Minister Dojima saying, Come here a day before, the Ministry of Monster Control will be responsible for the custody of the two individuals. We will share the information we have obtained with the government without concealment. If you understand, then go home." As Amatsuki said this, the ice covering their feet instantly melted. However, they did not let their guard down yet, and their bodies are still releasing strong magical elements. It seemed as if they would be able to release the magic they had just used right away. The released men readjusted their weapons again and glared at Amatsuki. After being treated like that, that must have made them angry. But their leader, Isasumi, is not. "All right, let's pull out for today." Amatsuki's request was readily accepted. I wonder if there's something behind this. As I was wondering if there was something fishy going on, Isasumi seemed to have sensed my feelings. If we continue to fight, we will unnecessarily consume the nation's war potential. That is not what we want. That is indeed true. If the Ministry of Monster Control is damaged, it will create an opening for foreign invasions. That would be a blow to them as well. There is no profit in antagonizing them. So, for the time being, I'll leave those two to you. If we are unable to protect them, we will come back to you for custody. That will not happen, so rest assured that you will be able to leave. I pray so. Isasumi turned to me one last time and bowed, then left with his men. Silence returned to the dungeon. I breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you, Amatsuki, for saving my life. I did what I had to do. I'm sorry for all the trouble you've been going through because of the government. I am sorry. Amatsuki lowered her eyebrows apologetically. It is not Amatsuki's fault. She is a very disciplined person. You don't have to worry about it. Oh, that's right. Are Dago and Lilithia safe? I wondered if they had been kidnapped when I took my eyes off them. I turned around to check, just as they were about to jump on me. Arigato, bros. I'll never forget what you did for me. Hey, you're in my way. You're in my way, Dagasuk. This is where I'm supposed to hug you. I didn't need to worry. They were both in high spirits. I'm so relieved. I've got a car outside. I'll take you two into custody, but I need you to come to the Ministry of Magic. Oh, okay. I replied to Amatsuki. I noticed that I could hear the sound of vibrations coming from behind me. It seems we don't have much time before the dungeon runs out. I took the two hugging me with me, and we escaped from this dungeon. Chapter 28. Tanaka returns. After we safely exited the dungeon, we were greeted by a large number of people. The amount of people waiting for us to leave the dungeon is always great, but today it was even greater. Dozens of awakened guards were holding them back, but it looked like it was going to collapse at any moment. Well, today there are two otherworldly people, and the delivery got cut off in the middle. I guess people who were curious came rushing in. Hey, Shachiken's coming out. Seriously, welcome back. I've been waiting for you. Shachiken is the best. Shachiken is the best. The ground shook with cheers. It's so intense. Am I a popular artist? Oh, hey, Tanaka, there are a lot of people here. Don't worry, they won't attack you. Lilisha was scared, hiding behind my back. I've never seen so many people in my life. Incidentally, Dagasuk is wearing my suit jacket over his head because ordinary people would be mentally tainted if they look directly at him. It seemed to be effective, and I haven't seen anyone who has gone crazy. Lilisha Tan. Look at me. Ilf. Make me a subject too. People who saw Lilisha shouted loudly, their eyes glazed over. When she saw this, she lets out a small hic and hides completely behind me. She's totally freaked out, like a borrowed cat. The men's wild cheers grew even stronger as they were amused by the sight of her. I'm in trouble. Don't flirt, get in the car. The guards won't hold it any longer. Amatsuki says with a hint of grumpiness in her voice. It was a force majeure. I protested in my mind as I tried to get into the car. I was about to get into the car when he said, a college student, and then an elf. I didn't think you'd be so carefree and unprincipled. She gave me a sarcastic look from behind. I feel like Amatsuki's impression of me is getting worse and worse. I hope I can make up for it somewhere. What is this iron box, brother? It's a strange shape for a carriage. Oh, this chair is so soft. It started shaking. Tanaka. What's going on? The two otherworlders were having fun with their first reactions to the car. Apparently, science hasn't developed in the other world. The two of them were reacting as if they were time slips from the past. I closed my eyes in the car and took a rest for the first time in a long time. Section. We escaped from the dungeon and arrived at the Ministry of Magic, but we were busy after that. First of all, we carefully inspected Lilithia and Dago. They were not born in the dungeon. There is a possibility that they may have unknown viruses or pathogens, so they were carefully inspected, but for the time being, it seems that nothing harmful to humans was found. I thought I could go home if that was the case, but that was not allowed. Not only Lilicia, but even Dago, who is a great help to me, cried to me and asked me not to go back home. I was weak. I had no choice but to take a shower at the Ministry of Monster Control and slept on the bed in the guest room of the Ministry of Monster Control. I'm sleepy. I slept in a bed that was softer than usual, and I got up stretching. Thanks to a good night's sleep, I felt less tired. I could dive into the dungeon right now. I wouldn't do it, though. I washed my face and checked my phone while changing into my suit. The news sites and social networking sites were all talking about us. It seemed that Lilicia in particular was being reported all over the world. Every country would love to hear from her. Is it any wonder that the bigwigs got impatient and decided to take aggressive measures? As I was thinking in a daze, the door was suddenly opened with a bang. The door was opened with a bang. Oh, you're awake, Tanaka. Thanks for your hard work this time. Dojima-san. It was Dojima-san, the minister of the Ministry of Monster Control, who entered the door with a voice so loud that my eardrums went numb. It is normal for Dojima-san to be here since he is in the Ministry of Magic, but I was surprised to see his face first thing in the morning. He is very impressive. Well, I'm sorry it took me so long to get here. I've been putting in a lot of groundwork, and it's been all night. Dojima-san laughed it off. I'm sure he was solving problems that arose in the process of protecting Lilicia and the others. Judging by the way his suit looked, he was working without sleeping. The fact that he never looked tired is a testament to his hard work. I'm sorry to wake you up so early, but I'm going to have to ask you to stay up with me a little while longer. The elf girl says she won't go out unless you follow her. I understand. It looks like I'm confirmed to go, so I'll give up my feudal defiance. Since I picked her up, I have to take care of her. I'll just go home and sleep anyway. So where are you going? Shouldn't you not go out too much? First, I'm going to the Bureau of Magical Research to conduct an additional examination of the two. After that, I'm going to the Prime Minister's office to talk with the Prime Minister, and then I'm going to get Lilicia Dono to shoot a video for the media. This is going to be fun. Yes, totally. Fed up with the horribly packed schedule, I left the room with Mr. Dojima. Chapter 29, Tanaka tries to go home. I'm really tired. I muttered to myself in the car after completing the raging schedule with Lilicia. The car I was riding in was a special limousine, which is said to be impervious to monster attacks. It was made of dungeon-made materials. If that's the case, human weapons won't even get a scratch on it. In the back seat is me and Dojima-san. Lilicia was sitting in the passenger seat, looking at the scenery with interest. Amatsuki and Dagasuke were there at first, but Amatsuki went off to another job on the way, and Dagasuke went back to the Ministry of Monster Control versus Lilicia, who looked more like a human, had more of a role to play out front. Outside the window, it was already nighttime, and the lights of the buildings were twinkling. I used to work fine at this hour, but lately I'm sleepy because I've been living a life of going to bed early. I've gotten used to a healthier lifestyle, too. Still, don't you think you packed in too much work so soon after you got home? You could have taken a day off. I wish I could have done that. But if I don't finish it early, things will go wrong. Lilithia is very valuable, and we never know when someone like Tokugawa will come again. Tokugawa. I heard back the unfamiliar words that Mr. Dojima uttered. The Special Public Safety Commission is the group you met when you left the dungeon. They usually don't help us with our work, but interfere only when it's uncomfortable. Next time I see you, I'll beat you to a pulp, Dojima-san said irritably. As long as they're under the protection of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they won't touch them. The question is how the foreigners will react. If we don't declare that we will not monopolize Lilicia's information at the earliest possible opportunity, they will try to force us to do something about it. In order for her to live a peaceful life, we'll keep her busy for a while. The lower the value of the information, the lower the risk of Lilicia and her companions being kidnapped. To that end, we will extract as much information as we can and make it public. It would be beneficial for the country if we could monopolize the information, but it would also put Lilisha in danger. Considering safety, Dajima-san's decision was the right one. There are a lot of people who would object to us releasing the information we have for free. I have to work hard tomorrow to silence them. It's so annoying that we can't afford to fight with other countries right now. If you have a problem with that, go fight on the front lines yourself, or else sew your useless mouth shut. Dajima-san complained. Dajima-san is a hard-nosed martial artist. He must not be good at taking care of such troublesome matters. How can he keep doing it, though? He doesn't say it out loud, but I can honestly respect that about him. And we're here. Let's get off. The limousine arrived at the Ministry of Magic, so we got out. Well, I guess that's the end of my work for now. I miss that cramped apartment since I haven't been home since I entered the dungeon. Is it okay for me to go home then? No, I have something I want you to see. Will you come inside? What do you want me to look at? I followed Dajima-san, wondering what it was all about. It was a 2-story building, and the awakened craftsmen are assembling it by hand without using heavy machinery. That guy is. At the construction site, I spot a familiar face. He seems to have recognized me and approached me in a good mood. Hey Tanaka, thanks for your hard work. You did a great job this time, too. Why is Adachi here? Why, it's just a greeting. We're members of the same company and guild now, aren't we? My friend and colleague Adachi said in a playful tone. And what is that building? Is it something to do with you? What you haven't heard? That building we are building now will be the office of the White Wolf Guild. Huh? I was greatly baffled by the reply, which was so unexpected. I'm sure we're looking for an office here in Tokyo, and the building looks spacious, so that's not a problem. But this is on the grounds of the Ministry of Magic. I don't understand. I don't know what you mean. I heard that the elf princess doesn't want to leave you and is willing to cooperate with you if she can stay with you. If that's the case, you can live in the Ministry of Magic. If you build an office, everything will be completed within this place. It's a perfect plan. Oh, I told Yui about this, and she's going to live here too. Living under one roof sounds like a romantic comedy. The sheer volume of information was enough to make my brain feel like it was going to explode. I didn't hear that. I'm supposed to be the president of the company. I looked at Dajima-san to see what was going on, and he quickly looked away. That old man didn't tell me, did he? When I tried to approach him to question him, Lilisha came between us with an apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, Tanaka. I asked them to do this for me. You may refuse if it bothers you. So please don't blame Dajima-dono, okay? Lilisha's eyes were bright as she appealed to me. I'm weak when it's done this way. I'm annoyed that they did it on their own, but if they can make an office here, they won't have the media breaking in or someone messing with them. It's not so bad. I understand. Let's do this for now until Lilisha gets used to this world. I don't know what we'll do after that. Is that okay? Of course I'm okay with that. Thank you, Tanaka. Lilisha hugged me happily when I said that. I feel like Dajima-san is using me for his own good, but, well, I'm indebted to him, so I'll close my eyes. Ah, that's right. Just as a formality, we have to have government personnel on guard duty, so we decided to let Amatsuki and Ayagawa live in the office as well. Dajima-san said something outrageous. I take back what I said before. I can't let this old man do what he wants. I protested that I would be in big trouble, but it ended in vain. Chapter 30, Princess Stream. Good day to all the special citizens of Orswood, the land of the Holy Tree. Today, the first princess of Orswood, Lilithia Orpheum, will begin the broadcast. Lilisha says cheerfully to the drone's camera, and the comments begin to flow briskly. Hello. I've been waiting for you. This is why I was born. And me too. Hello. Hello. Princess, I love you. My princess is so beautiful, it's hard to live today. Princess, it's me. Please make me a citizen. Yen 100,000 here are today's taxes. Please pay it. Wah. Thank you, everyone, for all the comments today. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. Lilisha started her stream with a huff and a puff of energy. As a princess, she must have had many opportunities to speak in public on the other side of the world, and she adapted to the streamer culture in no time. I'm not sure I'm doing as well as I am now, but I'm very proud of myself. I've received a lot of letters today, so I'll read them. Let's see. Hello, princess. Thank you very much for your delivery. I'm wondering about your diet in the other world. What kind of food did you usually eat? I would be very happy if you could tell me. I will continue to support and be loyal to my beautiful princess. Thank you, my deepest gratitude for your loyalty. Lilisha smiled gently at the camera. The way she smiled was as beautiful as a painting. Lilisha may have a pompous side, but it's this kind of thing that shows she's a true princess. My princess is too beautiful. Huh, an angel. My dirty heart has been cleansed. I'm a fan of Shachikin, but I don't forgive him for stealing my princess's heart. The company animals stole something terrible from me. I'd like to pledge my allegiance to you, and if I may, I'd like to lick the back of your hand. Officer, this is the guy. I can't wait to be a real citizen, not a special citizen. Yen 400,000 smile money. Yen 650,000, I have to pay my taxes. I'm sure there are a lot of wealthy people in the princess's stream. Yen 150,000, please tell me they're trained. A storm of super chats. I watch it on my phone and mutter, amazing. It's long past 10 million subscribers, and I wonder if they're going to overtake my channel too. I whispered to myself as I looked at Lilisha, who was happily chatting in the distribution space in the corner of the room. We were in the newly built White Wolf Guild. It was built on the grounds of the Ministry of Monster Control and was just completed a few days ago. Lilisha has been pouring almost all of her free time into streaming since she arrived here. That is not playing by any means. By doing so, she is increasing her fan base of allies and providing information about other worlds to an unspecified number of people for free. In doing so, the risk of kidnapping her is no longer worth the return. There is always someone in this building, either me, Amatsuki, or Rin. If you can come, you can come. She's doing a great job, isn't she? Saying this, Amatsuki sat down in the chair across from my desk. She is usually busy working, but now that she had the job of escorting Lilisha, she was able to spend more and more time peacefully at the guild these days. That naturally increased the amount of time we spent together, and I felt like I was living with her, which made me feel nervous. I try my best to keep my cool and reply to her, trying not to show such feelings. Yes, that's true, I'm really proud of her. Suddenly thrown into a different world, and yet didn't even utter a whimper. We have to support her. Perhaps it was fate that I met her in the dungeon and saved her. I want to help as much as I can, including Dagasuk, who was sleeping on the first floor. As I was thinking about this, I noticed Amatsuki looking at me and smiling in a funny way. What is it? Is there something on my face? No, I just thought you're like that hasn't changed since the old days. What do you mean, that part of you? You're a good-for-nothing. Well, that's what I like about you. What? I froze at the sudden words. Seeing me like that, Amatsuki smiled wickedly and said, hee hee. Gug, I've been beaten so badly. I'm disappointed, but there's nothing I can do. When I was wondering what was going on. Well, that's the good thing about being a teacher. Rin came to sit right next to me on the sofa with a thud. She then put her hand on my arm and hugged me, as if to show Amatsuki what she wants. I'm going to help you too, not just my sister, so you can count on me as well. Oh, I'm counting on you, Rin. Saying that, Rin makes a smug, moi face. Rin also spends most of her time at this office now. Recently, she has been bringing in a lot of personal belongings and has completely become a resident. The skill with which she does it is frightening. I'll do my best. Lilisha is my friend. Hashino sat down next to me. She is also a member of the White Wolf Guild and lives in the office. I wondered if I could keep her, who is still a college student, but her mother, Junsumi, seemed to have sent her off with a good heart. I wondered why. Well, she is very close to Lilisha in age, and they get along well. Her presence brightens up the atmosphere of the office, and to be honest, it's a big help. Ah, what are you all doing here? Won't you join us? Lilisha noticed that we were gathered and came over to me, and for some reason sat on my lap. Amatsuki saw this and raised an eyebrow. Oh no, she looks angry. Oh, hey, Lilisha, why don't you get off for a while? Look, you're on stream too. It's fine. My people's leaders are not so narrow-minded as to be offended by this. Yes, they are with tears of blood. Shachikin, remember me. You tasted the princess's ass, snaps. You've got Rin and Yui, they smell so good. I'm still in the harem office. Kanade is there too, step on it. I really envy you. I want to sit on Tanaka's lap too. Please release Shachikin ASMR soon. You Shachakan fans can't waver, can you? The comments flowed at a blistering pace. Some of them are clearly angry. My stomach hurts. Oh yes, Tanaka. I've come up with a great way to fit in over here. The people's leaders are listening, so do you mind if I tell them now? What is it? I asked back without knowing why. Then Lilisha dropped a bombshell. If only Warawa and Tanaka would get married, then I would be a part of this world. What do you think? Ayayle. Not only me, but also Amatsuki and the others were surprised and shouted loudly. Naturally, the comment section was also screaming. Even I couldn't keep track of the volume of posts. What's going on? Among them, Lilisha was the only one who was staring blankly. I'm going to be in a lot of trouble again. Chapter 31, Tanaka is proposed to. Marriage. Lilisha, what in the world is going on? Surprised, I didn't expect it to come out that way. I see you cut off the retreat by saying it while on stream. That's a good way. Hearing Lilisha's sudden marriage proposal, Hashino, Amatsuki, and Rin had 3 different reactions. The only one who was calm in this situation right now was Lily, who was lying sprawled out on the table. Did I say something strange? It's obvious, isn't it? Marriage is more of a process. Hashino explained, but Lilisha looked puzzled and didn't seem to be convinced. If you think about it, Lilithia is an elf, a person from another world. It's natural that people here have different values. The mere fact that the culture of marriage between a man and a woman is common is almost a miracle. Since the birth of dungeons, the culture of marriage has become more casual than in the past, but it may be even more casual in the other world. I'm sure the elves have their own unique values. Shirabakita, it's getting exciting. Oh my god, she suddenly asked him to marry her. What is this, a video game? The princess is insane. It's a harem house. It's a one-man theme house, right? It's a girl's prerogative to make bold confessions. Princess, don't get married yet. Crying, the child of Shachiken and the elf look so strong. I wonder if they can use magic. I don't want to think about a Shachiken who can use magic. I glanced at my phone and sure enough, the comments were exploding. Isn't it a good idea to just ask someone to marry you out of the blue? Not that it's not allowed, but how should I say it? Hashino was confused. It's probably difficult to explain. In my world, it is normal for royalty to enter into political marriages. It is considered the princess's job to marry for the sake of friendship or to end a war. I see. If she comes from a world with such values, it's no wonder she is so casual in her courtship. Lilisha asked me, one of the few male acquaintances she has, to marry her in order to establish friendly relations with our world. So it's not because you like Tanaka-san. That's good. No, I have a liking for Tanaka, okay. If I didn't, I wouldn't have asked for a political marriage so quickly. What? Hashino stiffened at Lilisha's reply. My head was still frozen. Someone please help me. The most important thing for us elves is not beauty or ugliness, but the strength of our magic. Tanaka's magical power exceeds that of even the demon King Lucif. If he came to our country, all the female elves in the country would not leave him alone. The magic power is probably the magical element in our world. It is still called that, though, because it was named magical element before it was discovered. Still, the fact that the size of the magic essence is what makes it attractive is truly a different world. That's not all. When I was rescued from the Demon King, I felt a strong thrill in my heart. It's the first time I've felt like that. In other words, this is destiny. Come on, let's marry quickly, Tanaka. Lilisha said strongly, her heart pounding in her chest. The fact that she would so brazenly ask for marriage is just too much. Is this the power of the princess? Me, Hashino, Amezuki, and the others were unable to speak, and silence ruled the place. It's so awkward, lol. The air is like hell. I can see why. Of all the things to say, you say it when Yui and the others are all here. Well, the princess doesn't know that Shachiken and Yui like each other, so. Lilisha is so cute, she doesn't know anything about it. I'm so touched that such a miraculous scene is being streamed. My heart hurts just looking at it. I'll watch it. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 32, Tanaka makes a decision. First, I had to do something about this atmosphere. I steeled myself and managed to speak. Lilisha. Oh, have you decided to marry me? No, that's not it. Do you dislike it? Though I may not look it, I'm the type who'll devote myself to you. My face is well proportioned, and my figure is outstanding. My magic power is even higher than other elves. If there's anything else you lack, tell me. I'll adjust myself to your preferences. It's painful to live with how charming our princess is. I want to get married, blood tears. I love how she's aware of her own charm. If he refuses or accepts, he'll incur resentment. I'll accept it if the princess decides. Gyujigi. He's not accepting it, lol. Yen 30,000, should I send a congratulatory gift? It's not decided yet. The royal subjects are desperate, lol. The comments were lively, but the atmosphere in the office was completely chilled, almost to the point of being cold. Hoshino looked like she was about to cry, and Amatsuki was emitting a terrifying killing intent. Rin was looking at me as if expecting something. What should I do? It's not that Lilisha isn't charming. It's just, well, right now. Everyone else is here too. Everyone? Oh, I see, I understand. So Hoshino and the others also like Tanaka. I didn't notice that. My apologies. Lilisha said it nonchalantly. Even though it was already known, Hoshino blushed with embarrassment at being told such a thing during the stream. Lilisha, for now, let's stop the stream. Then you should marry all of them. Adachi told me, isn't polygamy allowed in this country too? That guy even told her that. Dagasuk, who has no home, lives on the first floor of this office. But Adachi, who has a family, commutes to the office from home. And while managing the operations, he also teaches Dagasuk and Lilisha about life in this world. I'm not very good at that kind of thing, so I left the teaching to him, but I never thought he'd teach her something like that. Lilisha-chan, that's not the problem. Calm down a little, that's not something you can decide now. Hoshino and Amatsuki stopped Lilisha. Only Rin remained silent, watching to see what would happen. Things are getting intense. How will this end? Well, it's probably going to be postponed, right? It's beyond Shachiken's capabilities. If he could cut it, Tanaka might be able to do something. Tanaka, take responsibility. I'm curious about Rin-chan's silence. The princess's brakes are completely broken. It's hilarious, lol. The comments were still incredibly lively. However, the noisy comments were nothing new. Even if I forced this conversation to end now and stop the stream, it wouldn't be a fatal situation. Lilisha isn't stupid. If I tell her, she shouldn't bring up that topic in front of others anymore. But I understand. Hi. Hey. What's wrong? Lilisha, Hoshino, and Amatsuki looked at me with curious expressions. I stood up from my chair and moved a little away from everyone. Then, with a serious face, I finally spoke the words I had been trying to say but couldn't. Amatsuki, Hoshino, Rin, I want you to marry me. I'll definitely make you happy. Perhaps they didn't understand what I said, as silence dominated the room for several seconds. This is more nerve-wracking than fighting the Demon King, but this is something I have to say. Marriage. Makoto, are you serious? Sensei, I've been waiting for those words. Wait, what about me? Everyone reacted in their own unique way. Well, it's natural to be surprised when suddenly told something like this. But I didn't say this on a whim. Ever since the three of them confessed their feelings to me, I had been agonizing. Even when my senior, Kyujuin-san, presented me with the option of making everyone happy, I continued to agonize. Could I be so versatile? Would it be insincere? After much agonizing, I finally came to the conclusion that I couldn't choose just one person. Fortunately, I now have some financial stability, so I should be able to support 3 people. I'm clumsy, so there will probably be many shortcomings, but if everyone supports me, I should be able to manage. Well, that's assuming the 3 of them accept my proposal. He said it. Woo-oh, seriously? It's Hirie. Shachiken's strongest. Shachiken's strongest? Tanaka, really? It's the harem route after all. He's the modern harem king. Good, no losing heroines then. The princess hasn't officially joined yet. She's casually excluded, lol. This will be tomorrow's front page news. Why you guys, calm down kek. Yen 3 million, here's a congratulatory gift in a hurry. When's the wedding? Of course, you're making Lilisha-tan your wife too, right? What should I do? First, I have to talk to my mother. As expected of sensei, I knew you'd say that. You really are something. What were you going to do if we refused? Hey, what about me? I thought the atmosphere would become even more chaotic, but surprisingly, it became amicable. Even if it's legally okay, this path will be a difficult one. I think some viewers will feel disgusted. but I'm not as timid as I was when I was a corporate slave. From now on, I will live for my own happiness. I decided that when I quit my job. I'm unworthy, but please take care of me, sensei. I guess this is the weakness of being in love. Tanaka, are you listening? What about me? I averted my eyes from the still rapidly flowing comment section, straightened my tie, and headed towards everyone. End of Volume 2.